Welcome, one and all, to Cus I Wanna, the show that happens when we want it to happen. I'm your host, Forrest Valkai, and I'm joined today once again by Morticia, my dear friend who knows so much more about microbiology than I will ever know. It's an exciting time. Did you expect this show to start in an hour? Well, guess what, idiot? It's starting right now. We actually ended up having just a non-serious but just a minor little situation behind the scenes with one of our crew that we had to end up starting a little bit early. I'm not going to go into detail. It's not serious and it's not anything crazy, and it's not like, a fault issue, but like, it's not my fault and it's not Morticia's fault. So pick literally anybody else you want to blame. Erica, you can blame Erica. You can blame Jimmy. You can blame Matt. Tell them how angry you are about the fact that the show started early, and give no other context than that. But make sure you know that they know that you know that it's their fault. Before we get started, dude, how are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Never had a bad day in my life, especially not today.
Amazing.
It's been fantastic.
Amazing.
What are you working on right now? Like, what's going on in your world that you're wanting to get out there?
Well, other than the same old, I'm a medical laboratory scientist, so I work in a medical lab, and I'm a science communicator. I care about science, and I think that everyone out there, regardless of their background, regardless of what they have access to, has the right to access science and has the right to access education. And that's really like what I care about. That's why I'm on the internet as a science communicator. It's why I post educational content. And I think you and I both know very well, Forrest, that the world really needs it right now. So it's a good day to be a scientist. Yeah. Even though the horrors persist, so do we.
Yes, that is exactly how I feel. It is now more than ever extremely important because we have a health department director who doesn't know how to read a scientific study, working for a president who simply does not know how to read. And we're arguing about whether or not vaccines cause autism at the federal level. And we're arguing about whether or not transgender mice are soaking up all of our research funding at the federal level. And it's like that one gets me so much. It's evidence over and over and over how stupidity and ignorance turn into misinformation, which turns into conspiracy theories. When you have Donald Trump seeing the word transgenic, not knowing what that means, translating it in his head to transgender, and then spreading misinformation, which then causes people to come to my comment section and tell me that I, as a biologist, am a fake scientist who's wasting public monies because something about trans mice and USAID. I've been accused of wasting USAID money recently. I've never worked for the organization before. I don't do that shit, but that's the latest buzzword for the past few weeks that's just made it to people's brains. And that's the anger chip that's been plugged in. And so now that is what all scientists are guilty of. And it's a wild time. It's a wild time.
It is a wild time indeed.
What gives you hope? In terms of like, what keeps you going? Because I can talk for me, but like, I'd rather hear from you. Like, when you wake up in the morning and you're like, all right, I'm going to make some more banger videos helping people understand how to do basic research. Like, what's getting you that drive?
Honestly, it's two things. So first of which is knowing that I am not the first scientist to be in this position. There have been scientists who have come before us who have been oppressed and muzzled and suppressed by their governments, who have had to fight to get the truth out there. And they were able to do it. I know we can too. On top of that, every day I receive dozens, if not hundreds of messages from just normal everyday people out there who are telling me, hey, I saw your video about vaccines. I saw your video about GMOs, and it changed my mind. And I feel equipped to share that information with the people I love, with the people I care about, so they can be less scared and so they can be more informed too. So those things together give me hope for the future, because it can be so easy to get discouraged and to feel like there's no point. We're shouting into the void. Nobody is listening, but there are people out there who are listening. And we can see this if we just look to history. Scientists have done this before and they were able to get through it. We can too.
I freaking love that. And like I remember like there are some of your videos that have changed my mind. Like I remember the one you put out there about it was about canned meats and things like that. And you were showing like this canned chicken, and you're like, see this gross stuff on the top? It's just collagen. It's not bacteria. See how it melts instead of burns? And like see how this works and like the predispositions and the notions that I didn't even realize I had these misconceptions. I was like, yeah, it's kind of gross and it's just in a can. It's like it's going to be nasty. Just because of the way I thought for whatever reason. And I'm seeing that I'm like, you know what? If I actually sit down and think about what I think, I don't have a reason to think these things. And that's kind of behavior that I encourage on shows like this, to reevaluate your beliefs and reevaluate what you're thinking and to find evidence for things. And that was one that called out something I didn't even realize I had a negative. I didn't even why would I have thought about that? And then you come along and change my mind about a thing, and I loved it. So just like everybody go check out her channels if you haven't already. By the by, if we can get those name tags up so we can see the phone number on the bottom of the screen, I want to make sure everybody knows that this is a call-in show. It's not just the two of us talking about science. It is for you out there. If you have questions, comments, concerns, misconceptions, objections, whatever, to science of just about any kind, you've got two biologists here hosting. So like probably we'll talk about like the Big Bang, but that's not our area of expertise. But if you have problems with evolution, or if you have problems with vaccines, or if you have problems with sex and gender, or if you have problems with GMOs, or if you have problems with something about masks or whatever else, if you have a biology related question, and it's especially one that's politically charged, because we live in an era right now where science is becoming more and more politicized, this is your chance to call in and talk to people who actually study this stuff and teach this stuff for a living and can answer your questions, help clear up misconceptions for you, and talk seriously about the stuff that you're hung up on. The number on the bottom of the screen there is 720-619-2288. There's also a link in the description that you can use to call us over them internets. It can be an anonymous call if you like. You can give us a pseudonym if you like. You don't have to talk about anything but what you want to talk about. That is the whole point of the show. And also, lines are always open for theists and deists and people who want to talk about their beliefs in the supernatural. If you believe in gods or angels or demons or devils or ghosts or tarot cards or palm readings or magic of any kind, this is your chance to pick up that phone and talk to a couple of people who talk about this stuff for a living. We would love to hear from you. I was literally just before this show doing a little bit of Bible reading, and I found a couple of things I'd never noticed before, and I'm excited for anybody who wants to talk about God not interfering with free will or not telling lies or anything like God being all good. Girl, that's literally the point of my study just before this call. And when I say study, I mean like the 20 minutes I had to kill between shopping and this. But like, I'm excited about that as well. So pick up that phone. If you do believe in anything supernatural, if you don't believe in science, this is your chance to call in and talk to a couple people about it. Number on the bottom of the screen again, 720-619-2288, or use the web link in the description. And with that, are you cool with jumping right in? Like, do you want to start taking calls immediately?
Yeah, let's jump right in. I'm ready. Let's go.
Sick. Let's talk, because we've actually got, usually we prioritize theist callers, but lines are already filling up, and we've got a couple of atheists that are on the line. So I want to go ahead and just like get these guys knocked out really quick, because it seems like they're important for what we're talking about right now. We're going to talk first to Martin, any pronouns, calling out of Australia, who wants to talk a little bit about GMOs. Specifically, what it says here on the call screen is, why are GMOs so scary? What can a layman do to tell the difference between panic and genuine concern? Fantastic questions. Martin, you're on the line with Forrest and Morticia. How are you doing today? If your phone is asleep, we can't hear you. I see you're calling on the web caller, so make sure to tap your phone, wake it up. Otherwise, we can't hear you. There you go.
Oh, yeah? You can't hear me now?
Hello. I can hear you now.
Hello.
That is a unique problem with the web caller. Sorry about that.
Okay, that's gonna be tough. Hi, I woke up minutes ago. I wrote this question a few days ago for Forrest, but Morticia, you sound perfect for it. So I first of all want to say, based on everything I know about the world around me, I'm not concerned about GMOs and see their benefit to society and agriculture and everything. But I grow hot peppers as a hobby, and I have a deep interest in science. So I am confronted by like bubbles of people from Thought Emporium, who genetically modified his intestines to produce lactase, all the way to people at my local library who are absolutely terrified of GMOs, and have gone as far as creating a seed-saving program to avoid GMOs. But I like it because it makes gardening more accessible. Growing your own food, oh, so good. And I see a lot of panic about GMOs, but I'm not panicked about GMOs. And I can't tell the difference between real concerns and total panic. And I have arguments that I've heard from people that I'm keen to share as well.
Yeah. Morticia, start us off. What do you think?
I think that a big part of the fear that drives people to be suspicious of GMOs is quite simply, maybe it's a little bit obvious, but misinformation and propaganda. There is so much misinformation about GMOs, and a lot of that just comes from people's perception of them. They kind of envision, us taking a piece of fruit or like a pepper, for example, and taking a syringe and injecting something into it. And that sounds really scary. Oh my gosh, there's foreign DNA in my plants and my fruit. This is awful. It can hurt me. When it comes to like genetic modification of plants, what we are doing is we are just very precisely taking some genes out and maybe putting some new ones in that make that plant in many ways sometimes safer for us to eat it. So maybe it requires less pesticides. That's a good thing, right? Less pesticides is a great thing for food, but it could even be resistant to drought. So it's less likely to die if we have low water levels. That's pretty important for climate change. Or it can be resistant to pests, which can threaten our food security. But people have this understanding that it's like they're putting like bad DNA in, or they're putting like foreign DNA that's not supposed to be in the plant. And so much of that just comes back to this naturalism. I don't want to say like the word fallacy because that feels wrong, but we've been kind of predisposed to think that something that is unnatural, for lack of a better word, is bad. And so this plant isn't naturally like this, doesn't naturally have these genes. Humans have put them in there, so therefore it's bad. Even though we don't have any evidence of GMOs being bad for us, we don't have any evidence that they cause adverse health effects. For example, we only have evidence that they can be good for our food supply, they can be good for like our pesticide exposure, and they can provide food security. And in some cases, they can even be more nutritious. We have genetically modified tomatoes that have more antioxidants. That's pretty cool. And we have genetically modified rice that has more vitamins. And that's really important, especially for like malnutrition and food security. And so I think one way to really combat a lot of those heuristics that people have just kind of been, they've just kind of assumed to be true, is just sharing the positives of GMOs versus, oh, the negatives aren't true. That can be helpful, but just emphasizing all of the positives of GMOs can help override those negative presuppositions regarding genetically modified foods.
Excellent. Thank you. Would you like to hear about some of the stuff that I've heard from anti-GMO people that I am hung up on?
Yeah.
So I was watching one video by some guy who's growing some Beta vulgaris, and that is apparently a very popular plant to modify, as you probably know. And they were expressing concern over the fact that it's so hard to control where it's getting its genes from, because pollen transmits over vast distances and whatnot. And how difficult it was for them as a self-proclaimed non-GMO grower to grow foods that were certified non-GMO, because they would catch genes from other strains that were being grown in other places, and don't have the, I hate using this word, freedom to to grow a non-GMO plant. So that's just highlighting the difficulty of separating genes from other genes in everyday life.
I for that, like, I would point out the fact that, like, when we talk about GMO, we talk about genetically modified, right? Like that is such a big blanket. And that when we use that today, we're talking about something done in a laboratory. We're talking about something done with great intentionality. But fundamentally, it isn't really that much different than the artificial selection that's been going on for the past couple, tens of thousands of years. So like if you can look up online what natural corn looks like, and it doesn't look great. You can look up online what natural apples and what natural peas and what natural carrots and all these things look like. And they're tiny, difficult to eat, not very flavorful, not very nutritious. They are natural plants that have no reason to be so huge and so tasty and so nutrient dense as they are today in a natural setting. And so for a long time, we have been selecting for the ones that are the tastiest and the biggest and the most colorful and the most nutritious and all these things. And we have created these varieties that we now consider as, the natural ones that we grow out of the ground and all this stuff that are not in any way natural, in order to sustain a large agriculturalist population that's allowed for civilization to get to where it is today. You can go back and look up Norman Borlaug, the father of the Green Revolution, who did this. He was an agronomist, I believe, and who would develop, I believe he did wheat and I think rice. I could be mixing him up with somebody else on the rice, but I know he did wheat, where he would make it where it was hardier, able to grow in different environments that it wouldn't normally grow in, it was more nutrient dense and all these things. Dude saved, no joke, no exaggeration, billions of lives by genetically modifying these plants. And now we can do that in a laboratory where instead of growing 50 generations, where we're slowly waiting for the random mutations to get up to our intentional selection so we can make this thing a little bit better, we can literally just plug in the gene we want or delete the gene we don't and make this thing work in a way that works well. Study after study after study after study have shown that this is safe. This is effective. It's not going to hurt you in any way. It's not going to put you at risk in any way. It is literally, effectively, not actually, but effectively no different than artificial selection in this way. And yet, as Morticia was pointing out earlier, we live in a sci-fi world where people think that if they consume this DNA, it's going to change their DNA, and we're just plugging monkey genes into these peppers to make the peppers climb better, and then they're going to grow a tail because they ate these peppers and whatever else. And so for these people who talk about this stuff and they're like, okay, well, fine, you don't want to grow it, don't fucking grow it. Well, I don't want the pollen getting in there. It is no different than any other what we in biology would call genetic drift, where you have just new gene, or pardon me, that would be gene flow, not genetic drift. I'm very stupid. This we call gene flow, with new genes flowing into this population. It's no different than if you were to bring a variety of peppers from South America and hybridize it with a variety of peppers from Indonesia. Well, okay, that's no longer a natural whatever. That is, you are now modifying these genetics. But that is the point of all of that, is the point of agriculture largely. So I would tell this person that they're, I think, overreacting quite a bit about not only what GMOs are, but also how hybridization works and where their freedoms exist. And if they're really that concerned about it, they should get a greenhouse and grow things in there to isolate them from the surrounding environment and do deliberate cross-pollination with the paintbrush. That's what people have been doing in laboratories for a long time.
Right. Yeah, no, I've heard the artificial selection thing plenty, but not thought of that much. But to bring it back as well, how do we tell the difference between irrational panic and reasonable concern? We're confronted with a lot of issues all the time, and I don't know how to express to the layman what is best to focus on. Don't even know how to express that to myself. And how can I talk to the people at my library? Should I talk to the people at my library and tell them, hey, GMOs aren't actually that bad, but this seed saving program is incredible?
Yeah. Oh, do you have a particular?
I'm trying to think about like how best to structure my answer to that. First of all, I think that if you are comfortable and if you feel like you can, you should absolutely share that information with the people in your community. Even if like it doesn't seem like people are listening to you, even just 1 or 2 sentences can kind of plant a seed of suspicion or doubt for that person to then take with them home and maybe look into it further on their own time and realize, hey, yeah, I was wrong. There's nothing to be scared of here. You never know just how much your words are having an impact. So if you feel comfortable, I absolutely think that you should try to talk to those people in your community. As for like how to tell the difference between what is like well-founded versus what is kind of irrational fear, I think like what I said before about like that naturalistic fallacy, that idea where if it's natural, it's good, and if it's unnatural, it's bad. If people are kind of resorting to these thought patterns, I think that's a really good indicator that they aren't necessarily operating on like well-placed, for lack of a better way to put it, fears, and that it's irrational, or maybe for a better way to put it, it's fueled by misinformation and misunderstanding.
Yeah. And how can we tell? Sorry.
I would point out the fact, like, I mentioned earlier, study after study after study have shown that GMOs are non-toxic and not harmful, and do not put you at any more risk of cancer or AIDS or dementia or whatever other scare thing than any other vegetable you might be eating. It's not hard. Like, you don't have to be able to read a scientific study to find like legitimate popular science sources that can back that up and can kind of reference a few things. So like I would find things like that and use those as, more or less citations to say like, hey, here's this guy, here's Popular Science magazine, here's whatever agriculture magazine, here's whatever university is publishing this statement. And I would, in a situation like that, I would come into it with some humility and say, listen, I don't know enough about this stuff to make a judgment call. I am trusting the fact that these people from this agriculture science program, the people from this biological science program, know this better than I do. And here is this, couple of decades worth of research showing that this is safe. So at the end of the day, I don't know what the hell's in this Mountain Dew Code Red either, but I'm drinking it. So like, I'm going to go ahead and eat this extra large and healthy radish because it sounds pretty fucking tasty to me. That's the way that I might approach it if I was in your position. And it also depends entirely on who's talking. Like if it's one of those crunchy granola moms that we have here in the States, I don't know how bad it is there in Australia, of someone who's really leaning into that naturalistic fallacy of like everything natural is good and blah, 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 and everything artificial is bad, blah, blah, blah. Like if they're a jerk, then I'm going to take the road of saying like, okay, first of all, you drove here in an SUV with air conditioning, idiot. That's not natural. And so is the half pound of makeup on your face isn't natural either. So like, I don't want to hear it from you. And that is the point of science and of society, is to progress away from this supernatural thing. And also, if you're really concerned about natural, try drinking foxglove or hemlock juice, see how it goes for you, But if they're just somebody who's genuinely scared and concerned, then I would just say that what you're exhibiting right now is no difference than the parents who are worried about iron in their baby cereal or worried about early childhood vaccines or anything else they don't understand. You're a good mom who's scared for their child, and you are doing what humans are very good at, which is finding patterns where there aren't normally patterns and deriving meaning from things that don't really have that much meaning. Epiphania and pareidolia, super well documented psychological phenomena that everybody is subject to. You're being a human and you're being a good parent, and that means you're being afraid. But I'm going to just advise you not to let the fear get in the way of your reason, which could actually make you a better, more effective parent and keep your kids safer and healthier in the long run than your fear could ever accomplish. And that's the kind of language that I would use for that person. So like, really, it just depends on who you're talking to and how you want to approach that person, whether it's with a gentle hand or an iron fist. But always having that underlying message of saying, listen, I'm not educated in this, you're not educated in this. So for the exact same reason that I'm going to trust car emissions because the people who are in charge of that are telling me that they're at a safe level and they're not going to kill me. The same reason that I am trusting food safety, and I don't know what these dyes are, and I don't know what these preservatives are, but I'm trusting the nutritionists and the food scientists that are telling me this is okay. For the same reason that I'm not freaking out about chemtrails and all this other shit, because I understand that the scientists that are in charge of that shit are telling me that I don't need, like, for that exact same reason, I'm not concerned about this. I can do a little research if I need to, but I'm not going to arrogate myself into a position where I'm making a decision that all these scientists somehow don't know how to make. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's really good. Thank you. I've got more to talk about if you want, but if you want to wrap it up, you can wrap it up.
I've got time for like one more. If you have like one more big concern that people throw at you.
Not a concern, no. Just genetic stuff to get excited about.
It's one short one.
Thought Emporium. Thoughts. Seen him?
No.
He's so cool. Biologist on YouTube. He does a lot of genetics and genetically modifying organisms. And like I mentioned before, he has genetically modified his own intestines by adding a plasmid, I think, that just codes for lactase. It's ridiculous. It's fantastic.
Neat. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
I love that. Well, thank you so much, Martin. I appreciate your call. I appreciate you taking the time to talk about this stuff with us. It's been a great conversation. I hope it's been useful to you.
Thank you. It has. Thank you both.
Most definitely. Take care.
Yeah.
Bye. What an amazing way to start the show. Super duper.
Yeah.
Do you have any closing thoughts on it? Because like I feel like this is one of those. It was really big a decade ago, and now we're on to the next scary science thing. And so I wonder if this is something that you deal with more than me. Like, if you have anything to like close us out with that you think is important.
GMOs are really interesting because, like you said, it was a much bigger topic, maybe like 10, 15, 20 years ago. I remember being in my undergrad education and watching a documentary about how GMOs are bad and they're destroying the world. And that was in college. Which is just kind of like crazy. But a lot of that misinformation, in my anecdotal opinion, has died down, but there is still so much out there because it's been circulating for so long. One of my favorite things to prompt people with to kind of coax them in the direction of critical thinking regarding GMOs is just letting them know that hey, did you know that only there's less than 20 crops on the planet that are commercially available that are genetically modified? Most people don't know that. They're like, what? No, it's hundreds of foods. No, it's less than 20 crops are genetically modified. And that usually kind of makes them stop and pause and kind of think a little bit, because a lot of the information people are receiving does not include that very important point.
Yeah, it is interesting to help people see that you have been fed so much sensationalism. This is so much smaller than you think, and so much less dangerous than you think. But every single bit, if you go to the Facebook group that you're a part of, every post you see is going to be that everything your kid is eating is terrible, evil poison that's going to make them grow feathers. And it's like, come on, dude. It just, and there is I forgot what the term for it is, but there is this kind of this fallacy that comes along well, this is such a huge claim that there's no way it can be fake. Where you have this point where it's okay, this is a bigger and more ridiculous claim. I don't believe this is too stupid. And then it gets so big that it's well, you wouldn't lie about something that stupid, so it must be true. And you see that a lot in anti-vax circles, in non-GMO circles, and all these things where it's no, literally, this is a multinational, multi-billion-dollar super conspiracy that's trying to take over the planet. And it's such a big deal that there's no way it's not true. And that it's freaky. Thank you very much to the person in chat who says GMOs turned you into a newt. I hope you got better. I also really love the person who was talking when we were talking about helping people learn about this stuff and helping them understand. Someone in the chat mentioned you're planting a seed in their head. You're planting the seed of doubt for what a wonderful way to think about it. With that, we're going to jump into a totally different call really quick. We're going to talk about something entirely different. And this is from Mila, pronoun she and her, calling in from Creepy Octopus. I don't know. That's what it says. Who is undecided, theist or atheist, doesn't really matter. Wants to talk about the Supreme Court ruling in the UK. This is the one about declaring that trans women are not biological and blah, blah, blah. Is it ideological rather than scientific? Mila, you're on the line with Forrest and Morticia. How are you doing today?
Hi, I'm doing pretty rough, to be honest. The Supreme Court case has me feeling pretty down, and I noticed you guys were on, and I just figured I would call in. I had some thoughts and wanted to hear your thoughts. I was wondering if I could share a little bit.
Yeah, by all means.
Awesome. I mean, I guess I'm starting to get really frustrated with kind of the scientific illiteracy of politicians and just kind of the framing of things. And I'm sorry, I know I can sometimes be bad at kind of speaking on the spot. But the question I kind of gave to the screener was, do you think that this decision is more scientific, or do you think it's ideological?
Yeah. From what I know, if I can start really quickly, I'll just be very brief. From what I know about it, it is simply that the Supreme Court has ruled that sex and gender are the same thing, basically, that you have to be biologically female equals woman and biologically male. I think they specifically just talked about women, because it is always trans women. It is never trans men. It is always only trans women that we talk about, so we can blend sexism and homophobia into the diarrhea martini of transphobia. And that's always the way that it is. And so, like, if I remember correctly, that's the main point. And you're right, it is science illiteracy. And this is exactly how epidemiologists have felt for the past 5 years, exactly how climatologists have felt for the past 20 years, exactly how evolutionary biologists have felt for the past 100 years. Only now you also throw on the extra seasoning on top, which is that this is not just about the life on this planet or where we're going as a society. It's also about whether or not certain humans exist. And so it's just like with all those things, it brings its own problems and issues. And this is why it is so important when people talk about, oh, I don't want you to, when I get a comment every fucking day, I didn't follow you for politics, I follow you for science, don't get political. Science is fucking political. What you are allowed to study as a scientist is a political decision. What you are allowed to publish as a scientist is a political decision. What you are able to get funding for is a political decision. What science is allowed to be discussed is a political decision. And I hate to be the first one to bring it up, but if you want an example of that, look no further than fucking Nazi Germany or America today, where we are destroying data that goes against the state narrative. And so, it is definitely an ideological decision. And it fucking sucks to see. And I have to be the one to sit here and say, hopefully it will change in a few years when we get more educated people in office. And that always works. Morticia, what do you think?
I'm right there with you. And one of my friends in my Discord server dropped a link to an article about this happening, and they were crushed, and I was crushed, and I was really just angry on their behalf, because I don't know about you, Forrest, but as a scientist, I'm really fucking sick and tired of lawyers and judges and politicians and people who are not scientists pretending like they have the qualifications and they have the authority to interpret science for scientists, when, I don't know, me as a scientist, I'm not going around here and pretending that I can interpret the law, that I can interpret, the legal system and all of these things, because I don't have experience in that. But they think that they are qualified to tell us what we know and what we do not know, so far as to completely go against what is a point of consensus in biology, what is a point of consensus in medicine, in that biological sex in humans is not a binary. It's very simple. It's not a controversial point in our field at all, but people who are not in our field, like lawyers and judges on the Supreme Court and et cetera, think that they know better than we do. And it's very, very frustrating.
Yeah, that's the thing. When people talk about this a lot, I want to just remind everybody, the dictionary definition of the word scientist is anybody who is studying or has expert knowledge in science. So if you're going to school to be a scientist, great. You know, you call yourself a scientist. Generally speaking, common parlance, it's kind of polite to not call yourself such a thing until you at least have a bachelor's degree in a science, but what, fucking whatever. But like, when we talk about this, you know, when we say scientists know this stuff, we're talking about a massive, diverse group of people, huge amount of people with a huge amount of education and varying areas and varying degrees and varying all this stuff. And yet, as Morticia just pointed out, despite all that complexity and all that diversity and all those different people and all these different backgrounds, it's not at all controversial that sex and gender are different things and that they're not binary. Whether or not they're binary is argued a little bit right now. It's a little controversial in like public spheres. There are a couple. There are some scientists out there, some biologists like Richard Dawkins and Jerry Coyne that are coming out here and making it their platform to say that sex is a strict binary. There are some other scientists like Colin Wright and them that are making it a point to come out here and argue against trans people and stuff like that. It's just so important to know that these people who are very loud are nowhere near the majority, and they are going against what is written in literally, I'm not exaggerating, actual introductory biology textbooks. And so you have these people who are biologists and are now making it their entire goddamn career to go onto every podcast and every news organization and write an article and all these things to say, oh, science is very simple. You're either XX or XY, and that's the whole thing, and all this woke gender stuff, blah, 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 blah. And just their job now is to further the narrative that the system that got them their credentials, that they are now flaunting to say that they are a legitimate scientist, and therefore they know this and that, and you can't question them, and how silly all these people, the very system that gave them that ability is corrupt and unreliable and should not be trusted and is just a media machine for the woke liberal leftists that are trying to convince everybody that trans people have rights. And like, that's the whole fucking thing. And so if you actually take the time to think about it, even a little bit, skepticism will lead you to understanding that sex and gender cannot mean the same thing. And here's a crazy revelation: more than two isn't two. And therefore, it doesn't make any fucking sense to die on this hill that actually, really, seriously, the very limited, narrow heuristics surrounding sex and gender that have existed in white Western culture for the past couple hundred years, ignoring how we've treated gender differently during those times, actually. So really just the last 60 years. The last 60 years of our understanding of gender just in Western white cultures, that is the natural way of everything forever across all species. It's fucking dumb. It takes 2 seconds to realize it, and I wish more people would do that. So yes, this was an ideological and politically motivated decision. That's why judges aren't biologists. And that's yeah, I can go on about it for a long time, but I feel like we've covered everything. What do you think about all those things, Mila?
It's pretty hard. It's pretty hurtful. I mean, there's a lot of things to say about it. I mean, for me, the ideal, I agree so much with everything that you say, Forrest. And I think, the complete lack of consistency that, like, the logic they apply to biological sex, they don't apply to any other area of science, medicine, biology, coming down to this, like, belief system that basically what you're born as is what you die as, because sex is immutable and sex doesn't meaningfully change to any degree. I mean, by that logic, there's no such thing as type 2 diabetes. You're not born with it. It's only a biological classification if you're born with it. If you're blind, well, I should be allowed to fly a 747 because I wasn't born blind. I developed it as a trait. And I think it goes down to this. I remember seeing signs at the Supreme Court thing that said women are born. And I think that's really the root of where the ideology comes from, is that it's not about the outcome. It's not about the traits. It's not about the reality that, like, if a trans person was born with the same developmental outcome that they end up with, you know, no one would argue that they are a variation of a biological female. Yes, there's mixed sex traits, but everyone would look at them and say, okay, well, that person is, you know, that person is at least a complicated case to figure out. More than likely, you know, for someone who's fully transitioned, dominantly female. But, you know, it kind of, I think the piece that's missing is it comes down to this thing like, you know, men and women's sex, it goes down your chromosomes and your genetic foundation, you know, regardless of the myriad of physical and structural differences, and you can't hormone these away. But, you know, I think what they're missing is that, like, hormones don't just influence your mood. They literally instruct your body on how to express the genes you already have. And every chromosome contains genes used in both male and female development. And what determines which ones get expressed is hormonal signaling. Why do you think ovaries and testes lead to such dramatically different bodies? It's not because they're male or female organs. It's because they produce hormones that guide the body down a male or female developmental path. So how else do you think someone like me is born with 2 X chromosomes and a fucking penis? Because the, you know, I
have yet to hear. I was just going to say I have yet to hear somebody who argues with me about testosterone or estrogen or whatever. Also, the people who call somebody like low testosterone, you're a low test male, or all these things. I have yet to hear somebody who brings up these hormones in an argument who also knows what they do. It is very popular science fiction. Yeah, it is very popular science fiction that estrogen is the woman hormone that makes you woman things, and testosterone is the man hormone that makes you more manly, and all these things. People don't know what these do, and people are shocked to learn that everybody has both of those fucking things in their body and use them for different things or the same thing sometimes. So just it's frustrating, and it's gross, and it's stupid. And what I've been writing over here in this time is just a couple of notes. When I talk to people, you know, and they say this is new science. This wasn't around X amount of years ago. This is all new stuff that's being forced upon us. It's not science. It's an agenda. It's an ideology. It's meant to replace our worldview. It's meant to overcome our way of being and our way of thinking. They're trying to change who we are. They're trying to change what we are. They're trying to redefine society. This is all about control. This is all about destroying the family. This is all about destroying people. This is all about whatever. All of those things that I just said are anti-vax arguments that I hear all the time. And yet, if I didn't say that, you would know it, that they might be transphobe arguments, because transphobes are the exact same kind of science denier as anti-vaxxers and flat earthers and creationists and all the others. They make the exact same arguments for the exact same reason. All these universities are corrupted because if you don't go with the agenda that sex and gender are different things, or the agenda that evolution is real, or the agenda that vaccines work, or anything like that, you'll be kicked out of academia and you need it for funding. And so you just have to go. It's the exact same argument every fucking time. So I encourage you, Mila. You and I have spoken before, I remember. I encourage you to stick with it and keeping on. I'm not going to tell you to keep fighting, because holy shit, you shouldn't have to. Just letting people know that intersex people exist, that trans people exist, that humans are a lot more fucking interesting than what you may have learned about in 5th grade. It is absolutely necessary. It's very important. It gets more important every day. And I hope that it gives you some comfort to know that you've got Morticia, you've got me, and you've got literally every other rational thinking person on your side.
Yes.
Thank you, guys. It's, you know, it's so easy to treat this like an ideological debate or like a scientific debate or, you know, a debate. And the thing is that, like, tomorrow, right, like 2 hours from now, a month from now, a year from now, people don't have to keep thinking about this. But for someone who doesn't fit neatly into any box, we don't have that luxury of just not thinking about it anymore. It affects every single aspect of our lives where our legal classification comes into question. And it is so easy for the people that support us to, I feel so alone in this moment, because it's like the stakes are so real. Like, it's not just something that we argue about or we care about, like, for the sake of winning an argument. It comes down to, what happens if I go to jail? What happens if I go to a hospital? What happens if I have to pee? It's not something we have the luxury of avoiding. And it's, it's even harder for the people that, it's even harder for certain people. So I appreciate the support. It means a lot because I'm in a place in my life where I live stealth and I feel very alone, and it means a lot.
You are absolutely not alone. And that I understand a little. I of course don't understand exactly how you feel. I'm not there, but like I recently watched a video of some senator here in the U.S. trying to pass some bill. It was at a state level, trying to pass some bill about defining sex as this strict binary and men and women and blah blah blah. And the opposing party, as Democrat, stands up and says, "What about intersex people?" And the guy goes, "What's that?" Literally had no fucking idea. It doesn't do any research, doesn't do any, just, well, I read in my Bible that God made a male and a female, and that's all. And that is not a joke. That's the argument. Is that we hear it all the time, where that is actually it. And so, man, it's like we're at the fucking Scopes monkey trial again. Just like, hey, yes, just surprise, your religion isn't the fucking law, and you should be happy about that. As just as much as I am. And if you thought about it for 2 seconds, you would be. But that's a whole other thing for another time. Mila, you're awesome. We believe in you. We're here for you. Feel free to call us back at any time. Please be active in our comments and the Discord or whatever else you can to like get in touch with people. I think we have a Discord on this channel. If we don't, we should. But like just get in touch with more people and be surrounded by people that can keep talking to you and keep patting you on the back because you need it. And it's very fucking easy to feel alone. And I don't want you to feel that way.
I appreciate it. I mean, I know that I genuinely believe, and it's a fact that sex and gender is different. And I know that, like, it's just, like, even if these people are trying to go from this position where they say that gender doesn't even exist, it's not real, it's not scientific, like, they don't even understand how biological sex works at the foundation. And I think that's the part where you start erasing the biology of real women, biological females that, when they happen in a trans woman because of the way they were born. And I really appreciate your time and letting me talk. Thank you so much.
I appreciate you, Mila. Thank you for being fucking brave and cool enough to be here, not only to ask us questions, but also put yourself out there and let people know that you exist. Thank you for the visibility. Thank you for the exposure. And thank you for helping us educate more people.
Thank you. You guys have a great one. Okay.
Take care. You too.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Holy shit. What a world we live in, where sweet people like that have to be afraid for their existence because we have a bunch of, as you mentioned just a minute ago, a bunch of uneducated, you didn't say these words, but I'm going to say you did, a bunch of uneducated douchebags in high positions of power. That are willing to dismiss people's very right to exist or piss because they stopped studying biology in 6th grade. And that fucking sucks. We've got a ton of other calls, and right now lines are full, but we have a couple of theists, a couple of atheists waiting. I'm going to take this one, and then so right now we have several theists on the line waiting, and we have one atheist that I'm going to take here just to clear the line up. If you are not a theist, if you're an atheist wanting to call in, I'm going to try to gear it political. If it's not that, then maybe a different show. We're going to try, because we're getting theist calls and we prioritize them anyway. So best case scenario, you're on hold for like 3 hours. I don't want to waste your time. So these calls from here on out. Let's talk to this person really quickly because it's sciencey and it's important. Brett, pronouns he, him, calling in from Wombat Vaginas, who says, let's talk about cloned dire wolves. Do you think it's ethical to bring back extinct species and whatnot? Brett, you're on the line with Forrest and Morticia. How you doing?
Hello, Forrest. Hello, Morticia. Doing great. I'm really conflicted about these dire wolves.
Yeah, you'll be happy to know they're not really dire wolves.
Right. I know they're 99.5% gray wolves.
They're designer dogs. Yeah, is what they are. It's like when people talk about bringing back the woolly mammoth and whatnot. It's like, you have 3 genes that you've managed to extract from ancient DNA and maybe rebuild 1 or 2, and the rest of it you're filling in the blanks from what we already have. And so you have some dogs with a couple of interesting genes, and at that point they're no different than a GMO vegetable where you just plugged in 2 genes you like. And I definitely wouldn't concern myself with about like messing up the world around us or being, you know, ethical to the dog, unless you're like vivisecting the dogs, then it's an issue. But like beyond that, I don't have the main concerns. Do you have a specific thing that you're concerned about with them?
Well, my biggest thing was you know, something that's already died out, that skipped 10,000 years of evolution, whether it was going to be fair to release an animal back into the wild like that.
Yeah. I don't know if they're doing that. I don't think they're doing such a thing. And maybe one could escape, and that'd be a whole thing. But I don't know about Morticia. Do you have a particular angle on this? And I don't.
I admittedly do not know too much about this project. I know what was claimed and then what was actually the truth. My concerns whenever it comes to like bringing back extinct animals is, you know, this sounds nice and it might give us like warm, fuzzy feelings inside, but what are the implications for this animal? That's where my brain goes as a biologist, right? Is there ecosystem that they would thrive in present today? If we find an ecosystem for them to be incorporated into, are they going to disrupt that ecosystem? Because we know that these things are very fragile, and even just moving few things just a little bit can mess up everything. So whenever these topics of bringing back extinct animals come up, that's where my brain goes, is like ecosystems and ecology and whether or not this is ethical from that standpoint. And I don't really think it would be.
That's a very good point. And also, it's important to remember that when we talk about these things, because people say all the time, we're going to rebuild this ecosystem, we're going to rehabilitate this ecosystem, whatever like that. Like the question is always, okay, to win, are you doing? Because if you go back right before humans touched it, it's very different than if you go back 1,000, 10,000 years before that, when it was a totally different thing. And so like that, when we talk about these things, you have 3 genes from, I don't know how many they actually have, but you have a handful of genes from one specific species. As Morticia pointed out, the place that those guys lived isn't here anymore. And the closest thing like it is certainly not a place that you want to go infest with these random half dog wolf things. And even if you were to accomplish such a goal, what ecosystem are you rebuilding, and what is your justification for doing that? What paleo environment are you trying to get back to, and why, is a whole section of that proposal that should be made. But that's not something you're going to get out of a private company that isn't really interested in biology for the sake of preservation, for conservation, for rehabilitation, for anything. They're interested in making a product. They're interested in making a thing that they can say, look at this crazy thing we did. And that's why you get the headlines that we got. The headlines didn't say we recovered a gene. The headlines were, we reinvented this fucking species. We revitalized this extinct animal. And that's not what happened at all. But it made for a way sexier headline that got them more funding. So that's what we're going to do.
Yeah, the company that did this, their next project is supposed to be a woolly mammoth. And they're wanting to release this up and to I guess, do the mammoth step again, an ecosystem up in the Arctic.
Sure.
And,
and then they'll die.
And I had a lot of the problems with that Morticia had, it's about the ecosystems and stuff.
Yeah. They even if they could recreate the woolly mammoth, which, let me tell you, better scientists than them have been trying for decades now. Even if they could pull it off, they then release it into wherever the fuck, Siberia or Alaska or wherever else they're going to do it. And then it dies because it's in the Holocene, which is the same reason why the other ones died. And what are we doing?
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate it.
Hey, no worries. Thank you for your call. I appreciate you waiting. Take care.
Thanks.
I knew that would be a short conversation, and I didn't want that person waiting for 2 hours to have it. So thanks for getting through that.
So valid. So valid.
Does that bother you as much as it bothers me when you see, like, it's the next popular science article. It's the next Wall Street Journal article. It's where it's like, this scientist said the words frozen light, and that sounds neat. And so that's the headline, and nobody has to know what that means because science happened, and that's all you have to worry about.
Well, I mean, there was just that discovery with a planet, far outside of our solar system. It's like 100 light years away. I can't remember the name of the planet off the top of my head right now, but the big headlines right now are, oh my gosh, we have proof of extraterrestrial life because they found a chemical signal, and the signal is only produced by life. No, it's not. We found that signal out in space on comets. We can find it abiotically. But then people get all excited, and then they're like, oh my God, this is so cool. And then when they find out it's not true, they're less likely to get excited about science in the future, and they're more likely to assume that true science is lies and misinformation. Very frustrating. Nobody benefits from that.
That is a very good point. Because you're right. It's like, we found phosphine on Venus, and that's only a living thing, except for all the times that it's not. And all the scientists were saying that the entire fucking time. And when you finally listened to them, it wasn't to say, hey, we were wrong. It was to say, oh, they were wrong. No, they weren't. Yeah. They said this the whole time. And just, my glob, dude. And then you're right. I hear that. I literally just got into an argument the other day with somebody saying, like, well, science has been wrong on all these things, all these peer-reviewed studies that have been debunked, and therefore science isn't reliable. It's like, you just described why it worked, my guy, my brother in not Christ. You have just explained the process of science and then made it an argument against science. What are we doing?
Mental gymnastics. That's what we're doing.
Yes, I hope you stretched. Let's talk to Let's talk to Nick. Pronouns he, him, calling in from nipple crust.
Oh no.
It's the first thing that came to my mind, and I hated it. It's what else could NC possibly mean? And Nick says he would like to talk about the foundations of science and religion, and that our tests are only so accurate compared to how long religion has been around. Nick is a theist, and it seems like that's the angle he's taken. Nick, you're on the line with Forrest and Morticia. How are you doing today?
Hey, how y'all doing, Forrest and Morticia? I'm doing all right.
I've never had a bad day, man. So tell me what exactly you're calling about.
Today I've heard you talking about like anti-vaxxers, and it just makes me. I mean, that's something we could talk about, maybe.
Anti-vax, okay.
Sure. I am anti-COVID vax, for example.
Why?
I do not see it as a vaccine.
Okay, can you give me the definition of the word vaccine?
I could give you the modern definition, but I would rather go by the original definition.
What's the original definition?
I didn't have that pulled up, but just talking about that,
you said,
and I know
you
that
said you don't. You said that you don't see it as a vaccine. So, what would constitute a vaccine in your mind?
It would be the dead version of the virus that is implanted. Typically, it's going to be implanted into somebody.
Okay, so you know that that's not what all vaccines are. Even without the COVID vaccine, there are plenty of vaccines that do not use dead viruses to simulate an antigen response.
Okay, I still wouldn't classify those as vaccines.
Okay, but that is what it is. So a vaccine is not just a dead virus. There are vaccines for bacteria as well, if I remember correctly. Just it's rare, much rarer, but like it is happening. And it is not just for a virus. It is a dead or weakened or even just a piece of or a causative agent of any part of this pathogen, whatever that pathogen may be. It is a dead form of it, a weakened form of it, a piece of it, a causative agent, whatever it is that allows your body to see it as an antigen and develop antibodies. That is the whole point of any kind of a vaccine.
But that's widening the definition, and I do not agree with that process.
Not at all. Not at all. If you take all that out, you have the exact same thing. It is something that initiates some sort of antigen deliberately put into the body to trigger an immune response. That is what a vaccine is. An antigen deliberately inserted into the body to trigger an immune response that allows your body to develop antibodies. That is, simply put, what any vaccine is.
Well, I guess the fundamental thing behind what you would call like an anti-vax claim is just that I think that in what we follow and what we use as science practically, I think that sometimes it's wrong, and over time, like you said, that's what makes it good because there's multiple attempts or whatever. But when you stick to it so religiously, you'll go for the wrong thing before it's right.
I have a completely different question. Morticia, do you have something about what we're talking about so far before I completely change where we're at?
I just want to share some information with Nick because I think he's operating on a fundamental misunderstanding of what a vaccine is. So as Forrest pointed out, not all vaccines are pieces or like a dead version of a virus. We have vaccines that are weakened pathogens. So the pathogen isn't fully dead, but it's in a weakened state to where it cannot infect you.
That's what the COVID vaccine.
Viruses and bacteria. But in addition to that, we also have like conjugate vaccine. So we have vaccines that do not contain a virus. They do not contain a bacteria. They contain a piece off of that bacteria's like cell membrane, for example. Maybe it's a specific protein or a polysaccharide, and that's what sets off our immune response. So this definition of a vaccine that you're operating on, where you're saying, well, it's a dead virus or it's a dead bacteria, and that's why the COVID vaccine isn't a vaccine. If you're operating on that definition,
that's
several other vaccines would also not be vaccines by your metric, because we have vaccines that predate the COVID vaccine that are not a weakened or a dead pathogen, virus or bacteria, that are just like pieces off of that virus, pieces off of that bacteria that are not a full pathogen.
The reason why I disagree with the COVID vaccine is because it's synthetic.
It's because it's what?
Because it's what?
The virus that's in the COVID vaccine is synthetic. It's a synthesized version.
There is no virus. There is no virus in the COVID vaccine. There is no virus in the COVID vaccine.
Yeah, we've added our own, like, basically chemical mix to it. I just don't agree with it.
It's an mRNA vaccine. It doesn't contain a virus. Nick, it contains mRNA, not a virus.
Yes,
the messenger
RNA. Yeah.
So it doesn't contain a virus. It doesn't contain a virus. It contains the instructions to build a protein that is found on the virus. And your body doesn't naturally contain that protein. So when your body makes the protein using the instructions you just gave it, and then says, what the fuck is this protein I just made? It then develops antibodies for that protein.
Yeah.
So that way, when the actual virus is introduced to your body and it's covered in those proteins, your body says, hey, I recognize those proteins. They were assholes before. And then it kills the viruses.
Yeah, in theory, that's what it should do.
No, that is the definition of a vaccine.
That is what it does. It's not a matter of
all people, we get different results. We get results where people do not develop those antigens, and that's why they have to fight COVID multiple times. We get scenarios where people have.
That's not how that works. And let me ask you a question, Nick.
In theory, perfectly it would work like that, but it doesn't always work like that in reality.
Right. So two things. Number one, no medicine works perfectly every single time. None. Not a single one.
Correct.
No medicine does not have a rate at which it doesn't work properly. No medicine does not have a rate at which it actually causes some harm. No medicine comes without risk. No medicine whatsoever has these things. You are at an extremely high risk if you take Tylenol. It has been said by scientists that I have been trained under that if Tylenol were invented today, there's no way you would take it without a prescription because Tylenol causes lots of death. Every year people die because of Tylenol.
Yeah.
And yet it's around because we understand that every single medicine comes with risk of ineffectivity and of harm. The COVID vaccine, the mRNA vaccine,
so that
is by comparison.
Why is it that we're
I am still speaking, sir.
Vaccine?
I am still speaking, sir. By comparison, this COVID vaccine is remarkably safe and monumentally effective.
How do we know that? How do we know that it's safe when it's just being like the test? This is the test run. Like it doesn't have a track record to go by. We're only going off of theoretical, like what it should.
No, it is not.
In theory, we're not really operating off of. Well,
Morticia,
you could say, for example, that penicillin is very safe because
I just find it really funny how he's sitting here claiming, "Well, we don't know." I'm pretty sure it's been around for around 4 years now. I'm pretty sure.
I feel like nothing in the span of humanity. Genetically, that's nothing to our genes.
At the very minimum, two things, Nick. Number one, at the very minimum, we have vaccinated well over half of the people on the entire planet with this vaccine. If there was a problem with it, over 4 billion people as your test sample, you would fucking notice something. Right? Most of the time, these test samples involve maybe a few hundred, maybe a few thousand, maybe you can get something like 4 billion people taking this medicine, and we don't have a significant rash of problems. Then that tells me it's very fucking effective. And the second thing that I wanted to ask you, what the fuck did what you just say mean when you said nothing for our genetics?
I just meant that the 4-year time span that we've been testing COVID on the population is nothing in the scope of like what our genetics are made of and what our antibodies that we naturally develop, like the things that make us strong from the millions of years that we've been since an amoeba from a whatever, like this whole time, that's all stacked.
That has
like as tests for what works and what doesn't.
Unless you're talking about innate immunity, that has nothing to do with genetics. You understand there's a difference between innate immunity and then like the immunity that you develop, right? The innate immunity being what you're born with in terms of like these pathogens literally cannot possibly infect you versus the developed artificial immunity that comes along with being, actually you could break that further down with natural immunity being you're infected by a pathogen and you develop antibodies while effectively fighting off that pathogen. And then artificial immunity being you never have to suffer through infection. You are given the opportunity through vaccination to develop antibodies before you were infected. So you're able to fight this thing off without being at risk of being harmed by it. You understand how there's a major difference there, and none of that has anything to do with our genetics as a population?
Yeah, I do. And for that reason, I like the comparison of like a vaccine to Tylenol, for example. If it was like put out as a product among other products and people it wasn't forced, like people lost their jobs and stuff like that. It affected people in more ways than just the possible genetic or lifestyle ramifications. And I know that sounds like a large gap, but I believe in epigenetics, so maybe that will help bridge some of the gaps in like how I'm talking.
Okay, so here let me just try something with you really quick. Here I just found a study. This is one study saying that there were, over the course of the entire run of the COVID vaccine, 56,000 emergency room department visits, 2,600 hospitalizations, and 500 deaths as the result of the COVID vaccine. Do you think that that is a reason to say we shouldn't trust it and we should pull it?
No. Not that we should pull it. No. I
But
think
do you
people
think
should
that's a
have the
reason?
choice.
Do you think that's a reason to not trust it?
It adds. I have other reasons not to trust it, but it does.
Okay.
It does add to the fact that I can't just go along with it.
Those stats, I lied to you. I'm sorry. I apologize. I usually am pretty quick about it. Those stats are not for the COVID vaccine. Those are the stats for Tylenol. And that is not in 4 years. That is every year. Every single year, Tylenol causes 56,000 emergency room visits, 2,600 hospitals, and 5,000 deaths. It is one of the most common causes of liver transplants is acetaminophen toxicity.
Yeah.
Do you think that's a reason for us not to trust Tylenol, Nick?
Yes. I don't think everybody should take Tylenol. Yeah.
No.
Yeah. I don't accept everything.
Because there are.
See, that's the thing.
Because there are hundreds of millions. There are hundreds of millions of people.
The official told me to follow, but I started to critically think.
There are hundreds of millions of people a day that take fucking Tylenol. And we're talking about 500 deaths a year. That is a remarkably safe thing. And the COVID vaccine has caused significantly less harm than that and saved, not an exaggeration, billions of lives.
What do we mean by that, though? So, hold up. It's caused less harm. I'm guessing there must be a study that you would cite to say that, like we've studied the populations who have taken the vaccines and the effects on their lives. Because it may not be death. It may just be long-term symptoms that completely alter the way they have to live. That also will make it unsafe. Not in a sense of, again, lethality, but yeah, I wouldn't.
I have a thing about that.
I wouldn't want to hear away my lifestyle for that.
Because I have a totally different thing that I want to answer. And again, I don't want to derail things if you have something about what we're on right now.
I just think that it's interesting how with these points that Nick keeps bringing up, and I put points in quotations here, where it's, well, what if? What if so many people are getting sick and it's these lifelong symptoms? And what if you don't, it sounds like you don't have hard reason to believe that. You are wondering if it is. That there by itself makes me suspicious of your intentions and what line of reasoning has brought you to that conclusion.
That I should question the efficacy or the safety of the COVID vaccine?
There is nothing wrong.
You're questioning that?
There's nothing wrong with questioning things. I do not think that it is wrong to be critical of the world around you and to ask questions. However, you are not the only person that has had these questions. There are 8 billion of us on the planet. A lot of those 8 billion people are scientists and doctors and epidemiologists and public health professionals who have asked these same questions. And so they've done an insane amount of rigorous scientific research where they have compiled millions of people and looked at millions of people who have taken the vaccine and tracked their health over the course of weeks, months, even years. And they have found the answers to these questions you are asking. And the answers are the COVID vaccines are phenomenally safe and there is very little risk of adverse health events, especially in comparison to the benefit of protecting you not only from COVID, but from long COVID, from hospitalization of COVID, and all of the health problems that come along with that. So when I am presenting you with this information, what does that make you think? How do you respond to that?
I will respond to that just by saying that I have multiple, I guess you say sources for my evidence. I didn't want to start with anecdotal evidence because I do know that is weak. But I do have anecdotal experience as well from people around me that suffer from COVID vaccine complications. And I don't want to say that like I am against vaccines altogether. I think that I just don't like how it's forced on you to believe in the sciences, similar to how churches will ask you to believe in the Bible. Like, it's very hypocritical to me to think that like I'm not supposed to think like that about religion, but I am supposed to just believe in all these genius scientists. And I'm not doubting that there are many very talented and educated scientists. I'm not doubting that. I'm just saying that that's not even they don't get it all right. Even they sometimes when they are observing things, they fuck up. or mess up. I'm sorry.
You know, no, I'm just gonna ask you for a second, just to be honest with both us and yourself for a second. You know why comparing science to religion and saying that you have to trust these scientists the way you trust the Bible. Do you understand why that's dumb as all hell to say? And that's a weak talking point? Or do you actually think that we are asking you to trust science the same way that a preacher would ask you to trust the Bible? Do you actually think that? Or do you understand that that's a major hyperbole on your part?
I think it's a difference of degree, and I do not think it's a hyperbole. I think it's a difference of degree, which goes back to why I think that religion is the first science.
That tells me a lot about where we're coming from here. Because yes, religion was the first attempt at science. It is also our worst attempt at science. That's why, say, for example, the Bible is so goddamn wrong about fucking everything. Because it was just a bunch of semi-literate goat herders in Palestine writing down what they thought the universe was, and they were very wrong, and no one's surprised. Today, we rely on evidence and peer review to make sure that we actually know what we think we think.
So that
we
it
know.
is better. I get it.
It is much better.
I get it. I see
and
it
so
like
when
that.
we
It's
talk
like
about
religion
science,
2.0.
when it comes around to this, when it comes around to vaccines, when it comes around to the age of the earth, when it comes around to evolution, when it comes around to the Big Bang, when it comes around to modern biomedical sciences, when it comes around to anything with science today, it is nothing like the Bible or like preachers that tell you to believe like a child believes and just take my word for it. You can actually go look it up yourself. You can get training in this area to learn about it yourself. You can learn how this stuff works. And most importantly, these scientists are actually double checking with each other. Other experts in the field are working together to make sure that this stuff works. If you have ever been to grad school, 80% of a graduate level education is reading what the modern science is and talking about why it's wrong, and talking about criticizing other scientists, criticizing other papers, criticizing publications, and trying to do them better. So, like, it sounds to me like you have a very limited understanding of what science actually is, and this big, broad brush understanding
I have a bachelor of
how this
science.
shit works.
It's not that.
Oh, you have a bachelor's of science. What kind of science?
Last time too.
What kind of science?
Audio science.
Audio science.
I know.
What does that mean?
Yes. That means anything having to do with sound. Just being able to manipulate sound, observe sound, and
is it a physics?
And
is it physics based, biomedical based?
Read graphs and things like that. I'm sorry?
Is it physics based or biomedical based? Or is it electrical engineering based? Physics based.
Well,
okay.
Both, but I actually have a music production degree, which gives me access to both. But yeah.
Is that the only degree, or is that a separate degree?
No, that's a separate degree. Audio. Okay. So audio engineering would just be the physics side of it, and then just the electrical side of it, and then the music production is the physical and the electrical. So
you have a bachelor's level education in science that isn't biology, which means you have taken a lot of very broad classes where you are instructed on a thing, hopefully given some background about it. That's usually the case. Have you had to do literature review as a part of any of that, as a part of your undergraduate education, where you're required to take any lit review classes? Okay, so then you do understand why what you said is bullshit, and why science is about questioning each other and working forward for a better future, not just blindly believing the dogma and the faith of what we say. If you've taken a lit review class, then you understand why that's wrong.
And that's kind of what I'm getting at about some of the scientists and some of the people that come off as arrogant to the religious people in science, like those scientists that are like that come off to normal people. I don't say normal, but religious people like that. I think that's exactly why. Like I disagree with the belief part of it. Like both. I can observe things to be true, but to then hold them as true because other people said it's also true, that's the part. The other part, it's that part. Like, I'm trying to.
I have a totally different line of questioning, and I want to ask.
Like, I participate in science, but I'm still skeptical, and that's because nobody I've met, even the masters of different various fields of science, none of them are like all knowing. They still have questions. So why should I put that kind of belief into people who still have those questions?
Because that's called being fucking honest, Nick. That's called honesty. I have 2 master's degrees focused around biology. I don't know more about biology than I do. There's so many more questions that I have than answers. I don't know a lot of stuff because I'm honest enough to say it. If I was sitting up here telling you I had any number of any level of degrees, and I followed that up by saying I know everything there is to know about biology, you should not trust me at all. That would mean that I am a liar, a charlatan, a grifter, a piece of shit who is more full of himself than interested in the truth. People don't know stuff because we're not deities. We are scientists, and we're honest about what we don't know. And every time you learn something in science, it should, if you're a good scientist, give you 2 questions. Every one answer you get should give you 2 questions. Otherwise, you're not paying enough attention. That is the way science has always been. And you are using that desire for knowledge, the thing that has gotten civilization to the point where you can call my dumbass on the internet and saying that it isn't reliable because we don't know everything. How are you cool with that?
No, like, it's the because part. No, I'm just saying they're both true. It's both true that the science is somewhat reliable and somewhat unreliable. And for that reason, I don't like the idea of basically forcing people. It wasn't a 1984 type of force us, but it was socially and just culturally enforced. And I just don't agree with that. You know, like
I think we've kind of hit a point here where we're just talking in circles, where it's like Morticia and I are trying like hell to get you to understand that this is about questioning everything, assuming nothing, following the evidence wherever it leads, only moving forward with an idea when you fail to disprove it, never accepting anything, only failing to reject ideas, and then you move forward. Understanding the skeptical worldview, especially from a biomedical perspective, where it's incredibly important to have that kind of evidence. And you're coming in here with a background in music and sound design and maybe some physics training by your claim, and trying to throw out the science that is saving millions of lives around the world. Morticia, do you have anything left for Nick? Because I have one more thing that I want to...
I'm not trying to throw it out.
I just have one question for Nick. You said that your background is in, sound design, music, audio, and physics, and you are using your background in that to kind of cast judgment or cast projection of ulterior motives onto biomedical scientists, and assuming that the entire world of biomedical scientists and epidemiologists and doctors who have done all of the work behind this vaccine and investigated it and found over and over and over and over and over again that it is very effective and that it is safe, and that it, like, when it comes to risk versus benefit, it has a very low risk. It carries a very low risk in comparison to the benefits that it carries. I'm just wondering if you carry that same air of skepticism, as you call it, for your own field. Do you approach matters of audio and design and physics with the same air of like, everyone is lying, only I know the truth, even though, the entire world has come to a point of consensus on this position where I can read the data, I can read the literature, and I can see that millions of people have found the same conclusion over and over again? Do you carry that same air with you into your field? Because I feel like you said the answer is yes, but I have my own suspicions about whether or not that's actually true.
I mean, you skewed it a lot, but essentially, yeah.
Do you have an example?
So I believe that, well, the common sentiment in music is that it's all about entertainment, and that it doesn't catch. How should I say it? A lot of people don't want to believe that music affects the culture, or it affects the mentality of a society. And I'm extremely skeptical of that, because I have seen the impact of it, of this science on different populations. And I disagree with that entirely, but it does make me, I have to keep my mouth closed around a lot of people. Yeah.
No, you don't. If you were a scientist, you would open that mouth right up and you'd have some research to back up what you're saying. Nick, I have one last question for you. Do you think that the tetanus, pertussis, and diphtheria vaccines are real vaccines and that they are safe and effective?
I don't know the second two, the latter two, but the
diphtheria
vaccine, yeah, I believe that's a vaccine.
Okay, the pertussis and diphtheria are ones that are very commonly given to children, especially infants. The Tdap, the booster shot, is pertussis and diphtheria.
Okay,
Pertussis is whooping cough. Diphtheria. So so you do think that those are all safe, effective vaccines?
I mean, yeah, I think they're effective. I think they're all effective.
But they are vaccines, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, all three of those are bacteriological vaccines, which by your definition are not real vaccines. You don't know what you're fucking talking about. You have a political opinion that you're trying to turn into a scientific opinion, and that's the truth. And to speak in audiological terms, the truth hurts. Get it? That's an audio joke. Take care, Nick. We're going to go on to the next one. Bye-bye. By the by, for Nick and people like Nick who talk about, well, the COVID vaccine could have long-term side effects. You know what else has long-term major side effects? Fucking COVID. I went off screen for a second while he was on because I grabbed this paper, which I was just reading for a class. I'm doing this neuroscience class right now, and we were talking about like clinical stuff about specifically we're in the basal ganglia. And this is a paper here. 14-year-old boy with multiple trauma and bilateral basal ganglia hemorrhage due to COVID-19 infection. So this is a case report of a 14-year-old kid in Iran who got fucking COVID and had a major bilateral brain hemorrhage in the part of your brain that controls like how your brain can even influence your body in the first place. I guarantee you that any vaccine this kid took would have been a lot safer, even if there was some sort of an effect from it, wouldn't have caused this kind of trauma. And what I don't think people like Nick get is just how much incredible, unbelievable, remarkable, and I'm not saying bad, but just unbelievable amounts of privilege they have to live in this world where they are protected by modern biomedical sciences, that they can now cast aspersions against it because they don't have a concept of how horrible life would be without it. And like that, to me, that is poetic and sad.
Yes. I have held for a long time that, like many other viruses, COVID is going to wreak absolutely just devastating long-term damage on the human population. We see it with so many other viruses where Epstein-Barr, for an example, 90% of the adult population is seropositive for Epstein-Barr. It can be completely asymptomatic or it can give you cancer, and it can cause devastating health outcomes 20, 30, 40 years after you get infected. Viruses aren't something to be approached with this cavalier attitude. We should take them seriously, and we should hold an appropriate amount of respect for them because they can absolutely fuck you up. COVID or any other virus for that matter. Yeah.
And people, I hate the line where it's like, oh, well, it's got like this 98% survival. Survival doesn't mean thriving, first of all. Long-term side effects, life-altering side effects, debilitating side effects that last for the rest of your life, those are survival as well. You certainly don't fucking want them. People survived polio all the time and were in an iron lung or a wheelchair. Doesn't mean that it's something we shouldn't be treating and vaccinating. And also, fuck you to 2%, I guess. Oh, these weak people, these old people, they'll die off. That's Nazi shit. Don't do that. We're supposed to be protecting everybody, right? That's the point. Like, it disgusts me so much. And I'm glad that we had that conversation. I'm glad we had the conversation. Let's talk to Tamerlane. What an interesting name. Tamerlane, pronouns he, him, calling in from calcium addiction. Dude loves milk. I don't know what to tell you. Who's a theist who says, this is what it says on the screen, I want to validate or invalidate the existence of a higher power through the principle of I don't know. That sounds like skepticism to me. I'm interested to hear it. Tamerlane, you're on the line with Forrest and Morticia. How are you doing today?
Hey, how you guys doing? I'm doing pretty well. Enjoying my Saturday.
Yeah, it's been so good. So far, so good.
Yeah, sorry. Cool. So you kind of got like the gist of like what I wanted to talk about today, but So just for some background, I'm as I mentioned, I'm a theist, raised Muslim, but over time fell out from the principle of kind of formalized religion, and now I prescribe more to kind of like a deist perspective, where I kind of believe there's a higher power, but don't necessarily believe that God has any semblance of interest in humanity or any other being, just because of the fact that there are potentially quadrillions of lives that exist in the universe. So, and in addition, just some further context, I studied sociology at the University of California, San Diego. My focus is on gender studies and society. So I really kind of am trying to just have a conversation here, because I want to get more insight into my own thinking, kind of evolve my own thinking. So to go where I'm going with actually my belief kind of stems from the belief in where we're at right now in science, where there's so much that we don't necessarily know, as you've mentioned many times, and that in my own belief in a higher power is potentially just as valid as any other theory pertaining to the origins of the universe prior to the Big Bang. And in that foundation, I want to say, it's fair to say that we're in a position to say, I don't know, pertaining to before the Big Bang, since I think we have, if I remember, it's 10 to the negative 43 seconds is where we go as far as we know, and anything past that we don't really know. And I wanted to kind of get clarification or clarity or any insight that you guys may have to help me kind of guide my own thinking here on, I don't have evidence, but into a higher power here, but I also don't necessarily see any other evidence, and so it turns into a situation where I'm like, well, this theory, I guess I shouldn't say theory because it's not correct, but this perspective may be just as valid as any other perspective of what may have happened before the Big Bang, with the understanding that there's literally no evidence in any capacity.
That's a lot. Yeah.
Totally. Sorry.
Your degree sounds cool. No, it's fine. Your degree sounds cool, by the way. I found out recently that I'm if I do three more semesters, or no, 3 more years, semesters, fuck. If I do 3 more years, I could get a bachelor's in either psych or socio, and I kind of want to do it. It sounds real neat. You know what I mean? Why not? I'll go back for round 7.
It's so fun,
I guess at that point it would be round 8. It's going to be tight. That was a lot. Morticia, do you want to start, or do you want me to start?
You take the lead. I have some thoughts, but it's going to take me a few minutes to kind of, formulate them all.
Yeah. Sure. So I would say the first thing to keep in mind is, as I'm sure you're aware, when you talk about words like before the Big Bang and stuff like that, colloquially speaking, we all get what we're talking about. But in reality, in science, what the fuck does that mean? And that's a question that it's difficult to even know if that question is allowed in this universe, because what is before time and what's outside of everywhere? What happened when time wasn't in a place that's not? What? It sounds like some shit out of Alice in Wonderland. And so that's a question that we, as you said at the end, it's not just that we don't have evidence. I don't even know what evidence could be. I don't know. And so resting on that I don't know is so incredibly frustrating, but so monumentally important, because otherwise you're coming into it with ignorance is evidence. And I can't think of a way to justify the fact that the universe is here, that it's so finely tuned, that life popped up, that the earth popped up, that this, the blah, 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 blah. Therefore, there must be some guy that did this shit. And I know you said that you're deconstructing from Islam, but like if you're a Muslim or a Christian or whatever, you take that further and it's not even there's some guy. It's this guy, and I know his name, and I know his kid, and I know like what he wants with me to what shellfish I'm not allowed to eat and who I'm not allowed to have butt sex with because this guy said so, and that's why the sun is the way it is, and like it's just the shape of the Milky Way and whether or not masturbation is allowed are connected because of this fucking guy, and it's like what is that? You know what I mean? And so it's really important to remember that you are living in a society that values faith, but that doesn't mean that faith is actually valuable. And as a scientist, as a sociologist, as somebody who cares about evidence, cares about education, cares about the truth, cares about people, you'll notice more than anybody else. As a sociologist, you're going to notice the magical worldview and how it's important and how it shapes people's minds. You're going to notice conflict and intergroup discrimination and how it shapes people's minds and how it shapes societies and people. You're going to notice mere exposure and how growing up with an idea is going to shape the rest of your life, whether or not that idea is sound, valid, reasonable, or anything like that. You have insight in those things, and I encourage you to use that insight and look at your own beliefs and the heuristics of your own worldview and say, this is what I was taught is acceptable behavior, and it fucking isn't. It is just pattern-seeking behavior and self-centered behavior, believing that I'm the special thing in the universe. The whole universe is geared up for me. Or at the very least, there's some asshole who did this on purpose, which is humanity projecting their arrogance and saying that, oh, there must be some causal agent for the lightning and for the storm. And when we learn that those aren't real, well, it must be for the earthquake. And we learn that's not real, well, it must be for the earth. And we learn that's not real. And eventually it's just for everything now. It is just this anthropocentric fable that you are buying into. And it sounds like you know it's bullshit, but you're really, really, really used to pretending like it's not because you live in a society that pretends like it's not. And so I encourage you just to really think through it and be not happy with I don't know, but a lot more comfortable with I don't know.
Yeah. And Morticia, also, if you had any thoughts as well. And then I had just a couple of follow-up questions as well.
Yeah. So I can share some things in common with you. I was raised in and around a lot of religions, Islam included. I was also raised around, Christianity and Catholicism and Orthodoxy. And that was such a huge part of my life that it really took me a super, super long time for me to detach and deconstruct from that. And it wasn't until I was almost done with my undergraduate education when I kind of came to the realization that, hey, maybe this isn't for me. And what that really came down to was confronting head on the fact that the amount of evidence that I personally or humanity collectively has for a deity is a lot smaller than I, as a religious person who was raised in religion, had been socialized to believe and assume. I don't think that it is bad to approach those questions with, hey, I don't know. I think it's a good thing to acknowledge when we don't know something. And it was that realization of I do not know that led me away from religion, because I didn't want to keep, and I couldn't keep investing so much time and energy and just myself in something that I had no way to verify or confirm for myself. And I think that if that leads you to just the assumption that, hey, maybe there is, maybe there isn't, that's not a bad thing.
Okay, I see where you're coming from there. Sweet. Is it okay if I ask a couple of follow-ups?
Yeah, by all means.
Oh, cool.
We spent fucking 30 minutes on an anti-vaxxer. Give me some more questions.
Yeah, that one gave me some PTSD from my own family. So no, I get you. So when I was in terms of like that making the statement, Morticia, she said like essentially coming to that realization or that semblance of I guess the settling in a situation where you believe that that there may be some type of higher power. That's essentially like where I've like kind of settled into, right? Like I'm not in this position where I certainly don't believe in any type of active higher power. I'm definitely not in the vein of any type of organized religion. I don't believe that Jesus is watching over me and like looking at me and trying to see like in your own words saying is bro having butt sex. It's like, well, cool. Like I don't think that's happening, right? Like it's more like from my perspective. Bro? That's what I'm saying. I'm like, it's kind of that's kind of gay, bro. Like, you know what I mean? But like, it's just like, I say that as someone who is LGBT. By the way, don't hate me. But yeah, like
we're super anti-LGBT on this channel, did you know?
But yeah, the thing that I'm kind of like, in that point right now is I'm trying to kind of like, I guess now I'm trying to figure out or justify where I'm at now. Like, because I feel uncomfortable being in the position where because I've settled with the I don't know, and my I don't know kind of flexes me back and forth into like this position of like, perhaps there's a higher power, but I have no idea, and it doesn't really impact me in the grand scheme of things. And it's sort of in the same vein of like almost like this is gonna go on an entirely. I mean, I wouldn't say it's got a tangent, but like it's kind of like in the same principle of like the argument of like people who talk about like whether or not there's free will. When you're looking at things like determinism, like things like and in that kind of perspective, like if there is no free will, for example, like that may exist, that may have some impact, but in the grand scheme of things, what does that matter? It doesn't impact anything. And it comes into the same, going back and tying that back in, it's this kind of perspective where I'm like, I don't know, maybe a higher power does exist. If that's the case, in from my perspective, it being like a higher power who literally doesn't care, then does it not matter, right? And that's where I'm kind of stuck at right now, to the point, like, should I, like, and I know, like, it's probably problematic for me to kind of ask you and be like, tell me what to think, because I don't want that to be the case, obviously, but rather it's more like, do you think it's safe, I guess, or not safe per se, but like, is it intellectually honest to be in a position in which I ask myself, or I look at where I'm at, I say, I don't know, and then I settle to potentially the higher power belief, the abstract higher power belief, and then, like, obviously evolve my thinking, as I learn more, whatever that may be in the future, but that I'm settling in that perspective right now? Or should I be, like, completely approaching it? Is it more intellectually honest to, like, look at I don't know and then settle to, because I don't know, I cannot possibly justify the higher power? Do you know what I mean?
That's definitely more honest, in my opinion, is to say, I don't know, therefore I don't know. Not, I don't know, therefore I hope it's this, and so I'm going to roll along with this. There's nothing that I think is a problem about it, like having like a cultural like utility to this, if you want to, or just a way of kind of going about your life, whatever like that. But I think if I had to give you advice, and just like I said, I know you're not asking me to tell you what to think, I get that, but if I had to give you advice just in like how I would do this if I was you, I would start with the fact that, like, yes, it is absolutely more honest to just say, I don't know, therefore I'm not going to make an assumption. If I tell you right now that there's an elephant behind this bookshelf, you can say, yes, there is, no, there isn't, or I don't know. Yes or no means you need evidence for that. If you just say, I don't know, you're not saying for sure that isn't real, but you're going to go about your life as if it isn't real until I give you evidence to the contrary, to really believe it, right? And I encourage you to just treat this God the same way. You don't have to say, okay, there is no God now. Just try going about your life as if there isn't, and I think you'll be surprised that one day you just haven't really considered it for a long time, and it doesn't have any bearing on anything you do, and you realize you're just fine without it. I don't think that it has to be like this conscious, deliberate action, like, God damn it, today I am going to stop believing in God now. Like, I don't think it has to be that. I think you just need to approach it the same way as if I told you that the moon is a spaceship piloted by gophers. That's as ridiculous and as big of a claim. It's actually a much smaller claim than saying that there's some guy that controls the universe. That's a much and if I were to tell you that, you would be like, cool, bro, please put the fries in the bag and leave me alone. And then you would go on about your life as if I had never said that, and you wouldn't think about it until you found some evidence that the moon is made of controlled by gophers. And I think that's how you should treat this god. It's just cool story. There's a magic space wizard, and he is concerned about the rotations of the heavenly spheres. Neato. I'm going to continue on my life as a sociologist now, and someday, if anything comes along that gives me a compelling reason to care, then I'll care. But until then, I've got homework, and I'm going to focus on that. That's what I would do. Morticia, do you have different advice?
Not really. It's largely in the same line of what you just said. Because to come back on like my own experience on this, I really just came to a point where I was at a crossroads when it came to religion and my career, or science, and I disengaged pretty much. I don't know, therefore I'm not going to go out of my way to try to seek out evidence for something that you can't really test or prove anyway, because it would lie outside of what science is able to test and observe and investigate. And so I just kind of detached, and over time I found that, or I came to the realization that like our society, our culture puts so much pressure on people to engage in faith-based belief systems, whether it is, the Abrahamic religions or just religion in general. And so much of that pressure can be internalized within ourselves, even when we don't realize it. And so I don't think there's any harm in disengaging from that. And like Forrest said, just going about your life. And if something comes into your life to where you feel the need to confront it more, then that's fine. But until then, just live your life the way that you deem fit. And I think you will find, certainly not telling you what to think or believe, I think you will find that a lot of this stuff very often doesn't serve you in the way that the societies and cultures around us make us believe that it does, if that makes any sense.
No, it totally does. Yeah, no, I think the thing that I'm kind of there's this feeling or sentiment that I'm kind of looking at it of if I'm ripping myself out of religion, and so theoretically, right, or just allowing it to become less important, kind of almost removes this perspective I have in my mind of the concept, maybe the meme of the wolf under the moon looking at the moon and ripping his shirt and I'm unleashed kind of mindset. I'm sitting there kind of ritualistically or metaphorically ripping my chains off, and I'm maybe it doesn't have to be that serious. Maybe I should just be well, I just close the door on that and look into what things just live my life and as be whatever I engage in, whatever I perceive as being morally correct, arbitrary beliefs, and live my life, and as you said, retackle it maybe at a later date, or even never retackle it and just close that door forever. I think that's where I'm confused on, right, is I almost feel like in fact I may have already done what we've already discussed, right? I may have already closed the door, but I'm perpetually reopening it, should I be looking in here? Is there anything that in your other one says, is the magic sky time wizard fairy dude in here? Is he hanging out? And so I feel maybe I've already taken the steps that I need to take here. It's a very curious problem, and something I struggle to have the opportunity to talk about, because as you've mentioned, even in California, right, incredibly strong faith-based systems that exist where it's a dialogue that nobody really seems to want to have in many spaces. This seems to be one of several smaller spaces that I've seen that exist in which I can have this kind of candid almost introspective analysis where you guys are operating as my glorified therapists, and I appreciate that. Thank you. This is super helpful, and I really appreciate it. I think that this gave me a lot of solid insight into how I can retackle the problem. I had one more thing to say, but I wanted to just give you guys a chance to say any last things. But yeah.
No, I think I appreciate your summary. Seriously, what's your last thing, and then we'll move on.
Yeah, no worries. Final point. This isn't a question, point, or anything. Forrest, I just wanted to tell you, I have been trying to call to talk to you, not in the line. I think it was at the Atheist Experience, dude. I am so excited, dude. I didn't get the chance to just sit here and just yap about how excited I was, because I didn't want to take up that much time. I got the call and I was like, oh, I'm panicking. We just start talking right now. Rather, I've literally been watching your videos for years. You are one of my favorite YouTubers, and you're one of my favorite YouTubers. I love the insights you give. I use a lot of what you teach on your videos in my own day-to-day life as I'm engaging with either fellow students or other content. So thank you so much. I'm really happy to get the chance to finally talk to you. And also, Morticia, it's super awesome to chat with you as well. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
I really appreciate
calling.
that. Thank you for your kind words. That means a lot. I hope you find better YouTubers sometime. I'm so sorry you've had to watch so much of my content, but I really appreciate those words. It's very kind of you to say. Have an awesome rest of your day, my dude, and good luck with your degree.
Thank you. Take care. Have a good one.
Bye-bye. What a nice person. Let's keep going. Looks like right now we've got 2 theists and 2 atheists waiting on the line. So we'll continue on by prioritizing theists as usual. But we still have, it looks like we have 1 person in the queue right now. So it looks like we have at least 1 more line open. If anybody out there, if you're a theist or a creationist or questions about health and all these things, I'd love to take a sex and gender call again, especially one that we can argue with. That would be fun. But it was whatever. We got a line open. So call in if you want to call in. Number on the bottom of the screen, 720-619-2288, or use the web link down in the description. But for right now, let's talk to Paul. No pronouns given. Calling in from Primate Acrobatics. Right on. Gibbons do be brachiating. Who wants to ask, does modern science disprove a creator? Paul, you're on the line with Forrest and Morticia. How you doing today?
How's it going?
Hear a little bit of myself back there. It's going really well. So what exactly, did you have a specific thing that you wanted to ask about, or is that question the whole thing?
Well, I mean, we could talk about, does modern science disprove the existence of God? Because I feel like a lot of atheists use that as the basis of
sorry, I apologize. What's happening with the phone? Because it's really crunchy. Am I on speaker? Am I on a headset? What's going on? Oh, I hear myself too.
Is it better now, or is it worse?
No. Do you have the stream running in the background? I'm gonna lose it. I can't. Okay, turn that off because I can hear that, and I'm going to pull my eyeballs out. But then are you talking directly into your phone?
Yes, now I am.
Okay, it's still really crunchy. It sounds like there's a drum corps every time you speak, and it sucks. Is there anything you can do to fix that? Because I want to talk about this, but holy fuck, that's hard to listen to.
I don't know. Is it better now? I mean, I'm talking right into my phone.
It's a little better. We're gonna do our best to roll with it for right now. But I'm just letting you know now I can hear myself speaking again, and it sucks. I may have to make use of the mute button on your end. Unlikely that'll be because I'm trying to be a jerk with you, but just because it's if I'm having these feedback issues and everything, I might have to put you on mute, say what I'm saying, then bring you back, hear it, and then put you back on or something like that. It's going to be a little awkward,
Sure.
but that may be how we have to run it depending on how this works. Okay, so Please say again what exactly it is that you're calling about and why.
I was just wondering what your guys' views were on, or just answering the question, does modern science disprove the existence of God? Because a lot of atheists and agnostics use modern science in their arguments against a creator.
Okay, I get it. Morticia, do you want to start, or do you want me to start?
I have a lot of thoughts, but I feel like I will ramble a long time. So you go first, and then I'll chime in.
Oh, it's a bad move to kick it over to me if you don't want rambling. So I would say the first thing is that no, of course, modern science doesn't disprove a creator. It's difficult to prove a negative in that way. It's very possible that there is such a thing as a creator, and he's just really fucking good at hide and seek. What modern science does, and the reason why atheists like me will bring up science, as I often do in discussions about creators, is because it is incredibly common incredibly common for like creationist arguments to rely on ignorance as evidence and to say, we don't know how XYZ thing evolved. We have never witnessed a planet forming from start to finish. We can't see before the Big Bang or what that means, whatever. Here's this gap in our knowledge. And therefore that is where science must have come into play. And very often creationists will take that one step further. If we don't know something, that's because God did it. And when we do know something, that's so complicated, God must have done it. And so that's kind of the argument that we always have, that we always deal with on our side. And so I bring up science and I use science as an argument to say, this is not unknown. This is not magic. Even if we didn't know, however, it is not good enough to say, I don't know this, therefore there's some fucking space wizard that did it. Some guy did it. Some whatever. That's not how thinking works. So no, it is not appropriate to say we know science, therefore we know there isn't such a thing as a God. What's much more appropriate is to say we know science and this God hypothesis is not necessary. The universe, as we know it, works just fine without this God, and so there's no reason to implant this magic into what we already know, whether we understand something or not.
That was actually very well said, and I think I agree with most of what you said. My only question is that, do you know what happens when you die?
Yes.
Do you believe that there's a supernatural place or supernatural experience that you might have when you die?
I don't have any reason to believe such a thing. And your first question was, do I know what happens? Yes, from my experience of dealing with dead bodies, being around dead bodies, several millennia worth of experience in our species. We know that you rot or you're burned, if you want that. We know you decay. We know that brains and minds, we know that minds are connected to brains. We have plenty of evidence demonstrating that. So there's no reason to think that my mind would persist outside of my brain after my brain stops functioning and begins to decay. We have no evidence of a mind outside of a brain in any capacity whatsoever. So there's no reason to believe that my mind would go anywhere else. So yeah, every bit of evidence that I have is that when you die, you just die, and you will return to the biogeochemical cycles from which you came. And there's no evidence whatsoever of any supernatural experience or any persistent part of my experience that is subjective to me. Okay, so I'd just like to give a scenario, because this was posed to me when I was kind of going through my philosophical kind of journey of whether a creator exists. So imagine that you find yourself alone in a room, and the door you enter is now completely sealed. And there's absolutely no way of entering or exiting besides through that door. And there's absolutely nothing in that room. And then you take a nap and wake up, and you find a computer there. And when you approach this computer, is it a viable argument or statement to say, oh, this came from nothing? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So 3 major problems with this analogy. I will give you an answer. I'm not going to dodge the question, but I want to be very clear about the fact that there are 3 major problems with this scenario. Number 1 is that neither I nor Morticia nor any other scientist that I know are claiming that the universe, life, or anything else came from nothing. The second thing is that we know where computers come from already. We already have evidence about computers. So if I walk into a room, there's no way in or out, and a computer arrives, I don't have to wonder about that, because I already have a tremendous amount of evidence for what computers are, where they come from, all these things. I have never seen a computer naturally formed, so to speak, and I have evidence of like the things that make the computers, you know what I mean? So I would have to assume there must be some way into this room that I don't know about. And the third thing is that fundamentally this argument hinges on this concept of like irreducible complexity or something like that, where creationists will point to some part of the universe, usually some part of life, say an eye or photosynthesis or blood clotting or a bombardier beetle or whatever the other ones that are very common, and say this thing is so complicated, It's like a computer that's very complicated. Computers are made by people, therefore this whatever part of life must be made by some intelligence, and that is simply not a good argument, not only because we have strong evidence to the contrary, but also because it is reliant on the argument from ignorance fallacy. So like, I just don't. So to answer your question, no, it would not be reasonable to say this computer must have come from nothing. But for all the reasons that I just gave you, it is not a good argument for God or against naturalism.
Well, yeah. So, I mean, the three options you have to answer that is either the computer really did come from nothing, which I'm saying if it's placed in the room and you fall asleep and there's no way in and out of that room and it just appears, then, you know, you're left with three options, right? The computer came from nothing, the computer created itself, or something created it and put it there. I mean, your response was, well, we know who makes computers and we know the fundamentals of computers, but you didn't really answer, like, how did it get in that room if the door is sealed off?
Right, and I'm able to say I don't know. And please, I'm begging you to turn off the stream behind you and just listen to me on the phone. I'm going to lose it. So I am allowed to just say I don't know and have that be the answer. And it's not a satisfying answer, but it is a much more honest answer than saying the computer came from nothing, which again, I can't stress this enough, isn't what any scientist is saying about anything. Or to say, the computer must have self-assembled from something. I have no evidence of that being possible, so it's ridiculous for me to assume that's the case. I would assume there's another way into this room that I don't know about, and somebody put a computer there. I don't know how, but that's what happened.
Yeah, so the argument just kind of boils back to the universe, like the origins of the universe, right? We know we come from some singularity, or that's what evidence is shown now, right? The Big Bang. But it's kind of the same idea, like, how did the universe come into existence, right? And a lot of people say, I don't know how it came into existence, and that's fine. But if, you know, there's arguments out there saying, well, the universe came into existence because of a creator, there's really no, I guess, good argument, or not good argument, but like good evidence against that concept or notion.
Absolutely, there is. It also, it's a little frustrating, I'll be honest with you, that like we went over, I explained three different reasons why this is a shitty analogy for like the origin of the universe. And then it sounds like you just went, okay, and went right back to the script that you were reading. And that kind of sucks. I'm willing to continue on with it and dig into it. Morticia had a child just then. That was interesting. But do you have any thoughts, Morticia, about everything we're talking about so far before we move on to why this is a shitty analogy for the universe?
With this, my issue with this analogy is that we're talking about two completely different situations now. Like, one is, the universe exists, we know that it exists, and by some mechanism, life is here today, versus what if you were in a room and then the door disappeared and there was a computer? This isn't really comparable at all to the origin of life and the universe and how life came about. But in addition to that, my issue with the argument that so many people who are religious or who believe in a creator rely on is, looking at the world around us and seeing that complexity exists and seeing that things exist. And then from there, working backwards to the conclusion that, well, a guy in the sky made it, or a deity made it. Science doesn't work in this way, where we see something and then we work backwards to justify a conclusion. We investigate forwards to test our hypotheses. And so with this analogy, you are comparing something completely different to the process of science and then trying to use that to call science into question. So it doesn't feel very appropriate and it doesn't feel very intellectually honest.
So I appreciate what everybody said. I'm not reading off a script. I'm honestly just telling you, the kind of scenarios I went through prior to
coming
to my conclusion.
This is scripted thinking is the thing. This is what we inside in the atheist debate and discussion circle, I would call this an everlasting thought stopper, where it's like, this is just the way that you have come to think about this. And despite the fact that you have two people now explaining that this is not either an accurate or an appropriate analogy for what you're trying to talk about here, you're just like, all right, cool. But anyway, and you do it, just say the same thing again after we just explained, this isn't a legitimate way to think about the origins of the universe, the origins of life, or anything like that. And also, most importantly, you said there's no good reason to not buy into the magical thing. Yes, there is. It's that you don't have evidence for it. You should not believe something that you don't have a good reason to believe in. And saying, I don't know what happened before the Big Bang, I don't know what caused the universe, I don't know whatever, I don't know is not evidence. I don't know isn't a reason to say, well, there must be some guy then. You should have evidence for the guy before you believe in the guy. That's all we're saying is that like when we look to the universe through science, when we look to the universe and we have a question about where something comes from, every single time we have gotten an answer, every single time, it has been a naturalistic answer. We have yet to have a single situation with the millions and billions of answers that we've gotten where there has been a non-natural answer. And you're saying, but I haven't answered this one yet, so maybe this is the one that's non-natural, and I see no reason to not just assume that that's the case. And I'm telling you, there's no good reason to make that assumption. It is a bad assumption to make.
Yeah, so I think the argument
Kat
on both
also,
sides
do you hear
is
that? Kat also thinks this is a bad assumption.
Yes, he does. He's disappointed in you.
So you guys are also saying, and fall on the idea of, I don't know what happened before our universe, I guess, came into existence or was or wasn't. The same argument is on, what you guys give is, I don't know, which is not sufficient. And we're here trying to use our logic and reasoning to come to a conclusion, because we can't empirically test in a lab whether God exists or not. And I think you guys mentioned it earlier in the show that you can't go in the lab and find a naturalistic way of testing the existence of God. And what I'm saying is that we could use our logic and our reasoning, which helped me come to my conclusion, on understanding what the universe, it's not the God of the gaps. It's just understanding what was there. Something had to be uncaused, right? Everything that we know to be in existence is caused, right? And so something had to be uncaused or uncreated and always there. And either you believe the universe was always there, which if you believed in the multiverse theory, then infinite regression would kind of destroy that idea, or you believe the universe was always here, or a God, right? So that's my argument in using the computer analogy and using, similar to the origins of the universe. I feel like, they're pretty on par with the same reasoning.
So what you're offering us is the Kalam cosmological argument, which is a bad argument for a lot of reasons, but just to stick to exactly what you just said, you either believe that it's God that's eternal or the universe that is eternal, which there are some cosmological models which advocate that the Big Bang was not actually the beginning of this universe, but in fact the universe is in some way eternal. So then fine, I'll just say that. I don't believe that, but I'll just say that the universe is eternal. The universe is the uncaused cause. This energy was always here forever, for all of eternity. And now I've said that, and it means exactly as nothing as what you're saying, and it's exactly as unfalsifiable and exactly as useless to me as a person. So, like, what are we doing?
Do you believe the universe is finite? Do you believe that the universe is finite, or no?
I don't know. Probably.
So if there's an origin, then it's finite, and if there's an ending, it's finite. Would you agree?
Probably, but I don't think that there's a true ending. I think the heat death wouldn't qualify as the universe not existing. It would just qualify as it not being, it would be indistinguishable from non-existence, but it wouldn't truly be non-existence. And as far as the beginning is concerned, I don't know that the Big Bang is the beginning of the universe. I know the Big Bang is the beginning of the universe as we know it, but I don't know what came before it or even what that question means. And so I don't know. And I'm willing to say I don't know. And I'm not willing to say I don't know, therefore there was some magic involved.
Sure. And so that's where this argument boils down to, saying I don't know and then just leaving it at that. But we're having this conversation, we're having this dialogue to kind of figure out if we could use our brains, use logic, use reasoning, use philosophy to come to the conclusion of whether or not there's a creator that existed prior to all of this. And
we shouldn't use philosophy. We should use evidence. If this creator exists, there would be evidence for it. And if there's no evidence for it, then you shouldn't believe in it.
So what is sufficient evidence to you? Because I guess we should probably start there, right? Like, what is sufficient evidence? Do you want to see something naturalistic? Do you want to see God strike you right now? Like, if God exists, strike you right now, right? Like the classical agnostic, atheistic argument is, oh, if God exists, strike me right now. Let me die right now, or show me some physical property or physical evidence. Like, what is evidence, I guess, in your sense, that you would like to see that would convince you that of a creator?
We could start with any. Any would be a good start, because right now we've got 0. And so, like, that's the thing, man, is that, like, yes, I am saying I don't know about these things, and I can give you an answer about that, but you won't like it, so it doesn't really matter. The point is, like, you're right, we're saying we don't know, and that's honest. That's us being honest. And we're not saying I don't know, therefore there must be some magical means by which something happened. We're not inventing some creature. We're not saying that universe farting pixies farted out this universe. That's not what we're doing. We're just saying I don't know. And it doesn't mean we're happy with I don't know, but it's a whole hell of a lot better to say I don't know and then try to find out than to say that the absence of evidence is somehow a justification for belief. You wouldn't do that. I hope. I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt here. I'm giving you the courtesy of saying that you would not do that with anything else. So you should not do it at this point either.
No, absolutely. But if evidence is like the way life exists now, or the way matter comes together, or all the physical constants that we know of, like Planck's and all these are the electron density, whatever, all these constants that if they were, a tenth of a decimal over or under, then you wouldn't have matter come together the way it does.
Now we're in the fine-tuning argument.
No, it's not fine-tuning. It's just, like, again, the idea of evidence. Like, that's physical evidence, possibly, you could argue. And, I mean, no.
It's not. It's not. Let me ask you this. Like, do you agree with me, at least, that there is no good evidence in terms of, like, the same kind of empirical scientific evidence that we have for the existence of those quarks and leptons and bosons and all these things? Like, is there good enough evidence for those things as there is? I'm sorry. Let me rephrase this to make sure it's very clear what I'm saying. Do you agree with me that there is not the same kind of evidence for this deity, this creator, as there is for all of those physical things that you just talked about?
I think that's an interesting point. But again, I mean, the concept that I guess I'm getting at here is that the evidence that we're trying to frame in a naturalistic, because it's a supernatural conversation we're having, right? Metaphysical, it's above the physical. If we're saying there's some spiritual. So I'm just arguing,
right.
Using, the physical
that's what I was trying to get
about.
at. That's precisely what I was trying to get at, is that all of those things have physical evidence that is empirical in nature and satisfies like a naturalistic understanding of our universe and everything like that. The God you're proposing doesn't seem to have any of that. So do you agree that there is none of the same kind of evidence that we would expect for anything in nature that we would know exists for this God?
So I think that's a loaded question because it's perspective, right? If you ask a creationist or a theist, I mean, I'm a little bit different thinking than like your modern theist that goes to church every day or whatever. But if you ask them, they'll be like, yeah, put it in their perspective, be like, everything is so ordered, everything is so. And then you ask an atheist on the other hand, and you'll get the other extreme where it's like, no, this is all naturalistic. We have scientists that look at these things and study these things and study the physical properties, and that's how we know all these. God didn't send down a book and tell us that an electron moves at this speed, or didn't tell us the Planck constant. We figured this stuff out, right? E equals mc squared. I mean, this wasn't in no divine text. So I could understand both arguments. That's why I'm saying that using physical, like going in a lab and trying to determine whether or not God exists, using empirical physical properties is not going to take us anywhere, right? If we're going to use logic in our consciousness to come to some conclusion, which we all do on a daily basis, right? That's why you're an atheist. That's why I've come to the idea of believing in a creator. Then this is the kind of conversation we have to have. We have to use our reasoning to figure out whether or not there is a creator and there is some kind of mastermind, if you will, behind the order and everything we see here and why we're here, right?
So that was a very, very long walk all the way from my question to answering my question after telling me that my question was loaded. I asked you, is it true, and do you agree that there isn't the same kind of evidence for your God as what we would expect for anything physical in nature? And you said that's a loaded question, and then spent what felt like an hour explaining to me that we can't expect the same kind of evidence for this God, and we can't prove it in a lab, and we can't do that, and we have to use some other kind of evidence, which is in the form of just our basic reasoning skills. So it sounds like we agree that we cannot expect the same kind of evidence for this. And so my question now to you, Paul, is how do you tell the difference between something which has no physical, empirical, scientific evidence, no evidence that can be tested in a laboratory, no evidence that can be independently verified, no evidence that can satisfy peer review. We have something that has no evidence that means anything whatsoever. How do you tell the difference between that and something that doesn't fucking exist?
So again, just kind of touching back, I said perspective, right? If you ask a creationist, he's going to think in a certain way, and if you ask an atheist, he'll have a different perspective on all these.
What's the answer to the question that I just asked, though?
So your question on whether there is physical evidence for the creator, again, goes back to the idea, what I said.
That's not what I just asked you.
There is no physical. Well, you said, is there physical evidence, right? Is there physical evidence?
That's not what I just asked you.
Well, can we hold it to the same standard? You're saying something like that, the way we see all these constants? I mean,
no. Can you, Paul, can you just repeat the question that I just asked you just a moment ago before you started speaking? I just asked you a question. What was that question?
I'm sorry. I'm not I thought I summarized it, so I apologize if I didn't summarize it. The way I took your question, I'm not going to be verbatim, was can we hold the same standard the way we identify these physical properties, all these physical properties that we talked about, to the evidence that we have for God? And obviously the answer is no, because God is above.
That's not what I asked you at all.
Okay.
That's not what I asked you at all. No.
Okay, well,
so I'm going to start again. I'm going to ask the same question that I asked a moment ago. We're going to try this a second time. We have now come to the agreement that God cannot be held to the same your version of God cannot be held to these same standards of physicality, and we don't have the same kind of evidence, and we can't test it in a lab, and we don't blah 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 blah. We've agreed that that is what you were believing in. My question to you is, how do you tell the difference between something that has no physical properties that we can test and can't be tested in a lab and has no empirical evidence for its existence and all these things we've agreed upon? How do you tell the difference between that and something that doesn't exist?
Okay, gotcha. Again, I think we talked about this already in the sense that we use our reasoning and our logic to come to a conclusion for this, right? We can't go physically test this. So we would have to use our brains and use our consciousness and our logic and our reasoning to figure out whether or not there is evidence in the sense that you could come up with these metaphysical, logical conclusions that whether or not there is a creator. That would be my response to that.
Morticia, do you have anything? Because I have a totally different question.
Yes. My issue with this argument, Paul, is that you are basically what's the word I'm looking for? You're appealing to humans' logic and reasoning skills as if our logic and reasoning skills are objective and are fantastic at assessing and investigating the world around us. Our intuitive reasoning skills led us to believe that the sun orbits the Earth and that the Earth is flat, and all of these just ridiculous notions that we once believed, we once reasoned our way into. We used logical reasoning to accept these things that today we know are not true because of empirical evidence, because of scientific investigation. So it's really hard for me to take this approach seriously when you are approaching scientists and science as a whole with, well, what if we can mental gymnastics our way through it? What if we can come to this conclusion by just saying things are true in our heads? And I just find that very silly as a scientist who I guess is in touch with reality and realizes that human reasoning is not objective and it is not reliable.
Well, I'll just respond in saying that I would say that the reason why I keep using rationality is because I believe that rationality comes from rationality. It's tough to claim that rationality comes from nothing or blind, random physical processes, right? I don't think
How is that
evolution
not
can
mental
explain.
gymnastics?
I just, so if I can continue, I don't think evolution can explain rational faculties because in reality, rationality is not needed for survival. C. elegans is a microscopic worm that's been here for millions of years, and I don't see the worm C. elegans sitting around the coffee table talking about E equals MC squared or Planck's constant or any of these other.
And I don't see you living anywhere close to the same way that C. elegans lives. That's the thing about fitness. It's not ubiquitous. When you gain fitness in one environment, you necessarily lose fitness in another environment. It's all about selection pressure because evolution is not orthogenic or teleological. So like that's the thing is that now we're back once again.
Is required for our existence?
For human survival, yes.
And why is that? I mean, if animals could, as simple as a worm that's been around for millions of years, C. elegans, it doesn't require rationality. Right. It didn't evolve to sit around the coffee table. Why is rationality required for us?
I'm going to say the exact same thing that I just said a second ago, but in slightly different words, because maybe I threw some too much jargon in there and maybe you missed it. But different organisms in different environments have different needs and different selection pressures. Selection pressure in evolution means if you do this, you die. If you don't do that, you die. So selection pressures are the reasons why things evolve the way that they do. For humans, we live in different environments and have different needs and do different things than any worm does. C. elegans or otherwise. I think C. elegans is a nematode, not an annelid, if I remember correctly, but it doesn't the point is we have different needs and we do different stuff. And so we're going to have different selection pressures and we're going to evolve in different directions. There's a reason why boa constrictors are really good at squeezing things, even though there are lots of fish out there that aren't. Maybe catfish, notoriously bad at squeezing. And yet they get along just fine in their environment. And the best boa constrictor with the best boa constrictor genes are going to have a difficult time trying to live like a catfish and vice versa. So that's the point. When we talk about human evolution, our tool-making abilities, our rationality, our logic, all the things that make us us are really something that we can exemplify over the last couple of million years. They're very recent things, but they are in no way unique to the degree that we have them as unique, but their existence alone is not unique. We see consciousness, the kind that we have, problem-solving skills like we have, emotions and morality like we have in lots and lots and lots of other animal species. We know these things are natural. We know that they are selection pressure for them, especially with humans. Even religiosity, we have found some arguments for selection pressure towards that kind of magical thing. We can explain these things in naturalistic ways. And yes, we do have models for them. But again, even if we didn't, even if we had no fucking clue what we were or where we came from or why we were the way we were, not knowing something is not a good reason to say some guy must have done it. That's just not how logic or reason. And you keep saying logic and reasoning, and what I think you mean is faith, because nothing you have described here falls under the purview of logic and reasoning.
No, well, I'm just saying rationality has to come from rationality. So you believe that blind random physical processes. So you believe that blind random physical processes.
And that's another thing. Is you use these words blind and random. And that, to me, I don't want to stereotype you here, but I'm going to demonstrate very quickly that the stereotype is justified. That when you say blind and random, that is a dead giveaway to me as a biologist and as an educator, that you don't have a good grounding in how evolution actually works, and you have been taught creationist straw man bullshit about evolution, and then are using that ignorance to justify the belief that these processes cannot create something as irreducibly complex as and that's in major air quotes for those who don't know, as something like rationality or reasoning skills or minds or whatever. It sounds like you have been robbed of your science education, and now because of the bullshit you've been taught, are being justifiably but unfortunately skeptical of the creative power of evolution.
So you don't believe that things have randomly come to be, right? I mean, I understand there has to be some kind of order and pressure, selection pressure, and for fitness and survival.
Yeah.
But you don't believe that things were like the universe. I mean, you don't believe that there was random, like by chance. Obviously, if you're an atheist, you have to believe by chance that this Earth held the exact properties needed to support life. Because if you go to other planets that are farther away from their mother star or closer, it's too hot or it's too cold to support life. So,
Right.
I mean, we're
You
in the
don't
right
need to
conditions,
believe.
right?
You don't need to believe that it is by random magic, chance, or anything like that. Here's the thing. When you talk about being a little too close or a little too far away from the star, that barrier, that Goldilocks zones, is millions of miles long. It is massive. There are plenty of other planets out there that are in those positions, that have things like water. There's plenty of potentially habitable planets all over the place. And here's the thing, if this one wasn't habitable, we wouldn't be here to know about it. So, like, when we talk about things like chance and stuff like that, to a creationist, it's very easy to use that word chance to mean random, stupid, pointless roll. You throw a dice and see what it lands on, and it's just this massive, like a thing that this massive improbability that we happen to be. But when you look at it from a real perspective, you realize that that's not as magical as you really are painting it to be. Yeah, we can say chance. We can say that this was not a planned process, but that doesn't mean that it's, impossible. That doesn't even mean that it's improbable. And it certainly doesn't mean that it requires magic. Morticia, I've been talking for a long time. Do you have something on this?
You covered everything I was going to say. The obvious conclusion here isn't, well, it must have been magic. And I don't think that it is intellectually honest to pretend that that is the rational conclusion, nor do I think it's appropriate to try to mental gymnastics your way into that by saying, well, if we use our logic and reasoning, clearly it's magic.
Right. And so that's kind of where I'm at with this, is that that you keep talking about how we need to just use our reasoning skills and stuff like that. And the thing that I think you're missing, and I'm confident in this because of the way that you talk about evolution, is that when you first start studying science, at least in my experience and in a lot of other people, one of the first things you learn about is naive realism. Right? When you're talking about logical fallacies and you're talking about errors in thinking, naive realism is the belief that your five senses and your monkey brain is enough to tell you everything there is to know about the universe. And that's simply not true. In fact, a major function of the endeavor of science, especially for the past couple hundred years, has been using math and instruments that we're beyond our comprehension just a little while ago to get out of the human mind, to bring nature and translate it into a language that we can find intelligible. It's getting out of our own way and helping us to understand what nature is in nature's own language. And so if we were to just use our logic, our reasoning, or whatever, guarantee we would not come to conclusions like black holes. We would not come to conclusions like epigenetics. We would not come to conclusions like most of the shit that we've learned about the natural world in especially the past 100 years. That's the point of statistics. That's the point of real evidence. And what you've got here is you sit in your chair and you think real hard about where did the universe come from, and you don't have an answer. And so therefore a guy made it. And that's simply not what logic is, what reasoning is, what science is. What you are describing, Paul, is faith. And faith is not a reliable path to the truth.
I appreciate everything you guys both said. And I'll just leave it at this, because I know I've been on the call for an hour now, and I don't want to take up too much more of your time. I feel like we've had a very productive discussion, and I appreciate that. Thank you guys for hearing my points, and I really appreciate this conversation. I mean, it's opened my view on a few of your perspectives, and it's awesome. But just a couple points I just wanted to touch back on. I never talked about evolution. I never claimed to know evolution. I'm not a biologist. I never studied evolution in the sense that I was just talking about rationality, and if rationality could just evolve from physical properties, which is more physical and whatever. And then the other thing was, I never claimed, even if I believe that there is a creator that started all this, or an uncaused cause, an uncreated deity, it doesn't mean that I know everything about the universe. I just came to a conclusion that this uncaused cause, this creator of everything, was the initial point of causing everything to exist. Everything is dependent, right? So that creator is independent of everything. It's above our physical universe or our physical senses, so we can't test that. So I never claimed to know everything about the universe, and I don't claim to know anything about evolution. It's just, again, the origins. My whole concept here was just talking about the origins of the universe and where it all started. And it's okay if you say, I don't know. I'm just arguing that maybe we could use our reasoning to deduce whether or not there is a creator. And then from there, I mean, we could talk about the religions or whatever you want to talk about, but we can't go anywhere. We can't start bashing religions if we don't come to the idea whether or not we could agree on there was a creator. And if not, that's fine. You could say, I don't know. But that's my argument.
We absolutely can go about bashing religions, because that is the whole point, is that we're saying we don't know where the universe came from because we have no evidence to answer this question at all. You are saying you don't know where the evidence came from, where the universe came from. Therefore, I know that it was some guy. And then you're going on to make a bunch of other claims. Let me ask you this, Paul. What religion are you advocating for outside of this call? Which creator specifically do you believe in?
Well, I would just politely reject that. I mean, if we could get past the idea of saying whether you know or you don't know. I'm not a Christian, by the way, and I am a monotheist. But I mean, I'm sure by my name you probably think I'm a Christian. So you're talking to points about the Bible.
There's other monotheist religions out there, but that does tell me something. You believe in one creator. Why? Why not lots of them? Why not the fucking Ainur? That's a whole bunch of creators that sing the universe into existence. Why is it just one? Where did that one come from? If it could be a bunch of them.
Yeah, because polytheism, I believe, would not have order in the order we see the universe, right? If there was multiple gods,
it would be multiple order. Because there are clearly multiple super intelligent beings that can keep things in track. One super intelligent being would lose track of things. Bunch of them, they would be able to keep it all together. You need to have different bureaus and departments amongst the celestial beings.
Yeah, well, I would disagree with that because, I mean, why is there one president? Why is there one prime minister? Why isn't there multiple? I mean, even in
there's three. There's three branches of government. There's the one president, and then there's a shitload of senators and stuff because the one president can't be trusted. It's a bunch of things. See, do you notice that all I'm doing here? I'm using my logic. I'm using my logic and reasoning skills, and it means exactly as much nothing as what you're doing. Neither of us have actually neither of us have made a solid argument, nor any reasonable move forward towards believing in any of this shit. We've argued about what it might look like if it exists. And I can sit here all fucking day, Paul, and tell you how about if there are gnomes living under my house, their nervous systems might be made of cotton candy. And I can explain why that makes sense. And it doesn't fucking matter because there's no goddamn gnomes under my house, right? Or at least I don't think there are. Who knows? Yeah. So this is not a good discussion.
The flying spaghetti monster. Sorry for cutting you off, but it's the same argument for the flying spaghetti monster, right? There could be a flying spaghetti monster in some galaxy.
There isn't,
just
Paul.
ruling that galaxy.
Where do you think spaghetti came from? You think that blind random chance could make a species that can make spaghetti? That makes no fucking sense. It makes much more sense that there's a goddamn spaghetti monster. Do you see how this doesn't help anybody?
So yeah, I absolutely, I understand your argument, but there's no, I mean, is there any benefit of knowing whether or not there is a spaghetti monster? I mean, is that spaghetti monster communicated with us?
Absolutely.
Evidence? Really?
Very, yes.
Is there any
How
evidence
else
of that?
if there's immense amounts of utility to understanding the spaghetti monster. We need to understand patterns in piracy. The spaghetti monster directly controls pirates. And like, we need to understand that shit. And so there's huge utility. And even if it didn't, even if the spaghetti monster didn't control anything in this universe, at least I want to know where this universe came from. That's a valid scientific question. And the spaghetti monster answers that question and explains the origins of pasta. Like, to me, that summarizes so much that it just makes sense. Is this a useful conversation, or would you want evidence and data rather than just me bloviating and staring into my own navel?
Well, yeah, obviously, I would say, what's your evidence? Is there some kind of scripture? Is there some kind of writing? Is there some kind of evidence for this spaghetti monster? And then also, like, why would we believe in this spaghetti monster? Is he doing something? Are they doing something?
You haven't offered any of that for your God. You just said that you only need, you said all you need is your logic and reasoning skills. And the logic and reasoning skills that you've presented have been faith. So I'm presenting you at the exact level. It sounds like I'm strawmanning you. I'm fucking not. If you step outside of this conversation and look at it objectively, we are saying the exact same things. The difference is that I'm saying it over something we both agree is silly, and you're saying it over something that only this side of the table agrees is silly.
No, I don't think your argument's silly at all. I'm just saying, if you have evidence, and then does that spaghetti monster explain the origins of the universe? Because again, that's been my whole question, is like, what was there before the universe came in existence? Okay, spaghetti. So then maybe we have a different term. Maybe that is the creator. Maybe that spaghetti monster is the creator. I mean, maybe you're onto something here.
Right. Do you think we should believe in it?
Well, maybe you look at it as a spaghetti monster. I look at it as a creator. I mean, it's just maybe semantics here, right? Like, that might be actually the creator. Maybe the creator is
the spaghetti monster. Is the creator. The spaghetti monster created your creator. Your God does exist, and the creator of the universe is that God, and the spaghetti monster made that guy.
Yeah, so, well, then now you're going down a different term, and I don't follow that logic. But again, I mean...
Does it change anything? It doesn't change anything. That's the thing. I can sit here and come up with a million possible creators and gods and stuff and say all the exact same things that you have said in this entire call. I can say everything you said, word for word, exactly the same about the spaghetti monster, or about the universe farting pixies, or about the hippopotamus that eats gods. And that's how I know your God isn't real, because the God-eating hippopotamus ate him. And I can say all these same fucking things. Because ecology exists in this universe, it must exist outside of this universe, right? If there's a God, there's got to be something out there that eats gods, and something out there, like, there's a whole ecosystem of gods, and it means nothing because I don't have any evidence for any of those things. All I'm presenting to you is a faith-based claim of, I like the way this sounds, and it scratches the itch in my head of not knowing something, and therefore I believe it. And that's not a good reason to believe anything.
So I think maybe it's just semantics here. I mean, again, like, the definition of God, what's your definition? I think maybe that's where we start, because if, your definition of God could be loose.
Zareth Moonpaw in the chat had an amazing point. We know we have all this evidence for string theory. That string is spaghetti, bitch. And that's why we know the flying spaghetti monster is real. And so, like, now we have real physical evidence for this spaghetti monster, and it's more than you have for your God. Are we agreeing on the spaghetti monster, or can we agree this isn't how thinking works, Paul?
Well, no, I mean, I guess the concept, the spaghetti monster is not consistent. You're just kind of flipping it to whatever kind of suits your next argument point. I mean, if
that's
the spaghetti monster is uncreated, no, not at all. I'm saying consistently, it's an uncreated, uncaused cause, right? A creator that was here before everything. That's my definition. An all-knowing, all-encompassing.
That's what the spaghetti monster is.
Cause. Okay, so then we have the same
Nobody
definition.
calls the spaghetti monster.
Then maybe the spaghetti monster is the God that we're both talking about. I don't know how God exists or this creator looks like. Maybe it is.
That's the thing,
monster.
dude. That's the issue. Is that like I need you to just consider the fact that if your mental heuristic, if the logic that you are using can potentially lead you to believe that there is a giant flying spaghetti monster that created the universe, if that is a possible outcome of the thought process you are employing to understand the creation of the entire fucking universe, you might want to rethink using that thought process. It's a bad one and it's leading you to bad places. That's the thing about faith. That's why I keep pointing out that this is faith, because with faith, like what you are presenting, there is no conclusion you cannot come to. There isn't a single thing that you are not allowed to believe in and justify that belief in based on faith. Be it gods, be it pixies, be it spaghetti monsters, nothing. There is abso-fucking-lutely nothing that you cannot say and believe in based on the heuristics that you have presented today. And that's a major fucking problem. That's why it is an unreliable pathway to the truth. It is a good way to believe in dumb fucking shit.
Well, I absolutely agree with you. People can believe in whatever they want to believe in. And again, that's why we use our reasoning.
Based on your model, not based on mine.
What model is that? The origins of the universe? Or I'm not following.
No, faith. Based on your faith-based model, you can believe absolutely anything. Based on our scientific model, blessing or evidence, there is a limited amount of things you can believe in, and they're all fucking real.
I haven't one time argued faith. I don't know if I mentioned faith or...
Yes, you absolutely have. You haven't used the word, but that has been everything you have described.
Using reasoning is using faith? I don't know. I mean...
No, you're not using reasoning. You are calling faith reasoning.
So our discussion on whether there was an uncaused cause prior to the origins of the universe is using faith. I mean, we're using reasoning or logic.
What you're doing is using faith. No, I'm saying, and Morticia is saying, we don't know. We don't know what that means. We don't know what's out there. We don't know if that's even a question that makes sense given the laws of the universe as we understand it. We are lacking evidence, and so we are landing on, I don't know. We are honest and admitting something that we are ignorant about, and we are not pretending to know something that we don't. What you are doing is making a faith-based claim that I don't know, therefore there's this guy, and it's only one guy. It can't possibly be more than one guy. And this guy has certain rules, and that's why the universe is the way that it is, and all these other things that you have no fucking evidence for. You just have, you're not comfortable with saying you don't know, so you invented a reason, and it happens to be a reason that matches your cultural heuristics. That's what you got. That is a faith-based claim. And with that, we've been on this call for almost an hour, Paul, and we're talking past each other in circles again, and it sucks. Morticia, I leave it to you. Do you have anything to say, or do you want to move on to the next call?
All I want to say to Paul is that you are operating on an unfalsifiable narrative. No matter what Forrest says, no matter what I say, no matter what anyone says, you are clearly going to believe what you want to believe and justify it with, well, it's reasoning because rationality begets rationality, whatever the fuck that's supposed to mean. And using whatever mental gymnastics you need and you deem fit to justify what you believe. And you can believe whatever the fuck you want to believe, but I don't think that we are really supposed to indulge it. I think it's kind of a waste of time because you've made it very, very clear over the course of the last hour that you're operating on an unfalsifiable narrative. I don't think it's worth our time. So
that's kind of where I'm at as well. Paul, we've given you an hour of our time. I appreciate you calling in, but I really hope you consider what this thinking actually is. This is not logic and rationality. This is faith that you're describing.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you guys for your
Take care. Bye-bye. It was a nice, I don't have a person, he was a nice guy. It was a pleasant enough conversation, but it is frustrating to go for a whole hour and still not being able to see that like believing something that you want to believe because you want to believe it is not logic.
And just going in circles.
People in chat pointing out. We were, and it was kind of getting a little People in the chat pointing out that the word spaghetti is literally Italian for tiny strings. There you have it, y'all. That's it.
Flying spaghetti monster
prophecy.
confirmed.
Man, it's been wild. We've got people are still calling in. People are loving the show, and I'm loving that. Yeah, these Cus I Wannas, they're random. They're so sporadic. We spring them on people. We don't expect the views. We actually have the same views that we would get on like a highly watched regular show. We got about 2,000 people watching right now, which is usually a very big show. And so that I expect over the course of the week, that'll grow to close to 30 to 40,000. That's what you usually see on a show that gets this kind of numbers while live. And we've got lines are next to full. What a fantastic day. What an amazing time. Thank you so much, everybody, for participating and tuning in and everything like that. We're going to keep going. To the two atheists on the line, get comfortable because you're going to be there for a long goddamn time. Let's talk to, actually, you know what? No, let's talk very quickly because I think this would be helpful. Let's talk to Giddy, who is an atheist. We're going to take Giddy's call really quick. They've been on the hold for like an hour and a half anyway. Pronouns he, him, calling in from undulating toads, undulating toads. That's what it is. Toes was grosser. Undulating toads. We're talking about little froggy boys just getting at you. Giddy says, I have family members that are anti-science and transphobic, and I find myself getting influenced by their views. This will be a helpful thing for us to talk about. Giddy, you're on the line with Forrest and Morticia. How you doing?
Hi. Oh my goodness, you know my name. Hi.
Well, it says it on the screen.
No.
It's not your fault.
Okay.
It's not my fault either. It's just there.
Parasocial.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, hi Forrest, hi Morticia, hi producer person. Yeah, it's exactly as you described. I have I debate my anti-science and transphobic family members, and you know how do I say this? So part of that scientific method is like saying like I don't know or that I could be wrong kind of thing, and that part of my brain goes off when I'm debating my transphobic family members, and it just confuses me that I think I could be wrong when I debate them. So I just, any advice on that?
I mean, knowing that you can be wrong is a good way to be, but like allowing yourself to be influenced by people who are making bad arguments is not a good place to be. I don't know, Morticia, where do you want to start with this?
I think it's a good thing, or maybe I shouldn't say good thing. I think it is a good, I'll go with good thing, to approach conversations and recognize that, hey, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I could be wrong about this. Maybe I don't know everything. But I don't think that pragmatic attitude or that realistic approach means that automatically the people who are espousing dangerous rhetoric are right, if that makes any sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the big thing. Is like there is such a thing. There's a fallacy of the argument from adverse consequence, which is basically saying I don't like where this argument goes, therefore I'm going to assume that it's wrong. And you want to avoid doing that. You don't want to say these people are shitty and therefore the things they're saying are wrong. You also don't want to fall into another fallacy of saying these people seem like they know what they're talking about, therefore they must be right. What's good to do is to try to learn a little bit about this stuff. You don't have to be an expert. You don't have to go to grad school. You don't have to become some famous biologist or anything like that. But like dig up into some resources you can buy. We talked about this, earlier on, specifically about trans people, literally actual basic biology textbooks, like introductory level, talk about sex and gender and why they're different and why they're non-binary. I can literally pull up for you right now. I have about 6 textbooks within arm's reach from that discuss this, and I can pull up for you right now the like New Campbell Biology Concepts and Connections edition that breaks down. This is for like high school seniors, maybe freshman level, college juniors or college freshmen. That explains why sex and gender are different and that they're not binary. And like that's something that you can now go out and just dig into a little bit. And if it's anti-science in general, you don't have to be a scientist of every single stripe. I'm a biologist. I don't know jack shit about computers. But one of the cool things about science is that it works. So if I don't know jack shit about computers, I know the fucking thing turns on, and I know that it's allowing me to talk to you right now, and I know that the person who built it for me, which is, by the way, Jimmy Snow built this computer for me, I know that he knows how it works, and I can ask him questions about it, and he says words that sound right. And so, like, I can double check these things, and I don't have to be a software engineer or computer engineer to get it. So if you find that you have family members that are anti-science, pick your battles. You know, maybe you don't want to argue with them all the time, but definitely take charge of your own education, and don't let yourself be manipulated by people on any side of these things who wave credentials in your face or who, you know, try to argue. And you should be able to parse this out yourself, and at the very least know that the best scientists and doctors in the whole goddamn world are all on one side, and your family ain't on that side. So, like, who are you going to talk to? If someone walks up to you and says, I have a degree in this, therefore I'm right, fuck that person. But if someone can point to, like, hey, here's like the major academic consensus, this body of researchers are all pointing in the same direction, and like, maybe there's a reason to listen to it. Maybe there's a reason to take that seriously. Does that make sense?
Yes, I think.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Ah, gosh dang. I had so many follow-up questions, and you just answered them. Gosh dang.
That's what we do for a living, yo. We could have taken them one by one, but what you just saw here is two people who are really, really, really into education. That was love of the game right there, is what you just experienced.
Yeah.
So stupid. It's so fucking stupid. So, yeah, do you have anything else before we move on? I didn't want you waiting for much longer. Does this answer your question?
Yeah, it does, and several of them. Good job overachieving. I do have one more bit of a question, if I may.
Yeah. Please.
Yeah, so you did say to pick my battles. I am stronger in like other topics, such as I'm not going to get into it, but some of these topics are kind of atheist in nature, and if I were to talk to them about it, like such as, you know, talking about abortion or whatnot, I would basically be outing myself as an atheist. So kind of don't want to do that. So how can I discuss atheist topics without outing myself as such, or should I?
Good question. Let's start with abortion and just kind of use that as a flagship here to understand. First of all, I think the most important thing about when we're talking about abortion, that it's always got to be only dudes talking about it. So Morticia, don't worry about this one. I got it.
Okay.
But yeah, the men are talking. But when, like, say for example, on the topic of abortion, like, I think it's useful to point out that the religious argument should not be used. Okay? Because that is how we make sure that all of us are the most free. So whether or not I'm religious, I can say that the position of the most equal freedom is that it is a choice. By saying, I'm going to impose my religious belief in doing this, that is setting a dangerous precedent that some other religion could come in and then use their holy book to oppress me. And also, the position of it's a free choice does not preclude my freedom to choose no. I, as a Christian, can choose not to get an abortion as long as it is a free choice. But you, as a non-Christian, cannot have the freedom to choose to do it if I legislate my religion onto you. Therefore, the option with the most consistent freedom is choice and keeping my religion out of it. And that also protects me from being not in the religious majority. There are over 40,000 denominations of Christianity alone, and I guarantee different people in politics right now are different flavors of Christian than your parents, and they may not agree with their interpretation of Scripture. So the safest option for them is to practice their faith on their own and to allow everyone else to practice their faith or lack of faith on their own as well. That is a secular argument that you can make from a religious standpoint. That's how I would frame it. What about you, Morticia? Do you have an option or a different idea?
I think that you phrased that really well, especially like even just looking at the history of the United States. Like if we just focus on the US, we have a long track record of different religions oppressing different religions, even within Christianity. Mormons are a really good example of this. They were targeted by the government in the US and violently even. And so there's a lot of Mormon people who have a bad taste in their mouth about that. And that was done by the government in the name of religion and using religion to oppress other religious people. So it really is a slippery slope. I think that is a good way to lead into that conversation.
You can also, speaking of Mormons used to literally run the state of Utah. The state of Utah was the Mormon sanctuary with a Mormon governor who called himself this fucking prophet of God and like ran the state as a theocracy. And you see what that looks like when religion runs the government and it's not the religion you want it to be. They can have some pretty fucking devastating consequences and you can have a lot of violence. And so like, just, yeah, the secular angle is the safe angle for religious and non-religious alike. Does this answer your question? Does this help you?
For now, I'll let you get to other people.
Okay. Hey, that's for now is good. For now is good. Anyway, I appreciate you, Giddy. Thank you for waiting so long. I hope this was helpful to you, and we hope to talk to you again sometime.
Thanks.
Bye. All right. Let's keep going because we got so many other calls and I want to hear all of them. And there's still a couple of lines open. So theists, if you're out there, if you want to talk to us about your gods, if you want to talk to us about science, if you don't believe in evolution or the age of the earth or vaccines or the existence of trans people, call that number 720-619-2288. And if you do believe in gods, devils, angels, demons, the Bible, whatever, call that number 720-619-2288. We're here to talk to you. Let's talk to Houston next. Calling in from Tiny Nuts. Whatever. This is what it says on the screen. It says, regarding the tides being in phase with the moon, that had to happen by design. We're going to talk about why it absolutely didn't. Houston, you're on the line with Forrest and Morticia. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Never had a bad day.
Well, damn. Hell, boy, that's a good attitude.
Yeah,
so, yeah, I was going to talk about, so you know how the moon, we have the only moon like this in our entire solar system. It doesn't even rotate. And I think it's in more phase with probably the sun and the waters, like the tides. You know how it's in phase with the tides, the tides of season, they call it the tides of season or whatever. And I feel like that right there is a big help. Like if the moon disappeared, like it's going to cause havoc, right? Everything's going to go to hell. Like what in the world caused that? And is it possible that it's connected? And where it's leading me, I haven't really done much research on it, but there's a giant geode in the ocean. I was thinking like maybe the moon is some kind of giant geode, has a giant geode in it, and it's possible that somehow it's connected, and it's like phasing with the sun and the ocean, and that's like what is radiating all this energy that it takes to continuously build these storms that throttle out the greenhouse gases, and that is what promotes our life. There's
a lot there. There's a lot there that is not very connected. So I'm going to start with just the central basics. Unless Morticia, do you want to start or do you want me to start?
I just want to throw out there that I was going to start
by explaining the moon and then.
Yeah, I just have one quick point because this is definitely not my wheelhouse. So, with regards to like the moon having an effect on planetary stuff in general, if you look at Saturn's rings, if you look really closely at them, there are waves in the rings because of one of the moons and its gravitational effects on those rings. So I think if you consider that, you basically your entire argument about, well, only the Earth's moon has an effect on stuff on Earth kind of flies out the window. But I'll let Forrest take the lead from there.
Sure. So here's where I'm at, is that, like, you said a couple of things that were totally disconnected. I'm going to try to get to the heart of it here, is that you said that we are the only planet with a moon like this. That's not true. We are a planet that has a very large moon relative to our size, but it's not the largest moon relative to size. Chiron is the moon of Pluto, and it is so freaking big that the gravity of the moon moves the whole damn dwarf planet around. It is also not the only moon that is always facing the same direction with the planet. We call that tidal locking. And again, Chiron is tidally locked with Pluto, and there's other ones as well. So like that's not unique at all. As far as controlling the oceans or the tides, the reason why that is because the moon has some gravity. And so it is pulling the Earth towards the moon, just as the Earth is pulling the moon towards us. And the whole Earth isn't going to move towards the moon, but the water is light enough to be able to do that. And so you end up with this kind of football-shaped bulge where you have the Earth and you have the tides, which are pulled towards the moon, and then the other tides on the other side, because the Earth does pull a little bit in. And so you end up with this kind of football shape of the water that kind of circles around the Earth, pointed at the moon all the time. That's where we get the tides from. So what you're expressing here is just gravity. It's not a specific design situation. It's just how gravity works. And we can see that on moons of, say, for example, Jupiter, where we see that, like, Jupiter is controlling the tides on those smaller moons. You have moons, like I think Ganymede and Europa, if I remember correctly, have water on those moons, and we get tidal patterns because the planet that they're next to is so massive that it's pulling that water around. And so all we're doing here is we flip the script here on Earth. As far as the moon being a geode, that's extremely unlikely just because of what it's made of and the radioactive decay that it's gone through. As far as it being connected to anything around the Earth, that's a bunch of woo-woo stuff that sounds scientific, but it isn't really. And it's very common for people to buy into that stuff, but I would throw that shit out of your head because it's taking up too much space. Does that help explain a little bit?
Yes, that helped entirely a lot. I did not know about that other planet with the moon that does that. Oh yeah. Have you heard about the geode in the ocean? No. And what about all the salt?
I mean, this.
I just find that
here's the
strange.
thing.
Like, do you think the lot has an? Oh yeah, go ahead.
Well, so are you asking how the ocean got salty?
Well, no, I know how the ocean got salty. I'm just saying, I wonder if that had something to do with how strong the gravity effect is, especially with the sun always hitting the moon except for certain phases or whatever. Like,
so
I wonder
no, not really. So
it doesn't.
I don't know about any giant geode in the ocean. However, like, geodes are all over the damn place. You just need porous rock and salacious water, which you're going to have a shitload of that specific configuration in the ocean. Salacious water and porous rock is basically the ocean floor in a nutshell. And so, like, that's not concerning to me at all. And it certainly doesn't sound like anything magical. As far as, like, the saltiness of the ocean playing something into the tides, no. That's just gravity happening, yo. That doesn't sound like anything special. And what's really important to remember is that none of this points to any kind of design. These are all incredibly natural things that we see in other planets and other places around the universe, even just within our own solar system.
So you don't think? So do you believe that the moon was always like that, or do you believe it has changed the way it goes around Earth, like how it phases and everything throughout the entire year has changed so the destruction, or that, they say, from a meteor or whatever happened? Yeah.
So there was a large planetesimal. So you have a meteor, and then it gets into this big junk called a planetesimal, which is a baby planet type thing. Those collaborate together to make planets. And the leading hypothesis right now, our understanding of the formation of the moon, is that a planetesimal smashed into Earth early on, knocked off a big chunk of the Earth, which formed an accretion disk, a little like Saturn's rings, and then those formed into the moon the same way that the Earth formed. And so, like, what we see after that is, yeah, there was some change. If you look at the moon, you see light parts and dark parts. The reason for that is that when you have that material that's isolated like that, it's going to go through radioactive decay. Radioactive decay happens all the time here on Earth as well. It produces heat as these radioactive radioactive isotopes break down. You have this little ball of them out here in space going through this decay, and that produces a lot of lava flows. So for a little while, the moon was volcanically active as it was breaking down, and those dark parts of the moon are lava flows. So the lighter parts of the moon, those are the dusty old rock. The dark parts of the moon, those are ancient lava flows. Those are actually the youngest part of the moon, the youngest rock there in the moon. Very, very cool stuff. How do I remember that? I'm a damn scientist, and I just love this shit. And so what happens is the moon did go through some phase changes there in terms of like what its composition was chemically, but it didn't change in mass. And so you have or at least not a substantial amount that I would know about. And so it's going to behave the same way. As far as what you talk about phases of the moon, going through these phases, that's all just to do with its position around the planet Earth. So if you have the sun here, I've got my light box over here that's facing me. We're going to call that the sun. Here I've got my big stupid face. We're going to call that the Earth. And here I've got my fist right here. We're going to call that the moon. So right now the moon is perfectly between the Earth and the sun. That means the sunlight's only hitting this side of it. I can't see any sunlight on this side from the Earth, so we call that a new moon. If I put the moon directly behind me, well, now the sunlight is going to be hitting this side, which I can see from the back of my dumb head here, which is the Earth, which means this is going to be a full moon. And all the positions around here is going to tell me how much sunlight the moon is getting, what part of that sunlight I see from the Earth, and by proxy, how that's going to be manipulating the tides, how that's going to mean how long the moon is going to be in the sky, whether it's in the sky visible during the day or not. All of those things that come associated with the phases of the moon and the impacts they have on the planet, literally all of it, 110%. You can tie it back to just where the fuck the thing is in the sky at that moment. And if you keep track of that and you notice how the moon orbits the Earth and the phases that it goes through as it does so, suddenly all of this stuff becomes very much less mysterious, and it makes a lot more logical sense. It doesn't sound like magic at all. It's just normal, very normal physics.
It's like material collective, like how things work in evolution. Yeah.
Sure. So hey, like, for example, when we talk about the tides, that we call that an emergent property. It's an emergent thing. And so when we see something that's really fantastic like that, when we see something really fantastic, the tides aren't just caused by the moon. It's partially responsible the shape of water molecules and the things that water are made of. If oxygen wasn't so goddamn electronegative, then you wouldn't have polar molecules, and you wouldn't have molecules that are shaped like that, and you wouldn't have water being cohesive, and the tides wouldn't work nearly the same way. So like there's actually several levels of this that all go hand in hand together. And once again, when you learn all that stuff, it's not magic, and it makes way more sense.
I have one more question. This was something I was studying last night. I was watching the stars, and you can always see it. It looks like a star is moving across the sky. So I found the star with the telescope, and obviously there's more stars visible with a telescope than the naked eye. So I followed it. It was moving at first. And then, bam, it stops in a fixed position of like a constellation. And I wondered, what would that phenomenon be? How come you can see with the naked eye, and even for a moment in the telescope, whenever these clusters of stars are coming into view, how come you can see them move like that? Almost like it's moving in space by itself. And then it becomes fixed in like a constellation.
Are you seeing it move a large distance, like a whole, like several centimeters across the sky, or just a little wiggle?
With the naked eye, I watched it move. It was literally like if you take your hand and place it up, basically the hole is like 6 inches. The hole's 6 inches. Then I got it into view with my telescope, and it just moved like maybe an inch and a half, and then it was a part of a constellation. I was like, that, because me and my mom had been arguing about this.
You may not remember. Was the star twinkling or not? Was it a fixed point of light, or was it twinkling?
I don't recall it really twinkling. It was just like a dim blue, star. It was bright enough to see, though.
Yeah, so here's the thing. When you see lights in the sky and they twinkle, those are stars. There's a reason they use the song Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. Only stars twinkle, and that's because the light that they're producing isn't always consistent, and it's kind of fluctuating on the surface, and that light is passing through our atmosphere and being diffracted and reflected in all sorts of different ways. And so stars always twinkle. When you see something in the sky that doesn't twinkle, that's either a planet or a satellite. And so what you probably saw, if you saw a light that was moving, it's probably a satellite. And it probably got to a point where it just looked like it wasn't moving, but it probably still was.
Possibly. That is very possible. I considered that.
Yeah.
It just, me and my mom, we've seen quite a few phenomena in the sky, like air phenomena, and some of it, like, is very explainable, but then other, like, you know, how I did that study last night, that makes it a lot easier to actually see it closer like that. And then my theory was that it was just the constellations coming into time, into the seasons that are arriving, and, like, you know, by the calendar. Yeah. And that's basically
that's not really a thing.
You don't.
Yes, that's not really a thing.
Stars are they're always up there. They're not.
They're always
stars coming in
the same way.
Okay.
They are, but like new stars are born and stars do die, but that takes a long goddamn time. And it doesn't happen very often in our perspective. So, like, yeah, the stars more or less are always going to be fixed. Houston, you have a lot of really good questions, and it sounds like this is something that you're passionate about. I would encourage you to go take an astronomy course, or go on Amazon, buy an astronomy textbook from a couple of years ago, so it's not too outdated, but it'll be way cheaper than a brand new one, and study up on this stuff, because you're asking really good questions, and it shows that you would actually be a good scientist if you wanted to dig into this stuff. But I think you'd be surprised by how much stuff is just some shit that you heard that was colloquial or common speak or woo woo, that you'd be surprised, oh shit, that isn't real, and how much real shit you would be really excited to learn if you got into it. I think you'd have a lot of fun.
Yeah, I like to prove things, but I like to prove that, find out what's actually true. That's the main course,
that's so fucking important, and a lot of people don't. So I encourage you, go pick up an old, I'll show you mine. This was my undergrad. This was actually my 1000 level course, very early astronomy textbook. It's called The Cosmic Perspective. Mine's the 8th edition, and it's a loose leaf textbook that I had to put into a damn binder like an asshole. And it's great, and I learned a ton of stuff in my early education. And this is, like I said, it's a 1000 level course. No, it's a let's see here if I actually have the syllabus in here. I don't know, man. It is a 1,000 or 2,000 level course, really, really basic stuff that anybody can learn. And I can tell you that a lot of the stuff that I talked about with you today is stuff that you would get in here. And I say it's basic not to make fun of you and not to say this is so simple, so basic. I mean that it is accessible to you. It's stuff that you can learn if you take the time to learn it. So go on Amazon, look up an astronomy textbook. Make sure that it was published within the last couple of years. If you buy one that's brand new, it's going to be like a couple $100. If you buy one that's one edition old, it's going to be like $50. And I think it'll be worth your time to go through it and learn some cool stuff. I think you will enjoy it thoroughly.
So mainly, what stemmed my belief that the stars were coming into position, or like a new position in the arrival of our view or our solar system, or what they used to call the equinox. What it was because I was pretty sure that our solar system is actually moving, isn't it? And I thought possibly it was a phenomenon created from that. And maybe
our solar system is moving. Our solar system is moving around the galaxy, and it also, like, the stars that we see around our Earth are moving slightly from our perspective. The stars themselves aren't really moving any more than any other star is. They're all orbiting the same galaxy. So all the stars are in motion, and our perspective of them do change. The constellations do change. That takes hundreds of millions of years to cause a change like that. So, like, you wouldn't see that in a day. And also, I just found there's an organization called OpenStax, OpenStax is out of, I believe, Rice University, and they are free college-level textbooks online, or you can buy a printed one. And here they have the second edition Astronomy. I'm putting it in the chat right now, but you can just go to openstax.org and look for the astronomy textbook, or Google OpenStax Astronomy. It's OPENSTAX Astronomy. And this is a free college-level astronomy textbook that you can study and learn from all you fucking want and learn how this stuff works. And it's absolutely free. And you can even buy one. They're like $40 on Amazon if you want a printed version.
All right. Well,
anyway, with that, Houston, we're going to jump on the next call, but I really appreciate it, man.
Yeah, I appreciate it too. You've been very helpful and helped me directionally wise, and you got good subject, good, great observation. Wonderful, wonderful. Have a great evening.
Thank you, Houston. You too. Bye-bye. What a nice guy. Dude had great questions. I love that shit.
Such a great call. Yeah.
Such a great call. Let's jump right in to the next call we've got. We're going to talk to Ulrich, pronouns he, him, calling in all the way from Mexico. And this is all it says on the call screen. Trans ideology is not scientific. That's what it says. Let's talk about it. You're on the line with Forrest and Morticia. How are you doing today?
Oh, I'm doing fine. Never had a bad day.
Hell yeah. Love that.
Just a good line. Yeah.
So tell me about what you're talking about. Like what brings you to this conclusion? First of all, what is trans ideology? And second of all, please tell me why you think that it is not science to talk about trans people.
Trans ideology will be like a person with a penis saying he's a woman, and you declare that that's true. I would say that's not true. Things like that.
Okay.
So I would say that there are only two genders. You're one of them, and what you are depends on your physiology.
Okay. So I've just taken some notes here. You're saying there's only two genders, and that equals physiology, not anatomy, specifically physiology?
Anatomy would be the better word, yeah.
Okay, so anatomy, not physiology. And are you sure specifically anatomy, not genetics, just anatomy, or is it both?
Look, it's all of it, yeah. It's your chromosomes, your genetics, your anatomy, also your physiology. It's all of it. Yeah.
Okay. Phys and genes. I'm just going to put that. So, and you also said that a penis means you're not a woman, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, Morticia, do you want to start or do you want me to start?
You start, because you take it, and then I'll chime in.
Sure. If I'm talking too long and you have something, please interrupt me, because I want to hear from you on this especially. So we literally had a woman calling in on this show just a little while ago. She is intersex. She has XX chromosomes and a penis. And she is a woman and has lived her whole life as a woman. Are you saying that she's not actually a woman?
No, but she's an exception because intersex is a very rare phenomenon.
So when you say there's only two genders, what you mean is there's two and also some other people.
Yeah, but still, like this intersex person, she's a mix of the two genders. She's not something else.
So when you say there's only two, what you mean is there's the two and then there's also other things.
Then there are some rare conditions that are actually problematic, right. I guess.
So let's we'll come back to that. But once again, two and also some rare conditions is not two, right? We can agree on that more than two isn't the same thing as two.
Look, there are people that have only one arm, but still normally we have two arms. So
right. Typically we have two arms, and typically people are, male or female, but again, more than two isn't two. So I would not say all humans have two arms. I would say most humans have two arms. And I would say most people in the world are this or that. But when you talk about these rare conditions, it's important to remember that the conservative estimate of that, of intersex people, is 1.7% of the global population. That's numbers from the UN. So 1.7% of 8 billion people is 136 million people. That's a population the size of Russia, Ulrich. So what you're saying here is that we only have males, females, and Russians, but what that actually means is that there's only males and females, and we just don't discuss the Russians because they're weird. And that's not how thinking works.
That's not what I'm saying. You make it to sound like offensive. No, what I'm saying is intersex, is a rare condition, but it's nothing to do with trans, though. You brought that up.
No, it isn't. But it isn't to do with trans, but you brought up penises, which are also nothing to do with trans, because genitalia would have to do with sex, not gender.
Sex and gender are not separable like you think. They are the same.
Okay, if sex and gender is the same thing, if sex and gender are the same thing, then how would you classify someone with Swyer syndrome who has XY chromosomes and is fully anatomically female and gets pregnant and has children, which we have plenty of case studies of that? Is that person a man or a woman?
Like I said, that would be a woman with Swyer syndrome. Nothing to do with trans ideology.
And they have XY chromosomes. So are they a man or a woman?
That would be hard to say, but that has nothing to do with trans ideology, though.
That's what I'm asking you, though. No, it does. If you're saying sex and gender are the same thing, then this person is chromosomally male and anatomically female. So either you have to admit that some women have XY chromosomes, or you have to admit that some men give birth. Which one is it?
Okay, that's probably true, but that has nothing to do with people, how they identify themselves.
I'm going to ask you the same question again. If sex and gender are the same thing as you claim, Ulrich, then in the case of someone with Swyer syndrome, you have to say that either they are a man because they have XY chromosomes, which means some men can give birth, or you have to say that they are a woman because they can give birth, which means some women have XY chromosomes. Which one is it?
That would be a specialist appointment to decide that. In that case,
I'm asking you. You're the one making the claim.
But not about Swyer syndrome, though. I don't know a lot about that.
I'm asking you. I just told you everything you need to know. This is a person with XY chromosomes who has a female body and can get pregnant and give birth. According to your ideology that sex and gender are the same thing, your claim that you are making, how do you classify this person? You said there are only two sexes and they are the same thing as genders. So how do you classify this person? Are they a man that can give birth or a woman with XY chromosomes?
They are a weird condition that do not make up a rule.
That is not the question I asked you. Because if you just say they're a weird condition, then you're saying that they are a third magical sex that just doesn't fit in your classification system.
It's not my system, it's the world's system that there are male and
it's
female.
The one you're presenting. It's the one that you're presenting against two biologists who are telling you you're wrong. So if you're presenting a new concept here, you need to defend it.
It's not a new concept. It's thousands of years old or millions of years old. Male and female, two genders.
It is a thoroughly outdated, dumb concept that you are presenting as the truth, which means you need to defend your claim. You have two biologists here, two people who went to school and got degrees learning about biology, who are both telling you that the biological consensus is that the sex and gender are different things and they're not binary. You're telling us that that's wrong. So you need to now defend the claim you're making that the science that Morticia and I went to school and learned was incorrect. So for your worldview, if there are only two sexes and they're the same thing as gender, then we should be able to classify every single person into one of those two categories. If you can't classify every person into two categories, then there's more than two categories. You're saying there's only two categories. So we must be able to classify this person who has XY chromosomes and has gotten pregnant and giving birth. So are they a man or a woman, Ulrich?
Or maybe they are different and they are in both categories, but that doesn't make a third one though. It's not a third gender. They do not have a third gender.
Ulrich, one or the other or both is three things. That's three categories you've created. One or the other or both is not binary.
But yes, it is, because this person has male and female parts. There's still male and female parts, two, not three, not an indefinite number like you want to claim.
Is purple red or blue?
It's a mix of that.
Right. So is purple a different color than red and blue?
Yes, that comes by mixing that.
Right. So if I say I have red, blue, and purple clothing, say, for example, do I have clothing of two colors or three?
That would be of three colors.
Right. So if you say that there are men and women and a mix of both, is that two categories or three?
I think the example with colors is not the same as the one with gender.
I'm going to ask you the same question again, Ulrich. If I say there's men, women, and a mixture of both, is that two categories or three?
That's three categories, but two genders.
Right. Three categories, which isn't, say it with me now, a binary.
But yes, it is.
Two sexes and a continuum of variation between those two sexes is not a binary system. That's just bad labeling.
It is a binary system. We all come from two people of different sexes that had sex, and that's how we were produced. So it is a binary system. Everybody knows that except for scientists today.
Okay, so that is a very funny thing to say. Also, if that's true, and if there's only two sexes, then I will ask you again, how do you classify someone with XY chromosomes and a uterus who can get pregnant and give birth in one of the two available categories?
You could classify them as male if you classify according to the chromosomes. If you classify according to the uterus, then they would be female. That depends on how you classify.
You said... But that's why I asked you at the beginning how you do it, because you said that it's everything. It's anatomy and chromosomes and all these other things. You said they all go together, anatomy, physiology, chromosomes. If that's the case, then how do you classify someone when those things are... Oh, excuse me, I'm burping up gross shit because I'm so disgusted by the shit you're saying. How do you classify somebody who fits more than one category?
In one or the other. That would be the experts to decide.
But you just said, Ulrich, you literally just said that the experts are wrong. You just said with your own face that everybody knows what you're saying except for scientists. So what experts are you talking about?
Medical experts.
I have a master's degree in biomedical sciences, and it's very, very clear in our discipline that there are more than two genders, and that's not the same thing as sex.
Okay, then other scientists who I can take seriously who don't think there are a million genders, maybe they should decide. Maybe not you.
So when you say experts, what you mean is people who agree with you. You don't mean experts. You mean that when people agree with you, they're right. And when they say something you don't personally agree with, that means they're wrong. Is that how science works, Ulrich?
we observe reality, and if you agree with reality, we're right. If we live in our fantasies, we're wrong.
That's not what
That's
I asked you, Ulrich. I asked you, is that how science works?
I don't know how science. I'm not a scientist. However,
it's very evident you're not a scientist.
Reality.
We can tell.
It's not. No one is questioning. No, I promise you, no one is questioning whether or not you are a scientist. We all know you're not. It's very clear. What I'm asking you is it logical? I'll say, not scientific. Is it good behavior, good logical thinking to say that when someone agrees with you, that means they're an expert you can trust, and when someone says something that you don't personally believe, that means that they're not a real expert?
If they say a weird thing, I would say then you cannot trust them. Like I say, there are more than two genders. That's a weird idea. It's not scientific.
Do you think black holes exist?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Why? Have you ever seen one? Have you done the numbers? Have you gone and checked this out? How do you know black holes exist, Ulrich?
I just trust the people who do the science on that.
Oh, why? Why do you do that? Isn't it sound very weird to say that there's this thing in space that's so massive it can absorb light and take it away from? Doesn't that sound fucking weird to you? Did you know that we said that black holes were real for 100 years before we ever actually got any observable evidence of one? Do you think that's weird?
However, black holes don't go against common sense and reality.
Absolutely, they do. You're telling me that there's something out there in space that can steal light and can control, like, that all galaxies are organized around these things that break the laws of physics at their centers? That sounds crazy, Ulrich. Why do you believe it when scientists say something like that, but not when they say something else that you don't like?
I don't really know much about black hole. I don't think they break the laws of physics, though.
When you get to the core of a black hole, we don't have math to tell us what the fuck's going on in there. Our math breaks down. We don't know what's happening in the center of a black hole at all.
However, we know
do you
that
believe they exist?
They can produce children. Don't we know that?
Have you done that testing? Have you collected that data? What is your sociological or psychological or anthropological background to tell you what training do you have in either sociology, biology, biomedical sciences, anthropology, psychology, anything like that allows you to crunch those numbers and do that data?
You're committing the authority fallacy here.
Not at all. If I said this one biologist says trans people are real, therefore they are, that would be the argument from authority. I'm asking you, do you have any training whatsoever in biology, anthropology, sociology, psychology, biomedical sciences, anything?
My curriculum does not change reality, though. Whatever training
I'm asking you, do you have any of that training? I asked you, do you have any of that training?
Would it change reality if I did?
I'm asking if you do.
No, I don't.
Okay, and you also don't have any training in physics. You said you don't know anything about black holes. And yet, when it comes to something that you don't have training in and you don't understand, and you can't observe, and you can't crunch the numbers on, and you have no logical backing in your reality for anything even close to that, you're able to say, you know what? These smart motherfuckers over here figured it out, and I trust them. It has no impact on your day-to-day life whatsoever, and you're able to accept it. But when it comes to the academic consensus that sex and gender are different things and neither one is binary and they're not necessarily congruent, which again is in basic introductory biology textbooks, you say, scientists don't know shit. These experts aren't experts unless they agree with me. I know just because I think so that this is how nature works. Why do you feel that that is appropriate to be that unbelievably arrogant?
It's not. I grew up on a farm and there are only heterosexual animals and they don't believe to be the opposite gender. It's not natural. It's not true.
Why are we talking about sexuality now? We didn't talk about sexuality this whole time. What are you talking about heterosexual for? That has nothing to do with gender.
Yeah, right. But it would be the same thing to argue for.
Did you know, Ulrich, that we have observed homosexuality in over 1,500 animal species?
Really?
Yep.
Yeah,
So does
I
that
didn't know
mean that homosexuality is natural or not?
Well, look, for example, I've observed what you would call homosexual
I asked you a
rabbits.
question,
However,
Ulrich.
they're just used. Like maybe
I asked you a
humans
question,
also are.
Ulrich.
Answer the question.
Okay, what's the question again? I wasn't listening.
Oh, so you weren't listening. Yeah, so try to listen. See, that's why you don't believe in basic science, is because you're not listening to scientists who are trying to educate you here. We've seen homosexuality in over you should take better notes then. We've seen homosexuality in over 1,500 animal species. Does that mean that homosexuality is natural or not?
I don't know. I think not. I think the observations are wrong.
So when we see
something,
when we see a behavior that is ubiquitous across the animal kingdom, that's an unnatural behavior in your mind.
It's not. Like I told you, I've never seen that. I grew up around animals. It's not the case.
You should, yeah, okay. Another question about science, about the nature of how science might work. Were you a scientist or had any science training? You might be able to just think about, do you think that your personal individual life experience on a farm where you weren't fucking paying attention to these things because you wouldn't have had a reason to is sufficient evidence to go against the academic consensus of millions of scientists around the world gathering data for thousands of years?
That's not true. Science was not in agreement with you for thousands of years. It's a very new phenomenon. The thing that's going on there.
That's also not true. When you say science is not being agreeing with me, you are missing on the fact that it is only one particular kind of Western science that very recently started agreeing with this. In fact, there have been countless cultures around the world and throughout history that had more than two genders, that recognize transgender people. There are other scientists from other places in the world that have recognized this for a long time. Almost 100 years ago, we had Magnus Hirschfeld in Germany, who was a sexologist that had a whole library full of research into sex, gender, sexuality, trans people, everything. It was the first place the Nazis burned. So we have actually tons of research over a very long time that's been building up in this. In just Western science, we have 100 years worth of research into this, and it happens to be the place where bigots historically target first. You're just now hearing about it because it's politically salient. But in my entire academic training, it has not been controversial. It is controversial now, which is why you just heard about it and made up an ignorant ass opinion about it, despite the fact that you have no training in this area.
However, people define men and women. Men have penises, women have vaginas. That's basic knowledge. You learn that at elementary school.
Except for when they don't. Is that actually your definition? Ulrich, is that your definition of man and woman, is either penis or vagina?
Then you come with these weird cases where they have both. I know. And then I don't know what to do, but these are weird cases. Something went wrong when they were born or something.
I'm going to ask you the same question again and see if you have the spine to answer it. Is that your definition of man and woman? Is this synonymous with having a penis or a vagina?
I might say it's synonymous with having the male sexual organs or the female sexual organ.
Cool. You rebranded an organ. I'm going to ask you again. Are penises the male sexual organ, and therefore everyone with a penis is a male and everyone without a penis is not a male?
Well, are penises sexual, the male sexual organs? Yes or no? A question for you.
I'm going to ask you again. Are you saying that everyone with a penis is necessarily a man and everyone without a penis is necessarily not a man?
Well, are penises male organs? Yes or no? Can you answer that question?
Ulrich, this isn't your fucking show. I'm asking you a question, and you've been dodging it for 5 fucking minutes. Is that what your position is or not?
Penis are the male sexual organs. Vaginas are the female sexual organs. I say that 100%. You cannot even agree to that. What kind of science is that?
Ulrich, I have not either agreed or disagreed with you. I'm simply not stooping to your level until you can answer a fucking straightforward question. See, this is the thing that transphobes always do. Transphobes can't fucking tell the difference between can't and won't. You cannot wrap your head around me refusing to participate in your dumbass questioning, and so you assume that I am incapable of doing so. I'm not playing your fucking game. You called into my show. So stand up for what you actually fucking believe in. You're making the claim. I'm asking questions about your claim. If you can't defend the dumb shit you're saying, maybe you shouldn't fucking believe it.
Okay, now you've gone to the next step. It's just profanity and insulting. It won't work. Men have penises.
I haven't insulted you. I haven't insulted you. What did I say to you that was an insult? I called you a transphobe. I called you a transphobe. That was not an insult. That was a description. And I called your argument dumb.
Okay.
So I'm going to now ask you the same goddamn question again. And let's see if somewhere around Mexico you can find a spine to use for just a moment to answer this simple fucking question. The position that you are espousing seems to be that as long as someone has a penis, they are a man, and if they don't, then they're not. Is that actually what you are claiming or not?
I would say in almost 100% of cases, yes. There might be some weird shit that you will bring now up that's not the case.
Okay. So if you have a diagnostic for gender and sex that is not reliable and works sometimes, but not all of the times, is that a good diagnostic to go with and to use for this situation?
It works like 99.99% of the times. Then
that's not what I asked you. I asked you, is it a good diagnostic criteria?
Yes, it is. 99.99%
okay,
is
then
enough.
Let's ask you in your worldview, can you give me a definition of man or woman, either one, that does three key things that would be necessary for it to be a good diagnostic criterion, or whatever. Give me a definition for either man. I'm going to say man. We're going to start with man, okay? Give me a definition for man that does these three things. Number one, it must include all cisgender men and exclude all transgender women. Number two, it must exclude all cisgender women and include all transgender men. And pardon me, exclude all transgender men and include all transgender women. I will repeat this because I stumbled and I'll make sure I'm very clear about it. And number three, it must be based on purely physical characteristics. I will repeat that again because I stumbled and I'm not going to let you get away with saying that I was unclear. Give me a definition for the word man that includes all cisgender men and excludes all transgender men, includes all transgender women and excludes all cisgender women, and is based solely on physical characteristics. Give me that definition, Ulrich.
Okay, there will be an adult person with a penis and testicles.
Okay, you fucked up. You fucked up. You messed it up. That doesn't do that job.
I think that's an argument then.
You have failed at the definition challenge I gave you. Do you want to try for women? Give me a definition of woman that includes all cisgender women and all transgender men, excludes all cisgender men and all transgender women, and is based solely on physical criteria. Give me that definition for woman.
An adult person that has a vagina.
You blew it. That's not accurate.
This giggling.
Do you want to go through why?
Yes.
What do you call a person with persistent, who has XY chromosomes, a penis and testicles, and also has persistent Mullerian duct syndrome, which means they have all or some of a uterus and a vagina? What is that person, Ulrich? And if I swear to fucking God, if you just take the bitch answer and say, oh, they're just a weird exception, that means they don't, I'm just going to fucking move on to the next caller who actually is serious and has a fucking brain and a spine to go along with it. Because I'm so fucking bored of you copping out of this shit. Answer the fucking question based on your worldview. What do you call a man with persistent Mullerian duct syndrome?
Look, you're coping out. You're giving me this example. Answer me the question, what is a Mona Lisa man? You. Question for you.
So again, you're just not going to answer a fucking question.
I answered all the questions. You don't answer even one question.
It's not your goddamn show. I'm happy to give that answer to you. I'm happy to define that, but I'm just showing you, you literally just misdefined both man and woman. And when I presented you with one single fucking case that goes against your definition, you just fucking ignored it and moved on to, well, you need to answer this. There's actually, for real, in biology, there is an old term for exactly this kind of we call it a bitch move. And it sucks to see you doing it, Ulrich. I'd love to see you actually try to grapple with the ramifications of what you're fucking saying.
Okay, I just define what the man and the woman is and the person who fall into one or the other category.
Yes, and I presented you with someone who does not fall into one or the other category, and you bitched out.
And what does this even have to do? Okay, you present another of these cases.
Yes, you gave me a strict definition. You gave me a strict definition. I showed you where your definition is wrong, and there's actually exceptions to that. And you said, those are just exceptions. Then it's a bad definition, right. Ulrich. You gave a bad definition if it doesn't cover those things. I specifically asked for something that includes all cisgendered men and transgender women and excludes all transgender men and cisgender women. And you couldn't do it. You gave me something that is still able to have all these so-called exceptions thrown into it. You didn't give a good definition. You don't know what men or women are.
I know what definitions are. Every definition will have exceptions. That's normal.
But that's not what I asked you for. I asked you for one that was without exception, and you can't give it. And do you know why? Because it's not a goddamn binary simple system. It's fuzzy and complex, which is why it has a lot of variation and a lot of exceptions. Let me ask you a different question, Ulrich. If gender is a strict binary that's immutable and permanent, why do we have different gender presentations, different gender identities, and different gendered expectations across time and across cultures?
What weird question is that? We have them because of culture, but the gender identity and stuff, that's different. We were not talking about that.
If that was the case, if gender was linked with biological sex and gender and sex were the same thing and they're all based around chromosomes and anatomy and physiology, then there could not possibly be any variation in gender presentation, gendered behaviors, gender expectations, gender identity, gender, any of that. There would be none of that. There would be no variation whatsoever. And yet there is tremendous variation across time. And are you fucking kidding me? How much variation is there in chromosomal configurations?
Yes, there is, but it doesn't follow that there cannot be. Gender and sex is the same, and there are different presentations. I don't think that's
how many different. How many, if they're the same thing and they present in different ways, how many presentations are there?
What do you mean by presentation?
Oh, so you now want to step and actually define the thing that you just argued with me about?
I wasn't arguing about presentation. So what do you mean by presentation? So I can answer your question.
Just this whole time when I was talking about gender presentation and you were arguing, telling me I was wrong, you didn't know what that word meant. Is that what I'm hearing?
So you're just saying I don't know what I'm talking about. That's not going on anywhere.
I'm asking you why you were so confident in telling me that what I was saying was wrong when you didn't know what the word meant. How did you know I was wrong?
Okay, the presentations, like I understand them, is like men like having beards, women have long hair, maybe stuff like that.
Again,
right?
Ulrich, I'm going to ask you the same question again, and maybe this time you'll answer a question, because it seems that this whole call, you can't answer a fucking straightforward question until the fifth time it's asked. So let me ask you this one. What exactly is it that gave you the cojones to tell me that I was wrong about gender presentation being variable across cultures when you didn't know what that meant and you had to stop and ask me what that word was? Why were you comfortable telling me that I was wrong about what I was saying when you didn't know what I meant?
I know what it means, but I want to know what you mean by that so I can answer the question about how many presentations there are.
Cool.
I think
Let me just try. Let me go now back to the last question that you didn't fucking answer. If sex and gender are actually immutably linked, binary, inextricably connected, they're biological, basic, all these things, and there's only two possible options, then how do we have so many different gender presentations, gender concepts, gender norms, gender rules, gendered behaviors, all these things across cultures, across history, around the world? We have cultures with more than two genders, cultures with trans people, cultures with different gendered expectations, cultures where genders present themselves in different ways, cultures where genders have different expectations in society, cultures where genders have different norms. How is that possible if this is a strict and immutable biological reality that comes in only two varieties?
Presentations are not dependent on the sex and genders. Presentations are like characteristics, like they present themselves.
Okay.
You draw a line.
Answer the rest of it. Answer the rest of it.
No, just your question is wrong. It's based on a wrong conclusion that you draw. That because of different gender presentations, there must be different genders. No, there can be multiple presentations, but only two genders.
Okay, answer the rest of the question.
Okay, there are two sexes, two genders. The genders can present differently, but still there's only male and female.
You're still on presentation. Answer the rest of the question, Ulrich.
The question is answered.
You answered about presentation. I disagree, and I'm ready to get to why I disagree. But before I do, I mentioned more than just presentation. Answer the rest of the question, Ulrich.
I answered the question.
I'll just bring up again the parts you didn't answer. There are cultures around the world throughout history that have more than two genders in their cultural construct, that acknowledge trans people in their cultural construct and non-binary people. How is that possible that this has existed throughout time and space, cultures all around the world, for as long as we have records, and still today, in fact? How is that possible if this is a strict, immutable biological reality?
For the same reasons, there are different religions that you also claim are not true. People make stuff up. That's why.
So there we have gender presentation can be non-binary because people can just behave however they want, and trans people can exist because people can just believe whatever they want. Third thing, when we have in our own culture gender norms and behaviors also shifting, how is that possible if this is a strict and immutable biological binary?
Because it has nothing to do with the biology, but that doesn't make you being the other gender. So here we got to the core. What we're establishing
here is that in your belief system, that everything to do with gender besides just a person's body and what they are born with, all of that is actually a separate cultural thing, that your behavior, the norms, the systems that you live under, socioeconomic status, power, all of that is separate from the biology of sex. Is that right?
Amen. Yes.
What you just fucking described is why we separate sex from gender. Congratulations, you just discovered basic anthropology. Now, when we get into the topic of why these things are related and connected, let's try to just hammer home a little bit more difference. Is it possible for someone's sex to change during their life?
No.
And again, when you talk
Did my
about
answer question
sex,
is no.
when you
cannot
talk
change
about
your
sex,
ever.
when you talk about sex, you said that that involves both your chromosomes and also your anatomy and physiology, right?
Mostly, yes, in most cases. You will bring up... stop setting up traps. Can you just admit men have penises, women have vaginas? Basic biology.
What you call traps, Ulrich, I call fucking thinking. So here we are again. You said in your worldview that sex is broken down into anatomy and chromosomes and physiology, and you just said the rest of it, whatever the fuck that means, and you said these are all connected, right?
Sex and gender are the same. There are only two genders. Why is it difficult to accept that? You're a biologist. Why don't you accept basic biology?
Okay, Ulrich, let's see if we can get you to answer the same fucking question this time. You said in the beginning of the call that sex is broken down into anatomy and chromosomes and physiology and the rest of it, and that all of that is connected. Isn't that what you said?
Sex is biology. It's what physically is there. It's not what you imagine you are.
Ulrich, can I ask you a totally different question? Why does it take 5 times of asking you every single fucking question before you half-ass an answer? Why can't you just answer a straightforward question?
Because you said traps. That's why.
No,
and I
ask questions to show that you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You have a very poor understanding of biology, and you use that as if it's fucking doctrine, and it isn't.
Look, you can insult me, although I'm not a teenager, I don't care. But I know reality.
That's not insulting you, sir. That is describing you.
Yeah, you're insulting again. You're so smart. If you're so smart, why don't you get basic stuff in the world? Like there are two genders. You come from a man and a woman. You don't come from two persons of the same sex, ever.
Ulrich, I need you to take your emotions and dial them back about 5 levels. You're freaking the fuck out and it's getting concerning. What I need you to understand is that what you are arguing about here is actually basic biology, and you're fucking wrong about it. When the experts are telling you you're wrong, and your response is to say, well, the experts must be wrong because I can only possibly be right, it means you bought into dumb, illogical thinking that, as I mentioned earlier in the show, is absolutely no different than any anti-vaxxer, any flat earther, any creationist in the world. It's the same level of fucking ignorance and arrogance that those people express. The reason why I want to know why you can't answer a simple fucking question is because I'm hoping that for just one brief and beautiful moment, you will experience a little bit of peripety, a little bit of self-reflection, where you acknowledge the fact that every single time somebody who knows what the fuck they're talking about asks you a basic question about what you're saying, not even what I believe, what you believe, you fucking bitch out and dodge it and run away from it because you don't know shit and you fucking know it. You can't defend anything you're saying without just screaming and getting emotional and saying, how do you not get this? You're a fucking bad scientist. You don't believe me. I see it with my own eyes. How do you get it? As if that's a fucking scientific argument, and it's fucking not. It's weak, it's cowardly, it's ignorant, and it's fucking lazy. That is what you're exhibiting, is lazy stupidity over and over and over. And when I confront you with that by asking what you believe, not even asking you to account for me, asking what you fucking said. I've been asking for 5 minutes. What did you say? Did you say this? And every time I ask you what you fucking said, you dodge to some bullshit about how I can't answer your questions as if I fucking called you. Own up to what you believe. You don't know shit. And you fucking know it.
So if you go back to insulting whenever you're out of argument, your traps don't work, then you go to insulting.
What?
Put some blasphemy also there. That's what you do.
Ulrich, I fucking dare you to tell me one insult that I've actually levied against you. What is one thing that I've said that's actually an insult towards you and not just criticizing your bullshit arguments?
You say I didn't know shit. Isn't that kind of an insult?
Yes. No. That is describing you. If I called you a stupid, lazy bitch, that would be an insult. I'm saying you are presenting the arguments that stupid, lazy bitches present.
So can you admit
Forrest,
that
if I can jump in.
Yes, please, Morticia. Please jump in.
Yeah,
I really want to ask our friend here a question. Ulrich, I just want to ask you a question. So you said that you can only be male or female. Am I correct in that?
Yes, or intersex. But that's, like I said,
Okay,
a rare condition.
so you can only be male or female. Do you think that someone could be both at the same time?
Like I said, intersex people, yes.
Do you think that someone could be male and female at the same time? Yes or no?
They can be intersex. I'm answering the question.
Is that a yes
That's
or
not
a
a
no?
yes or no answer.
Look, you're setting a trap again. Okay, the answer is yes.
Okay, so they can be male and female at the same time.
For physical reasons, yes. Not because they
So
think
if
they are
someone,
both.
if someone can be male and female at the same time, therefore they do not fit into one category or the other, they fall into both, why is it such a problem for you if someone chooses to step outside of that a little bit and says they're transgender? Why does that bother you so much?
Because it's not real. With intersex,
How
it's
isn't it
different.
real
That's
if people can be male and female at the same time? If people's sex, I don't know if you knew this, people's sex can change without any intervention of their own due to genetic causes. Their sex can change. It's called sex reversal. If that can happen due to totally natural mechanisms through genetic means, why can't people choose to have their sex changed?
because if you can't. You can never
But
change
if people,
sex.
okay, I'll lay it out for you. I will hold your hand and walk you through this, buddy. If someone's sex can be reversed, if it can change through totally natural mechanisms, that means they are not taking hormones, they are not getting surgery, no action of their own, totally genetic conditions, their sex can reverse from male to female or from female to male. Why can't someone choose to change their sex?
They could choose that, but it doesn't make it real.
If
it doesn't
so,
happen
it's real,
naturally,
but it's
it won't
not real. That doesn't make any sense. If someone can choose to, if someone can have their sex reversed without any action on their own, they are not choosing anything. Their genetics, their bodies are doing this all on their own. No human input required. Why can't people choose to change their sex?
Because it's impossible to change your sex.
Okay, that doesn't make any sense. If it was impossible, we wouldn't see this happen through totally natural mechanisms.
Okay, this natural mechanism stuff, that's a rare condition that might be true, but you cannot choose, tomorrow I want to be something else, and you change. You cannot. Neither can you change your skin color or stuff like that.
I guess I'll just repeat myself. That's okay. If people's sex can be reversed through natural means, through genetic means, they do not even know that this is happening sometimes because we can't see our chromosomes and what they're doing inside of our cells. If this can happen through totally natural mechanisms, why can't people choose to have that done? Why can it happen naturally, but we can't choose for it to happen?
Are we talking about surgery?
We are talking about very real genetic conditions where someone who is male, their sex reverts to female through totally natural mechanisms. I mean that this person is not taking hormones. They are not receiving surgery. They are not taking any sort of medication. This is not because of anything that they are choosing to do. This is because of genetics and hormones in their body doing their own thing with no human intervention. Totally natural mechanism. If someone's sex can be reverted through this process, why can't transgender people change their sex?
Okay, that would be like, there are people who lose a limb. So you can choose to cut off your arm. Why shouldn't you do that? You shouldn't. Right?
I don't know why you're totally derailing to a completely different thing. Can you answer the question?
Yeah, I answered. I think you can't. You cannot
No, you
change your
answered the
sex.
question with something completely. You are derailing.
Okay, there might be some disease that causes that. Do we want to be diseased and do we want to get ill and have some weird chromosome stuff going on? Because we don't feel good about ourselves.
Now we're talking about disease, and when it comes to intersex conditions, there are more than 40 conditions that are classified that are considered as intersex. Not all of those are pathological. Not all of those lead to disease. Not all of those have any sort of negative symptoms, effects, nothing. So if you're going to talk about disease, we're having a completely different conversation now. I would really like if you answered my question. If people's sex can naturally reverse without any human intervention, why can't people choose to change their sex?
Because we are not able to do that.
But we are able to do that. I just laid it out now.
I'm sorry. I'm not going to cut you off. I want you to keep going.
No, you're fine.
It is beyond fucking funny to have you say, if this can happen, then why can't we do it on purpose? And he says, because it can't happen. And you say, you acknowledge this can happen, right? And he's like, yeah, that can happen. And you're like, okay, if this can happen, then why can't we do it this? Because that doesn't happen. And it's just over and over and over. Ulrich smashes his head against the wall of his own fucking ignorance. Over and over and over. It's fucking wild. Keep asking your questions. Maybe. It took him 5 times to answer anything from me. You're a woman, so maybe it'll take like 20. We'll see what happens.
So you
okay,
can't
here I'll ask you.
Not the same as it doesn't happen. It happens naturally. We cannot do it artificially. That's what I meant. I don't know why Forrest doesn't understand that.
Okay. So do you think? Let's take this in a slightly different direction. People's hair can change in color naturally over time. Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you think that someone dyeing their hair is wrong?
No.
Why is it wrong for someone to choose to change their sex if their sex can be changed by natural means? If dyeing your hair isn't wrong when your hair can naturally change color, why does that not apply to people changing their sex?
Look, if you want to change your hair color, you can buy some coloring stuff and do it, and then it is like that. But if you remove your penis, you're still a man. It doesn't change. What is artificially?
What if you saw someone with dyed hair in public? Would it be reasonable or appropriate to confront that person and be like, that's not natural, that's not how it really is? Is that a hill you think you should die on? Or would you be like, oh, that person did a thing with their body, neato bandito, I choose not to participate in this situation at all?
I just say it's okay to dye your hair. I don't know why bring that up.
Do you see the connection that she's trying to build here, where people's bodies can change on their own by natural means? People's sexes can change, and therefore also they can do it by artificial means, and it's equally valid because it's not your fucking business.
Forrest, why don't you let the woman talk? I'm always criticized because of that, and you won't let her take up the discussion.
That was a lazy fucking cop-out, dude. That was fucking lazy and pathetic and embarrassing. And that is the woman talking, just so you are aware of that.
I am.
Good. Glad we could establish that.
Okay. Do men have penises, yes or no?
Do I?
No, do men have penises and women have vaginas?
Do I have a penis, good sir?
I'm not asking about. Yeah. Now we're on Matilla profanity. I'm not asking about your penis. Is that the next
step?
What
profanity did I say?
It sounds like you are.
Talking about your penis.
Profanity?
Why are you talking about your penis? I don't want to talk about your dick.
Bro, you opened the door. Don't be mad that Forrest stepped through it.
I have been on this show for 4 hours waiting to talk about my dick. Would you please answer the question? Do I have one or not?
I will not talk about your dick ever.
You coward. How dare you?
I will not talk about your dick. Is that so weird? I don't want to talk about Forrest Valkai's penis on the show.
No, you just want to talk about everyone else's.
You just want to talk about
general,
transgender people's penises.
Male and female. That's what my point is. Observation.
Okay. Since you want to bring up male genitalia, I'm gonna ask you another question, and we'll see how long it takes for you to answer this one. Do you think all men have penises? Yes or no?
Oh no, I asked him this for 5 minutes a minute ago.
And
how did you answer her the first time? You fucker! How did you? I talked to you for 10 goddamn minutes asking you to get that, and you dodged the question every time. How the fuck did she get it out of you first time? How dare you? I'm offended. Oh, that fucking makes sense. He's reverse sexist.
If a man, so I don't know, maybe you didn't know this, so we can teach you some science. That's what we're here for. There is a condition called aphalia. That is when someone does not have a penis, but they have XY chromosomes. Are you saying this person is not a man?
Wait for it.
No, I'm not saying that, but I'm saying this person has a condition. You just said it. He has a condition.
So all men have penises except for when they don't.
Except for they have a condition that they don't have one, right?
Okay, so this is the issue.
Can I also ask?
Go ahead for it. Yeah.
I was going to ask, what about Givadose people who are born with a vagina and grow a penis later?
Another rare condition. Why do we make the rules based on
Take
exceptions?
a shot! He said it! That's a rare condition!
Yeah, because they're not the rule. There's no difference between the rule and exception. Okay. There are rules.
So again, all men have penises except for the ones who don't, and except for the people who get them later.
So, Ulrich, I think this is a fundamental misunderstanding that you're carrying into this conversation about biology and science. In the sciences, especially in biology, we do not construct rules, for lack of a better word, I'm using your terminology here, in this way, where we notice that there is a significant, a consistent outlier, an exception to what we thought was true, and then we go, well, that's nothing. We'll just put it over there in the corner, and we'll still insist that our category, that our system of classification, that our system of categorization is still true. We're just going to ignore all of those other stuff. Everything is still fine. That's not how we do things in the sciences. It's definitely not how we do things in biology, and this happens a lot, where we are observing life, we're observing the messiness and the fuzzy boundaries of life all around us. And we are confronted with the fact that our system of classification, that our system of categorization is wrong, that it doesn't quite accommodate everything, that there are outliers, that there are things that don't fit in to the boxes that we've drawn. Do you know what we do in that situation? We change the boxes. We don't go, well, that group over there, we're just going to put it over in the corner. We're just going to pretend like it doesn't exist because it's a rare instance, so it doesn't actually matter. We don't do that. We do actually the opposite, where we erase the lines around the boxes and we redraw them. So you coming into this conversation with two biologists, two scientists who are trying to explain this to you and not understanding that shows a fundamental misunderstanding of biology, of science, of the entire topic at hand. And it's not a bad thing to not be informed. It's not a bad thing to not know these things, but to then make a soapbox out of that ignorance and to just insist stubbornly and be bullheaded, well, no, you're wrong and I'm right because that's rare, when that is the entire point, that there is an entire group of people that, like Forrest said, encompasses the population of Russia, doesn't fit into these boxes we've drawn. It means the boxes are invalid. You are being bullheaded and stubbornly misunderstanding that, and it shows your fundamental misunderstanding of science and of biology as a whole. Oh, where'd he go?
I mean, that's I think his phone might have gone to sleep. Oh, for fuck's sake. Yeah, all right, we'll let you respond.
So,
let's hear how much of that you actually listened to.
I listen to everything. You are the ones that don't listen, just try to set traps and insult people. I listen and I argue.
Okay, so
and
respond to what I said. Respond to what I said. Curb your emotions. Take a deep breath.
Okay, can you make it a question then so I can answer?
I wasn't really asking for an answer. You can respond without me without me posing a question. It was a statement. You can respond without it being a question.
I'll give you a question.
What do you have to say?
Do you agree with what Morticia just said? What are your thoughts about what she just said?
Go.
That's the question.
How to categorize stuff? Yeah, that's how it's done, but nothing to do with the topic whatsoever.
You don't think this topic has anything to do with categorization?
No, the topic has to do with reality. That's what you don't get. I'm explaining reality to you.
Ulrich, you're not fucking serious at all. That's the thing. Like, you don't think that an hour long conversation about how many categories there are for sex doesn't involve categorization. You're just not willing to participate honestly in a conversation with somebody who knows more shit than you. Morticia just beautifully fucking laid out the fundamental bit about what science is and how it fucking works. Like, that was a fucking perfect explanation about how exceptions to the rules oftentimes help us reevaluate and change what we thought the rules were. That is the story of science, especially biology. If you know the first fucking thing about the history of biology, that's it. That is the concept of biology for the past several hundred years, has been everything is exactly this, except for when it's not. Well, fuck. Okay, well, I guess it's these two things. Actually, there's this other. Okay, well, fuck. I guess we got to redraw the boxes again and again and again and again. And I promise you, take sex and gender out of your fucking brain and talk about anything else in biology. I promise you, you can talk about how a couple 100 years ago or 50 years ago or 10 years ago, we had completely different classification systems. We used to call mushrooms plants. And then we learned more shit and we had to create a whole new fucking category for living things. We used to not have a categorization system for protists. And then we had to learn more shit and make a whole new kingdom for protists that scientists still argue whether or not exists in the fucking first place. We used to call everything a plant or an animal even when they weren't. And then we discovered bacteria. We had to come up with a whole new classification system for that. We're coming up now to the same situation where we have a totally new classification system for something, a totally new group of a bunch of information, a whole bunch of data over the past 100 years that is challenging this stupid, outdated way that we used to think. And Morticia just explained to you that that is not challenging anything significant. That is how science has always worked. That's not a new thing. That's not a scary thing. That's not an ideological thing. That is how science progresses all the time. And your response to that is, we're not talking about categories. We're talking about reality. I dare you to come up with a fucking lazier answer than that. It is very evident that you don't give a fuck about any of this. You care about your feelings and you care about your opinion. You don't care about facts. You don't care about science. You care about nice stories that make you feel good. That's it.
Do you care about facts?
Absolutely. That's why I got 6 motherfucking degrees studying facts.
Whoa. Yeah. How do we know Forrest probably has a dick? How do we know that? To come back to your favorite topic.
Why are you obsessing over this man's
finally!
genitals?
He's finally talking about my dick.
Yes.
I tell you what, Ulrich. I tell you what. I tell you what, Ulrich, we've been on the call for a goddamn hour, and I am going to leave it at that. I tell you what, though, I think you should continue thinking about my dick. Consider it all night long. Think long and hard about my dick. Think long and hard about my dick, Ulrich, and call back and tell me what you think about it next time. Bye-bye. What an unbelievable fucking waste of time.
Wow.
But it was fun.
Incredible. That was exciting.
The man really cares about dicks. The man really, really cares about dicks. And there's no shame in that. We don't kink shame here. No. We don't mind.
No.
But if we do make a clip out of this, I hope that it's just called the dick call. And that's the whole thing.
You know, I hope so too. I think that would be the most appropriate, the most fitting title for that.
Right. We've got 4 calls left, and we have got people in the screening room, and we got all sorts of, and you and I both agreed that we were trying to get out of here by 10. So we got 45 minutes to burn through these last people. And do we have super chats today? Are we doing super chats?
Yes, we do.
Motherfuck. Okay. So we got to go real fast. We're going to go real fast to these people. And I think we're going to go and close lines now. We've got, we're going to take only the atheist callers that are on. I think we have 2 callers that are atheists that are waiting to those people. To the person who's calling in, who is deconstructing, please call Recovering from Religion and talk to them. They might be able to help you. To the other person who says, why are theists so hung up on trans people? It's the same reason they're hung up on everything else that challenges their narrow, shitty worldview. It's just not, it's not news. But thank you for your call. Really quick, let's talk to this person. Todd, we have 1 theist and 2 atheists. I'm going to take the atheist first, and I'm going to take the theist last because they've been waiting the shortest amount of time. Let's talk to Todd, who's an atheist who says that he has a theory of everything. Todd, you're on the line with Forrest and Morticia. What's going on?
Hello. Thanks for taking the call. I've kind of been playing around with like a new theory of how everything can work on a small scale, large scale, and beyond. And I was just trying to see if it has any validity or anything. So, yeah.
Well, you're talking to 2 biologists, so we're not going to be able to help you with a lot of it.
Yeah, I understand that one. I also wanted to quickly touch on your philosophy of smileism, if I can. I'm trying not to take up too much time, but
sure,
I've been interested in that.
Yeah, we'll burn through it. We've been on hold for 3.5 hours, so we'll cover as much as we can as quickly as we can, and then we got to do super chats.
Yeah.
So start wherever you like.
One you would rather address first?
Nope. Whatever's most important to you.
Okay. Well, I guess first my theory of everything would be I've noticed a lore that seems pretty universal of an individual affects a system, and then the system in turn affects an individual. So you can sort of apply that to almost everything. And if you do, you can kind of assume that our universe has something influencing it, and we're influencing that, which is what I think is like the theory of a multiverse.
Okay.
And
my immediate issue with that is that everything you're talking about, that everything is mutually influenced, all of that happens within the universe. So I would immediately have a problem and say that if you're saying the entire universe must then be influenced, I would say that there's no reason to say that isn't self-contained. Rock, paper, scissors, everything influences each other, and none of it needs external help of further influence. So in this universe, everything could benefit or could influence each other, and it could be a complete cycle where everything in the universe influences everything else in the universe, and you don't need an external thing.
Yeah. Okay, so there'd be a simple way and a complicated way of saying that. Have you heard at all of Brian Cox's theory of what caused the Big Bang?
No, nor am I equipped to grapple with it.
Basically, he just believes it created itself. It's a self-creating thing, but it is its own cause. And in that kind of system, it would be circular, and the Big Bounce theory with all the Big Bang recreating the universe rather than it just being the beginning.
Okay. What does this do for us?
Sorry. Because of this, you can kind of take a lot of things and apply it to things like consciousness and kind of ask why things go in that way. And sorry, I'm really trying to keep it simple. the main thing with a theory of everything is meant to be like a unifying cause or purpose or meaning to everything, correct? Like that's what the point of it is?
I guess. That you have one unified explanation for literally everything in the universe.
Yeah. Basically, everything is trying to get to a state of more potential. Like, we're trying to refine ourselves, broaden our horizons in, I think, every single case through deviation and complexity, like with atoms, with stars, with planets, with us, with our mental state. It's all just trying to get more potential.
I don't understand what that means.
Like, when I'm trying to get a job, I'm trying to broaden my opportunities and my potential to do better things. And it's the same with things like a star. It goes through different generations so that it can gain more potential and do greater things and influence. Is it not like
I think that's
that, or am I mistaken in some way?
It goes through different, like, there are levels of where the star is creating new nuclei. So nuclear synthesis does have like phases, I guess, for lack of a better word, to say like it's getting heavier and heavier elements. But then the star inevitably would explode at a certain point. So I guess that's not really potential. That all of this just follows physics. This is not. It's not like the star is like trying to do anything. And when we talk about potential, it sounds like you're saying it can make more stuff with different ingredients. But that's putting like a value statement on the universe, and I don't get what that is. Are you saying like going against like entropy when you say potential?
Yeah, I guess so. Like,
okay, well, it's not doing that.
Oh, like, do things not get more complex and deviate and become more varied so that they can counteract the force of entropy?
I mean, not in the way that I feel like you're saying. I'm also not a physicist, so I'm not really equipped to really break down entropy in that exact way.
Yeah.
Do you have anything about biology to do with this theory of everything that I could help with? Because like, I don't think I'm the guy. I think you should talk to Aaron Adair about that.
Yeah, I've tried 3 times to try to get on a call with him, but it hasn't worked out. But maybe we should just go off that topic. And I just have a couple questions about your personal philosophy of smileism. I think you've called it in the past.
Okay.
Does that have like a traditional variant or equivalent that I can look more into? Like, I've looked a lot into nihilism itself, and it has a few branches, but I've never found one that resonates with your philosophy of smileism.
My philosophy is largely, so smileism, for those who don't know, my philosophy is largely influenced by cosmic nihilism and ancient stoicism. And so I don't think that there's any meaning to anything in the universe or meaning to life or any of that stuff. I think that we are born to die and that there's nothing after that. I don't think that things like justice and law and society and anything actually are real. They're constructs that we make up. And so I don't think that I'm important or special. I don't think anything in the universe is important or special. So I have a very nihilistic framework based upon a cosmic perspective of understanding that the universe is very fucking big and this planet could be eradicated in the most heinous way possible, and it means nothing on the grand scale. And yet I'm also like literally the happiest person I know, because that's an amazingly freeing thing. And I love life and I love like just having fun. And I think that it's up to you to choose what kind of person you're going to be and what kind of impact you're going to have in the world. And I believe strongly about the ancient Stoic philosophy that you don't get to choose circumstances, you get to choose reactions. The only thing that you actually have control over is your attitude and your effort. And so I think death smiles at all of us, and the best thing we can do is smile back at it and live our lives being happy. And so smileism is kind of the name that the chat and I have created. Yeah, chat and I have kind of agreed with this concept of, we call it smileism. You're asking if there are any actual analogs to that? Yes. Look up Seneca the Younger and Epictetus and Marcus Aurelius and other ancient Stoics and listen to what they say about discipline and about how you are the sculptor and the marble and you have to carve yourself out and it hurts and there's no change without pain and you have to accept that and you have to be willing to deal with what life gives you and not let life change you. You change your life and all these things. You also have to take a very existential nihilist approach of looking at like what really exists and what really matters. I recommend the great philosopher Rick Sanchez, who talks about how nothing fucking matters and yeah, and none of this is real and you just you're in this universe and fuck you for being in this universe and it doesn't matter at all. And I would also look into a little bit of absurdism and a little bit of existentialism, which are all about finding your meaning in the meaninglessness and yes, and laughing at your circumstances. Those are what I would do. But I'm not a philosopher, as is probably painfully evident to all the philosophers listening. Those are the things that I value. I also, a little bit of Thomas Thoreau, a little bit of Henry David Thoreau in there as well. A little bit about self-determination and self-reliance and all that.
I'll definitely watch this and write all those down and look more into them.
Yeah.
What I personally follow is something what I call post-nihilism. I found that an apocalypse situation is very allegorious to nihilism, the destruction of meaning, value, structure of your mind, allegorious to the breakdown of structure, meaning, and order of society. And what you would do in a apocalypse situation kind of reveals your values, your priorities, things like that. So I say I live post-nihilism, kind of living in a world where I can make my own meanings out of things, even though everything's destroyed and meaningless.
We talk about when we talk about morality with theists a lot. And they talk about like, oh, where do you get your right and wrong and all this stuff? How do you know morality and something Jesus noises? I like to bring up Kohlberg's model of moral development, where the most basic moral development, the most basic kind of morality is master told me to do this. I don't want to get hit. I want a cookie, whatever. That's the most basic level of morality. One level above that is society is doing this. I don't want to be outcast. I don't want to be embarrassed or ashamed. I want social credit. I want to move up in my position, whatever. So I'm going to do these things because it's normal. And then the highest level of moral development is the understanding and application of universal moral principles. I value bodily autonomy. Therefore, I'm not going to murder and rape, and I'm going to be pro-choice and things like that. You know what I mean? And I'm able to apply this universal principle of autonomy across lots of things. And so that is a great way of looking at it. In the apocalypse, what happens? My moral principle is that I think that people have the right to bodily autonomy. Therefore, I am no different without a government telling me what to do. In that situation, I am still not going to go make slaves of people than I am right now. And so whether or not the law is involved, whether or not the government's involved, whether or not society is involved, whether or not there is a carrot or a stick, this is where I'm at. And I think that's a great way to look at it. And it absolutely helps as in terms of a nihilistic perspective and also an anarchistic perspective, because I also, in terms of philosophy is concerned, I am also an anarchist and I am also a socialist for the same reasons, because I don't believe that authority should exist without great justification. And I don't believe that, society should be structured for the benefit of some, but should be structured for the benefit of all. And so like that all comes out of those same universal principles that I think you should continue exploring. What do you think about all this, Morticia? It's been 13 minutes of me fucking rambling about my own farts and how they smell. Do you have any ideas?
I will be so honest. I'll be so blunt. Philosophy and all that stuff goes right over my head. I read a little bit of like nihilism and some stoicism and stuff, but like not enough to weigh in on this conversation in any way.
That's how I feel most of the time. I made the mistake of talking about this too much, and now it's something that I've had to think about enough to talk about on shows like this. But yeah, also I would talk to J Mike. You know, J Mike's another host. He's usually over on AXP, but I think he's been on this channel before. If he isn't, he should. He's a really cool guy, and he's really well versed in a lot of philosophical arguments, and I bet he'd be really cool on this.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think that's all I had to say. I'll try to call back in when Aaron or that other person is the host. Thank you both very much.
Aaron or Blitz, they're both amazing at this.
Thank you for taking my call and putting up with those other people today. That some of that stuff was a bit hard to listen to.
It is my pleasure. I'll talk to you later, Todd. Thanks so much for calling in.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Bye. And we got one call left because the other person dropped. The other person was calling in to ask about dire wolves. Go listen to our call about dire wolves. We already took one. And then we got Walter, pronouns he, him, calling in from Nancy Calvin. Who's that? Walter?
I don't know.
Who the fuck is Nancy Calvin? Oh. What a weird thing to put as where you're from. Is that your mom or something? Why would you, I don't know. It wants to talk about evolution with us. Walter, you're on the line with Forrest and Morticia. You're our last call of the day, so you better make it good. How are you today?
I'm great, Forrest. How are you?
I'm awesome, man. I'm awesome. Very happy to be here. Happy to be alive. I've literally got to talk about my dick with the transphobe a minute ago. And I don't know how this night could get much better, man. Tell me what you're calling in about. What's going on?
Yeah, well, just real quick, because I was listening and I heard you describe your idea of smileism. And I just want to say, I think, even if you don't, I think you're important and special, Forrest. And for anyone listening, I think you are too. Personally, I don't mean to argue about it, but personally, I don't think you should let anyone tell you otherwise. But yes, I do. So I do want to talk about.
Yeah, strongly disagree. I am neither important nor special in any way. But thank you for sharing your opinion. If you want to talk about it later, we can. But no, I am just another asshole out of 8 billion assholes on this planet, and pretty soon I'm going to die. And not much longer after that, everyone is going to forget about me. And even if a few people remember me, those people are also going to die very soon. And so, who am I? Literally nobody.
Well, and, for another time, then, yes, there's much to say there. But yeah, so I know we're short on time here, but I guess maybe we could just take it piecemeal. But I really enjoyed our conversation last time with, I think, Dare was his name, and I did want to pick back up on because I would be very happy if I could be disabused of my, I've been persuaded by this argument. And if I could be persuaded out of it, I don't want to be wronger any longer than I have to be. So, so I guess
I don't remember anything from our conversation last time. I'm going to be real with you. And it's just because I do so many of these shows and talk to so many people. So give me a primer on where we're at.
Yeah, absolutely. So I had an argument that I think if successful, it would show the theory of evolution to be self-defeating. Had it formalized it as a syllogism, and now I'm wondering, well, which premise should I reject? Can I reject one of the premises? If not, the conclusion.
If I remember correctly, you're saying that under the evolutionary framework, I'm trying to remember this. Under the evolutionary framework, our senses need not be reliable or give us accurate information about the world around us. Therefore, if we assume evolution is true, then we must also assume that we cannot trust our perception of the world around us, including our perception with which we judge that evolution is true. Therefore, if we believe evolution is true, we have no reason to believe that evolution is true, and that is self-defeating. Is that an accurate summary of what you said last time?
That was basically it. I would phrase the first premise slightly differently, but yeah, essentially you nailed it.
Mine like a fucking steel trap. You hear that shit? if that steel trap were incredibly juvenile and inappropriate at all times. That's
I will give you
okay,
that.
so now that we've got that, where are we going with, like, what premise do you want to argue? Because I think we talked for an hour about why I don't believe any of that is reasonable.
Yeah, we did. And I guess just the starting question here would be, do you, because I remember a lot of the, what we said last week, what you guys said. And I guess I should have asked back then, were we primarily trying to object to the first or the second premise, or were we switching between the two?
My position on that is, I believe I said last time, but what I definitely say this time is that is neither valid nor sound as a concept, because that doesn't necessarily, the premise doesn't necessarily lead to the conclusion, nor does any of it invalidate whether or not evolution is actually real, and more importantly, none of it gets to whether or not any deity is real or creationism is real. Even if I accepted that this is accurate and therefore I don't know that evolution is true and I completely reject evolution, doesn't do a one bit of good for creationism. So I don't see this as a productive thing.
Well, I agree it doesn't get us to creationism, so I guess I see it as productive in that we can start with validity, but just one comment first. If the argument works, if it's valid and sound, so if it's sound, then the conclusion, I think, is very significant. And I think you agreed last time that, sure, if we could have a successful argument that showed the theory to be self-defeating, as John Carroll, the physicist, says, that would give us good reason to discard the theory and immediately look for any alternative that could potentially fit the bill instead. So if it were to work...
I apologize to you, Walter. Like I said earlier on, we had a transphobe on and we ended the conversation on arguing about whether or not I have a penis, which is very funny. And now the goddamn chat poll is, does Forrest have a penis? And 122 of you so far have voted. And you know what fucking sucks? 20% of you are wrong in your thinking, at least, because the answer is maybe. You don't know. You don't have evidence in any direction. I've yet to release an OnlyFans. You don't know. You should be clicking maybe. How are you? 161 of you. Why are you participating? And why would you choose those options? What's going on? What is this channel? What is my life? Go on, Walter. Tell me about evolution. Fucking shit, dude.
Yeah, so I guess it would okay, trying to get back into the yeah, so
yeah, you and me both.
Yeah, so I guess we should probably start with validity, right? Because that's where I would think it makes sense to start. So if we start with let's just forget the argument for a second and imagine very simple argument.
310 votes on whether or not I have a dick. Go to bed. If you voted in that, go to bed. You're just
a lot of input. Yeah. So so if we have an argument that says P, first premise P, second premise, if P then Q, conclusion Q, and there's no equivocation going on, right? Then that would be a valid argument, right? A classic example, right?
Yeah. Something like that.
Okay. And so, from my perspective, that is how my argument is structured. We have the first three premises, which we could just combine all together, right? We could say this and this and this and make it one premise. Call that P, right? And then premise 4 it will not be premise 2, and it says, if P then Q, it says, if the first three premises, which is now one premise, if all of that is true, then this theory is self-defeating, conclusion is self-defeating. So it seems to me that structure is completely analogous and therefore valid.
Okay. I want to just get into the actual meat of it here. Holy shit. So that's my brain. Yes, so the way we structure an argument, if P then Q, P so therefore Q, and all that, great. The problem is you have not given us, you have not actually still given us something that is valid insofar as saying that this is self-defeating, because the whole point of biology is to get out of our own perception. We talked about this earlier. I think we talked about it on your call as well, where we don't need to rely on our senses or our perception, regardless of how inaccurate they may be. That's why we have math. That's why we're able to actually like quantify data and like really actually analyze data. So we don't need to say, I just perceive evolution. We can actually like collect data on evolution and then crunch those numbers and show that the shit is happening in ways that make sense beyond what our feeble monkey brains could possibly do on their own. That's why we know most things about the universe nowadays.
Great. And so you said that this is all reason to think the argument is not valid. I think you meant sound, right? Because it sounds like, okay, fine, it's valid, but sound, which is...
No, I mean valid as well, because the validity of the argument is if the premises necessarily reach the conclusion, and they don't. So even if I accept the premise that our evolutionary trajectory need not make our perception reliable, that doesn't lead me to the conclusion that therefore my perception of evolution is unreliable, because I have more reliable means to analyze nature, and that overcomes my mere perception of nature.
Well, but
and also I don't think that it is sound.
Right. Well, I think all of what you're saying here is an argument against it being sound, but not valid, because what I hear you saying is here's all these reasons why one or more of the premises aren't true. Now, I know you said, also the conclusion doesn't follow, but so let's just stick with validity for a second. Again, if it seems to me, we can think the premises are wrong, right? But validity doesn't require the premises to be true. It just requires the form of the argument, the structure, to be using valid inference rules, right? And so the one we're using here is, I forget what it's called, but it's where you go P, I think it's modus ponens. P, if P, then Q, therefore Q. And so are you saying that my argument does not, in fact, follow that structure? Is that what you're saying?
More or less. It's difficult to keep up with a theory rhetoric. It really is, but I'm pretty sure that's what I'm getting at, more or less, yes.
Okay. Well, so I would invite us to just for a moment abstract away from all the details of the argument and evolution, and just consider we have three premises and then a fourth one that says if the first three are true, then the conclusion follows, right? And so we can just simplify that and combine the first three premises. Mm-hmm.
But I don't agree that if those premises are true, then the conclusion follows. That was the whole thing. Morticia, what do you think about this? I feel like I'm just stuck here.
I'm pretty sure that half of my brain has turned into a puddle and is on the floor. That's what I have.
I appreciate you trying, Walter, and I'm not dismissing this, but like, holy fuck, it is rough digging through the theory talk and then into actual reality. I would much rather stick with actual reality, what we're talking about here. That'd be much more useful for me. But if we gotta do this, we gotta do this, because I don't want to just say fuck you and hang up. But like, man, it gets real pedantic, real weird, real quick.
Yeah, so let's just go step by step, and if we end up having to just change tracks, I'm open to that. But let's just so if we start with the simplest example, right? P, if P then Q. Well, let's if P then Q, P therefore Q, right? We agree that that's a classic example of valid. Okay. That's the thing. So now So now we're just going to do some substitution for each of the terms, right? Like in math in grade school, right? So we're going to swap out for P. We're going to say that's P is three premises joined together, or one premise. You can just say this and this and this.
Sure.
Either way, we're going to call that P. Okay.
Sure.
Okay. And then we're going to if P then Q is equivalent here to my premise 4, which is saying if P, and again, P is the first three premises, then Q, and Q is the conclusion. right? That's premise 4. Premise saying if the first 3 premises are true, then here's this conclusion.
Right, we're all on the same page.
And now, okay. So you do think it's valid?
No, because in order for it to be valid, then the P things would necessarily have to get to the Q. We agree that that is the structure of a proper argument, and we agree that that is the structure that you are following. We do not agree that your 3 premises necessarily lead to your Q, nor do we agree that your Q is an appropriate reality. Therefore, it is neither valid nor sound. You are following the structure, but you blew it on what the actual argument is.
Well, let me try a more middle example between the.
So that's why I would like to stick to the argument itself rather than agreeing to the structure of the argument. We all agree to the structure of the argument. I'd rather you stick to the argument yourself, so that way we can talk about why the things you've suggested are not accurate premises, nor do they lead to the conclusions you're saying they do.
Well, so if we answer me this first, if we were to assume, I know you don't agree with this, but if we assume all the premises are true, it seems like we have to accept the conclusion, because premise 4 is one of the premises, and what premise 4 says is if the first 3 are true, then the conclusion necessarily follows. So if you're accepting 4 and you say yes, you're nodding your head to 4.
So then it's not a premise; it's a conclusion. That's the thing, man. Is that
mistaken.
If so this is how we know it's not valid, because yes, if I accept all the original 3 premises that our perception is necessarily not reliable, and therefore the perception that is unreliable that we are using to perceive evolution is unreliable, and therefore our understanding of evolution is unreliable. Even if I accept those 3 things, it does not follow that evolution is therefore a self-defeating idea that we can't know anything about. That doesn't follow. So that is a non-valid argument. And also it is not sound, because also evolution is real, and what you're saying does not match reality.
Well, I definitely want to get to the question of its soundness. But so I guess I feel like, do you ever watch SpongeBob growing up?
Yeah.
Did you remember the scene where Man Ray is trying to convince Patrick that this wallet is in fact his wallet, right?
It's where I feel we are right now.
I agree. Yeah, right. Because it seems to me, if we're imagining
only I feel like
someone...
you're Patrick and you feel like I'm Patrick.
Right. Well, hopefully we'll get to figure out which way is up here.
So hopefully we will both be a Man Ray someday soon.
Yeah. So because it seems to me that if, we're just going to stipulate both of us agree with all the premises. Of course we don't. Again, we're going to get into soundness, but for the sake of seeing if this is valid or not, we're going to assume all the premises are true. But if we do that, then one of the premises in the argument is premise 4, which says if the first 3 are true, then the conclusion necessarily follows. So if you agree with that premise and you agree with the first
what is your
stipulation?
What is your conclusion? How is your conclusion not premise 4? Premise 4 is your conclusion.
Yeah. No. So the target conclusion of this argument is that the theory of evolution by natural selection is self-defeating. And premise 4 says if the first 3 premises are true, then this theory is self-defeating.
Premise 4 is just stating how a logical argument works. It's completely unnecessary.
Well, no. Premise 4 is the equivalent of if P then Q.
Right, which you don't have to state in a syllogism. You don't have to make a syllogism that is if your syllogism is all birds can, or like I don't know, fuck man, all birds are descended from dinosaurs. Penguins are birds, therefore penguins are descended from dinosaurs. You don't need an extra step in there to say if P then Q, and then you move on to your last thing. That's kind of just known as the thing. Fuck it, man. I guess lump premise 4 in there and say premise 4 is the only one I agree with, but it doesn't matter.
Right. Well, I mean, I might agree that strictly speaking, it's not necessary if someone agrees with the first 3 and can see the inference rule, but it's just to make it super clear, right? Just to be as explicit as possible.
It's not necessary.
Right.
And if someone can agree to the first three and still not come to the end conclusion, that's the definition of the argument not being valid. That's the point, to say that a valid argument, necessarily the conclusion follows the premise. An argument can be valid but not sound. It can be sound but not valid. It can be neither valid nor sound. It can be neither sound nor valid. Yours is neither sound nor valid.
Well, but Forrest, it sounds like you're saying if someone agrees with the first three premises but doesn't agree with the conclusion, then it's not valid. But it seems to me whether an argument is valid or not is independent of whether someone, say Patrick, accepts the conclusion in addition to the premises, right? It's independent from what people think about it, right?
That is the definition of what the term means. I don't know what else to tell you. So like, I don't know if we need to like take it any further than that. Do you want to talk about biology, or do you keep wanting to like, are we just here to argue about what logic is and do argumentum ad SpongeBobium?
Yeah, it's a great term. Well, I do want to get there, but it seems that we would first need to be on the same page about validity here. And so I guess I'm just confused as to how you think it's not analogous to P, if P, then Q, therefore Q. And so right. So
the chat just caught me off guard. Sorry.
Yeah. So
I'm not laughing at you.
Again,
I'm laughing at what they said. I just want to make clear I'm not being rude to you. I apologize.
No, that's totally fine. So if we start with the example we both agree is valid, right? P, if P, then Q, therefore Q, that's valid, right? We'll start with that, right? Even if someone doesn't think it's valid, even if someone like Patrick agrees with the first premise but disagrees with the conclusion.
Can we just talk about evolution for a second? You cool with that? You cool with talking about evolution?
Well, yes, but I mean, I guess I'm just confused why you won't grant that it's valid. That's why I'm trying to help.
I've explained a dozen times. If you want to hear why I don't think it's valid, literally rewind the call and listen to the last 3 times I said the exact same thing. Would you like to talk about evolution with the 2 biologists who are here on the phone?
Sure. Yeah. Let's go to that. So.
Okay.
And we can return to validity. Let's say I convinced you of all these premises. They're like, well, sure, they're all true, but it's not valid. We'll just come to that later. So that's fine.
Genuinely, who gives a fuck? Let's talk about evolution together for a second. Let's just see if we can get through this. Let's see if we can get through this for real, rather than doing this thing where we're talking about P's and Q's and my P's and your Q's, and we're just peeing all over each other's Q's. I don't want to do it anymore, man. You can listen to what I said last time. You listen to what I said this time. Do we want to talk about evolution? Because you have 2 biologists on the phone right now who are happy to explain evolution to you and break down why it's real and take your questions and comments and concerns about evolution. If you want to talk about logical theory and all that stuff, go talk to a logician about it, and they'll tell you why you don't need to include the law of logic in your premises about logic, and that's fine. But like, I'm not going to give you another answer from the same one that I've already given you 5 times. It's 20 minutes into the call. Do you want to talk about evolution?
Yeah, let's get to that. And I know you said, who gives a flip, right? But about if all the premises are true.
That's
but I think wouldn't you say, Forrest, that maybe I misunderstood. So just one question, then we'll get into it. If there were a successful argument that showed theory to be self-defeating, presumably you would want to know that, right? You would care about that, right? As a biologist.
Not in the way you're saying it. Like if there was something that showed that evolution was illogical, yeah, I'd want to know. But the way you're doing this thing where it's like, I can logic you out of science, I don't think that's reasonable. So do you want to talk about evolution? And I said, I didn't say that. I said, fuck. I very clearly said fuck, and I just want to be clear about that. What do you want to know about evolution? Do you have something about evolution that you'd want to question about, or do you want us to introduce you to the concepts? Because I guarantee you, using some logic and without having to state what premises are, I can get you to agree with evolution, I think.
Yeah, well, So let's turn to the evolutionary part. So the idea behind the first premise. So just to give some context here, there was.
Oh my God!
I know you're.
It's not the premises. Not the premises again.
Well, no, it's not. No, it's about the evolution stuff. This is what you wanted, right? So the point is, everyone has assumed that truer perceptions are fitter perceptions, right? The gazelle.
Can I give you some some premises?
Sure.
Okay. Do you agree that evolution or that DNA is made up of genes, and those genes are heritable from parent to offspring?
Yes.
Okay. And do you agree, premise number 2, that genes come in different flavors called alleles? So there's not just one gene for one particular trait. There's several genes for that trait that have different phenotypes.
Yes.
Okay. Premise 3. Do you agree that certain alleles are better suited for living in certain environments?
Yep.
Okay. Given those 3 premises, the conclusion, premise 4 is that if the premises are right, the conclusion's right, I guess. And now the conclusion is that if you have the alleles that give you an adaptive or reproductive advantage in an environment, you are likely to survive in that environment and pass on those genes, those alleles, to your offspring, which means over the course of multiple generations, the metagenome of the population, the total allele frequency of that population, will change based around the conditions of the environment, not actually the conditions of the genes themselves, but the environment dictating which alleles carry on in the population. So over generations, the population's genome, metagenome, the total sum of all their alleles will change in accordance with the environment. That is the conclusion. Do you agree that that is the necessary logical conclusion of those first 3 premises?
Well, if I accept your premise 4 there, then yes, that's a valid argument. It's analogous to mine. That's right. Now, I don't agree with
premise 4 is literally just how logic works, and I was saying it as a joke. So you can drop it if you want, but given the first 3 premises alone, do you agree that the next logical step is my conclusion?
No, I don't, because I reject the premise 4, which you can take out, but I'm saying it doesn't follow. The conclusion doesn't follow based on just those 3 things.
Okay, so explain to me exactly how, if genes are passed on from generation to generation and they come in different styles which are better suited for life in different environments, how is it not logical to say that organisms living in environment A with conditions A are going to exhibit alleles that are better suited for life in A, and organisms living in environment B with conditions B are going to exhibit alleles better suited for life in environment B, and over the course of multiple generations, they will become more and more in line with those environments based on the alleles that they are passing down. How is that not the logical conclusion of the first 3 premises?
Yeah, so I guess maybe I was not totally tracking what you were putting there, but sure, you're right. If we say, always this is the case, this is how it always works, it's always a function of natural selection and the more fit strategies, etc., then if we were to structure it appropriately, then it could be the case that it follows. Yeah. But so then I would just object
you don't even need to say always.
Well, you do if the conclusion is that, could you remind me the conclusion here?
The conclusion is that over the course of multiple generations, the allele frequency of a population will change to reflect the conditions of their environment, or reflect the needs, I should say, of life in the conditions of their environment.
Right. If we add that, if the way that it operates is totally a function of what's going on in the first 3 premises, then sure, yeah.
Right. That is what you have just agreed to is the concept of natural selection. I didn't even finish the sentence before you said no, it's not.
Well, I knew what you were going to say, Forrest. But so let me clarify. Maybe I misspoke, right? So I agree that much of the time it happens that way. but I would disagree with the idea that it always happens that way, and for a very particular reason. The problem is
Can you give me an example?
Right?
Can you give me an example of a situation in which organisms in a natural environment are passing on their genes over multiple generations and their allele frequency either does not change at all or changes in a way that makes them less suited for life in that environment?
No, the reason that I reject it is not on the basis of empirical observation. The reason that I reject it is because accepting it leads you to a self-defeating position, which, as Sean Carroll points out, and I think he's correct, we should find major concern.
That is not what Sean Carroll said, as we talked about last time, and also that is called the argument from adverse consequence, and it is illogical.
I don't think we did. So why don't you? That is what he says in his paper. Why Boltzmann brains are bad. Anyone can look it up and read it, and I'm very well versed on it. So
it's just not my place right now because I'm not a physicist. The point is that is the logical conclusion of the things that I just said. And if you don't think so, I would love to hear an actual reason, not just I don't like where it's going. Because the I don't like where it's going is entirely dependent on your syllogism, which we have already both rejected. Or at least I can say average. I don't know if Morticia, if you've rejected his concept there, but I did a lot. And Aaron Adair did, he is a physicist, and he rejected what you said. So you're saying if what you're saying is true, it leads you to something I don't like. That's not a good argument. That is the argument from adverse consequence. It is illogical. It is a logical fallacy.
Yeah, so that's not what I'm saying or Sean Carroll's saying. The point is not that we don't like it. It's true we don't like it, but the point would be if we accept it, then we find ourselves in a self-defeating position where now we no longer have justification not only for this theory, but any other theory we might want to accept in science, and therefore it makes scientific knowledge itself impossible. Now, some people might not care about that, right? For example, if you only care about science for its ability to produce technology or make reliable predictions, right, you might not care. But if you care about scientific knowledge, then you also care about this.
It is wild to tell the two biologists that are speaking to you on the phone that if they care about science, they would care about the thing you're saying. When you've had 3 scientists listen to the thing you're saying and say it doesn't make any damn sense, and we don't approve or agree with any part of it. If we do care about scientific knowledge, that's why we took the time to hear you out, and now for 30 minutes and for however fucking long the last time, really did grapple with it and thoroughly understood it and heard you out and just said, no, that doesn't make any sense. I don't want it. I don't agree with it. It makes no logical sense to us. And now I have presented you with a logical syllogism that I think is both valid and sound. I am pretty sure is both valid and sound. It is valid because it is logically necessary that if genes are heritable, come in different flavors, and different flavors are better suited for life in different environments, that different environments will inevitably dictate the variations of alleles that are most present in a population. That is logically following conclusion. That is a valid premise. And it is sound because it does, in fact, comport with what we see in the natural world. Whether you accept evolution or not, that is indeed what we see in the natural world. And you can try to split hairs and twist words and say that's micro, not macro, or whatever the fuck else, but that is an undeniable reality of biology. So what I have presented to you is a 3-part syllogism, which lands you at an undeniable reality of biology and also has logical progression. You have presented us with something which 3 scientists now have agreed makes no fucking sense. And you're going to come at us and say, if you care about science, you'll listen to this. And I think that sucks.
Yeah, so just to clarify, are you saying that you don't care about the argument because you don't think it could show what I'm saying? Or are you saying you wouldn't care about the fact that a theory is self-defeating in science and defeats the possibility of scientific knowledge?
I'm saying that I don't care about your argument because your argument makes no logical sense and does not comport with reality.
well, says the guy who had to spend 20 minutes on validity. But in any case, I guess if you do care about...
I had to explain it to you because you fucking missed the point. If we're going to, dude, like, I've been more than charitable with you. So, like, if we're going to get into this now, we're already running overtime. We don't have to do this. I've been more than patient and more than charitable with you. I've listened to your argument twice now. You've had 3 scientists hear you out. None of us agree with you. Like, does that register with you at all that we're not just being flippant with you and we're not just having these hangups? We know what you're talking about. We know what we're talking about. You're fucking wrong. Does that register with you, or do you think that somehow we're just missing some magic thing about P's and Q's?
No, I don't know, honestly, and it does register with me, Forrest. And by the way, I didn't mean to be, rude earlier. And I do appreciate you all talking to me about this, because what I want is, as I said, to be taught where I went wrong. And so I appreciate you answering all my questions. And I know we're over time here, so
for 33 minutes why it's wrong. And we explained with Aaron Adair last time why it's wrong. We explained why it's not valid. We explained why it's not sound. And again, I just presented to you something that is both valid and sound, and you said you don't believe it because it conflicts with the thing that you think, which now everybody's telling you isn't fucking real. You are committing logical fallacies and leaning on an argument that is not accurate or useful. And you're rejecting actual arguments for actual science using actual logic because they don't align with your misguided syllogism that we are all telling you is broken. So either you appreciate and respect and agree with what, like, not even agree. Either you respect what the scientists are telling you on the phone or not. If you don't, fine. Who cares? Who gives a shit? But don't sit here and pretend like you're asking us to help you get along with this and help correct you and show you where you're wrong when we have spent over an hour, at least 1 hour, probably more, showing you over and over and over and over and over where you are wrong, and you keep just ignoring it and repeating the same thing.
Yeah, well, I don't want you to think that I'm pretending, Forrest. I'm sincere in saying I want to be taught where I went wrong here. And I guess I know we're over time here, but maybe just one last comment. What you said about, either you respect what the scientists say and you accept it, or, you don't. I guess from my perspective, I want to understand myself these things. And the only thing that's acceptable for me is when I feel like I have that understanding, and I'm not happy to just take other people's word for it to things that matter to me. And maybe that's the difference.
I think the only thing that's acceptable for you is when you like the conclusion. Because that's what it's sounding like a lot. Is that it's only acceptable to you when it comes to a conclusion that you like as a theist, and not whether or not it actually comports with logic or observable reality. Evolution is a fact. It's something that you can see happening with your own eyes. It's something that all of biology hinges upon. It is something that nothing in biology makes sense without. It is something that multiple fields of science, within and without biology, all point to with overwhelming evidence. It is something for which there is no evidence contradicting whatsoever. And you have a broken logical syllogism that you personally came up with that you like, and that is your only argument against it. And you've got multiple scientists now, including 2 people who study this shit for a living, telling you that it's wrong and it doesn't work. And you're saying that you need to understand it yourself. I think what you mean, whether you acknowledge it or not, is that you only accept this because you like it. Not whether or not it's true, not whether or not it's logical, none of that. It's because it's something that comes to a conclusion that you want.
Well.
And with that, Walter, we're going to move on to Super Chats and end the show. But I appreciate you calling in, and I hope you think about this seriously. I hope you really do think about whether or not you actually give a shit about whether this is true or not. And if you want to talk about the evidence for evolution and how we know for motherfucking sure that evolution is real, I would be happy to have that conversation with you. But do not call me back and try to go over the same syllogism for the 3rd time. We have all explained to you why it doesn't work. If you want to hear what I have to say about it, listen to the last 2 calls. I'm not going to say anything different.
All right. Well, I appreciate your time, Forrest, and I would just want to reiterate I am sincere, and it's not just because I like it. As I said, I don't want to be wrong any longer than I have to. But no, I appreciate you answering my questions at least up to this point about it. And
you are wrong, sir, and I hope you consider it. That's you say you don't want to be wrong any more than you have to. You are wrong, and you had 3 scientists telling you you're wrong, and I think you need to think about it.
Right. Well, yeah, I hear you there, and maybe we can talk about more stuff relating directly to evolution, because I hear you that you no longer have interest for this evolutionary argument against evolution. So fair enough, Forrest, and yeah, thank you again.
All right. Take care, Walter. Bye-bye. Did you have anything on that before we wrap up everything? Yeah, it's kind of, yeah.
It's really frustrating for me when people are trying to approach like objective reality, biology, evolution through this lens of like abstract logical reasoning. If P, then Q, then XYZ. Like just come at it open-minded without all of these screens up in front of you, and it's a whole lot easier for everyone involved.
The thing that made me laugh actually out loud accidentally was the chat was kind of grumbling about how boring that was, and I saw one comment just said, "I miss Ulrich." I fucking lost it at that. Oh man, what a show, y'all. With that, we are already over the time that both Morticia and I said that we had for today. So let's do super chats. It's gonna be great. You want to go back and forth with it? Like bounce back and forth. I do one, you do one.
Whichever, whatever.
Sure. Let's start with this one. $5 from Mystic Minds Analysis Tavern. Who knows? 5 royalty dollars from Mystic Minds Analysis Tavern. Just in case any other trans Brits are reading this, there have been massive protests this week because of the BS ruling. Trans rights forever. Hell yes.
Hell yes. So $20 from L. Jason. I have been fighting anti-science rhetoric for decades, UFOs, scientism, YEC, etc. Seeing the trend the last decade in work ethic and critical thinking, my outlook for our future is bleak. These hosts give me some hope. Happy to provide you some hope, my friend. There is always hope, and we can persist. We will get through it.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. $4.99 from Poor Claire. I will have to check out Morticia's content. You should totally do that. Sounds right up my alley. When will you be on again? Do you have a video on seed oils or yellow dye?
Ooh. Yeah, definitely give my content a look. I'm on Instagram under Fetal Skeletons. I upload a lot of short form content there, and I'm also over on YouTube under Morticia's Lab. I have a website under that same title where I post a lot of educational content. As for seed oils or yellow dye, I do not. However, I do have a really comprehensive video on Red Dye 40 that is on my TikTok. I no longer post on there, but all of my videos are still up if you want to go take a look at that. And thank you.
How'd you move away, or why'd you move away from TikTok? Just got boring?
The stunt that they pulled in January, that was really weird, and I didn't feel comfortable continuing to use the platform, and I didn't want to like take my account down because I had so many helpful videos there for people. So my videos can stay up, people can benefit from them, but I'm not going to continue to use the platform.
You know what? I totally fucking get that. I really do. I still post there. I used to post on TikTok like once to twice a week, and now I post like once to twice a month if I remember. Yeah. Sometimes it's less. And it just sucks, and my account's been stagnant for a long time. That said, I just subscribed to your YouTube, and everybody else should as well.
Thank you so much.
We got $5 from Git Stanfield. Evolution is so obvious to see. You see similarity between our digestive system and other mammals, and then you go down the clades and see others. Yeah. See other shit, I'm guessing. Yeah, absolutely. The homology is a great way to look at it. And a lot of creationists will misunderstand homology and say, well, homology is the belief that if you see similarities, then that means they're necessarily related. No, homology is the study of those relationships. It is the study of the similarities between things that are related. So like, it's not to say that I found these relationships, therefore these things are necessarily connected in this way. We establish the connection, and then we study them. And like, that's a whole thing. And this is a great example of it. And you can see differences between mammalian digestive systems as well that align with their niches, that align with their ecosystems. Very, very cool.
$5 from Soupy Dude. I love that. I'm loving Forrest and Morticia co-hosting. Hoping Morticia can host more often. Great show as always. Thank you so much. I'm really happy to be here. Totally enjoyed the show. It's been a blast.
I would love to see you on Chewed Gum. I'll be honest with you.
Yes.
I think
Love
you'd
to
do
come
well over
back.
there. $5. Yeah, dude. $5 from Stephen J. Kleinard. Have either of you ever taken a pre-ganglionic fiber or a mistaken, pardon me. Have you ever mistaken a pre-ganglionic fiber for a post-ganglionic nerve? Nah, because like they're on different sides of the shit. And at least not in my dissection skills, like where I'm doing that shit. Also, like depending on where you're talking about, like if you're talking about like a dorsal root ganglion or something like that, like it's literally it's a pseudounipolar like neuron. So like you literally just look at where it's going, and it's like, okay, cool. You don't even have to notice where the fucking cell body is. Just is this shit connected to a spine or not? And you go for it. I don't know if this is a serious question or a silly question. Maybe I'm taking it too real, but like, no, I've never had that problem.
$10 from Get Stanfield. Again, definitely not trying to self-diagnose, but I've definitely noticed a decline in my cognitive functioning after 2021. An attribution from COVID could be made even though I'm only one data point. Yeah, so we do have some data showing that there can be cognitive effects in regard to COVID infections, especially repeated COVID infections. I'm really sorry you're dealing with that. I hope you get some relief and that resolves.
Yeah, most definitely. That fucking sucks. I wouldn't jump to any scary conclusions. Also, you live in a fucked up world. And if you're watching this channel, you probably know just how fucked up it is. And let me tell you how much more effective depression and anxiety are at causing major cognitive symptoms than like any COVID infection might be. So like, yeah, definitely be careful. Well, I shouldn't say might be, but like is expected to be, because COVID infection can be very problematic. But generally speaking, expectations, pretty sure you'd have a lot more problems with being conscious and aware in this world than you are with a COVID thing.
We underestimate just how negative and invasive the effects of stress can be. We live in a very stressful world.
Yeah, especially us Americans, y'all. $4.99 from Julia Ann. Forrest, you weren't at AA Con this weekend. I was too busy here in Oklahoma being a bad bitch. I wanted to chat about penguins. Also, when I found out about monohides in your spine, I was shook.
Oh, yeah.
Monohides. Oh, that monohide. Oh, sorry. Fucking man, I can't read. I put ad on the bottom about. Yeah, that monohides in your spine. Yeah, dude. Mononucleosis hiding up in your CSF and shit. Isn't that where it is? I don't know. It's a bad time.
Yeah, Epstein-Barr hides out in all kinds of weird places. It persists in our bone marrow. We aren't entirely sure how and why, but people who get bone marrow transplants, they will go from Epstein-Barr positive to Epstein-Barr negative. So that's really interesting. But yeah, that's a whopper of a virus. Bonkers behavior. $20 from Get Stanfield. How relevant in the current research in biology is a positive correlation between the rate of shortening of the telomeres of any chromosome of a human and aging Forrest, if that question makes any sense? How relevant in the current research in biology is a positive correlation?
Telomere degradation definitely plays a part in aging, in senescence, as we call it in there. Yeah, it's not the whole potato. Is that a thing? A whole enchilada? It's not the whole thing, the whole bitch. It's not that, but it's part of it for sure. And so you see like in animals like lobsters and stuff that have really, really, really good telomerase that they keep growing telomere their whole lives. And so they're effectively immortal. That's a part of the situation. It is not the whole thing. And so senescence is a lot of things going on all at once. There's epigenetic factors. There's a lot of different stuff. It's not all just chromosomal or genetic in that way, but that definitely does play a part. As far as like a direct correlation, I'm pretty sure there is one, but that's not really my area of expertise. So I wouldn't give you any like direct, like, yes, this is a thing, but I'm 99% sure that's very strongly associated, considering the fact that I know that's a connection. So like it's the fact that I know that from school tells me there's probably a strong correlation. 7 ass dollars and 99 whatevers from Samuel Stone. Hey Forrest, why do you think Dawkins, as a biologist, holds this transphobic view as he has, despite his education in the science mind at all? Dawkins is really fucking frustrating with this, him and Coyne, because with Dawkins specifically, like Coyne is just making just bad arguments now, and Dawkins is just not making arguments. He keeps connecting it to other things. He keeps trying to say, well, if you can be transgender, then you can be transracial, and that doesn't work. And it's just like, no, that's different shit. That doesn't make any fucking sense. Dawkins keeps like just flatly ignoring that there is any evidence that goes against what he's saying. And what's really frustrating about that is you get him on podcasts and shit where he says, yes, everything in nature is a gradient except for sex, and gender is the same thing, and whatever else. And it's like, dude, you know why that's wrong. So as far as why he holds to it, I think he's at a point right now. Yeah, this is just pure speculation. I've never met the guy. I don't know anything about this. But like, I think he's at a point where he has made a career for so long, decades, out of being publicly reviled. And he's kind of got it in his head, I think, that the more liberals and hippies that he pisses off, the more right he is and the more scientific he's being. And I think he's so used to being this outspoken atheist who can go out here and say shitty things about Christianity and say shitty things about Islam and say shitty things about Mormonism. And a bunch of people get really upset. And then all the science people are like, fuck yeah. That now he's like, well, all these people are upset. So why aren't the science people saying, fuck yeah, that's what they should be saying? And if they're not, then they must be amongst all these crazy idiots that I've been arguing against. And it's just not, he's not thinking critically anymore. He's just playing the celebrity. That's what I think is happening in this instance. And that sucks. Really fucking sucks.
Unfortunately, even some scientists can be beholden to ideology.
Yeah, and that really is it. The bioanthropological data on this stuff, like I said earlier, is over 100 years old already. And I don't expect every biologist to know every single thing about their field. That's ridiculous. But when he is this big of a public figure speaking this strongly about something, and he hasn't cracked a basic book about it to learn the difference between sex and gender, and is instead calling gender this cop-out, like, that fucking, like, you're not serious. You're not taking this seriously. You're just doing the thing that you're used to doing, which is saying something that you have some basic understanding of and being more educated than everybody in the room. And now you're among people that are actually educated on this stuff, and you're failing miserably because of it. And that blows. Yep. I would never want to go toe-to-toe with a dude on zoology. He would blow me out of the water. So I shut my fucking mouth about it on that. You know? I don't know. And I wish he would do the same.
$10 from Blind Limey. Blind random physical processes is what happens on a Saturday night after I've gotten a bit too far into the bourbon.
That's very funny to think about. That's great.
How poetic.
Blind Limey is Jamie. He's a host on a few other shows. Super freaking nice guy. I appreciate him being here. $9.99 from Scott Eisenbeis. What is that? Hi, both. I live in deep red. No. I came up with 30 things to say, and none of them are good. Deep red nunchuck dildos.
There we go.
I'm worried about my kids, 5, 6, and 16, or 6 through 16. I will not get a real science education. What can I homeschool my kids with to make sure they're exposed to good/current info? Tight iguana anus. What does that mean? What's TIA? Man, that's a good question.
That's a really good question.
There's a bunch of stuff. Yeah, the Sci Show is out there. Like I said, OpenStax is out there, which is a bit too advanced for your kids, but it's a great way to get relevant information that you can then tune into, like, if you actually want to do homeschooling or something like that. There are secular homeschool groups out there that you can look for if you're serious about homeschooling in any way. There's other great educational channels. geology chick or something like that, I think her name is awesome. Morticia's out there. I'm out there. There's lots of places. I'm certainly not age appropriate, but like you can still learn some stuff. I would supplement your kids' education is what I'm saying. Like just make sure that you're making learning fun and you're taking regular trips to the Science Museum and you're taking regular trips to whatever university to do tours and do whatever programming they have, seminars they have, things like that. Find ways to supplement public school education in a meaningful way. That's what I would recommend.
Oh yeah. The really cool thing about today is that, like, I don't know, when I was a kid, the science toys that were out there was far and few between, you know? And like today we have so much more, and there's just more resources in general. There's so much resources on the internet. There's so many free things you can find to, you know, print off at home and use to help your kids learn more about science. Kids love science generally from what I have seen. They get it kind of beat out of them as they grow up. But if you just get them excited and get them engaged with it, they will enjoy that, I think, from what I've seen at least.
For sure. No, definitely. And I would also recommend don't teach them just facts. Teach them how to find those facts. If you see something on TV or they come home talking about something, don't just say this is right, this is wrong. Look it up with them. Show them, okay, this is not a reliable source. Oh, like, hey, this is saying what I think is right, but it's on eaglefart.com. I'm going to look for something. Okay, so this one is from an EDU website, so that means I'm going to trust this a little bit more than that other one. You know what I mean? And like teach them how to learn. And that's a great way to do that.
$5 from PhD Tony. I would suggest that the moral concepts of good and evil are akin to social and antisocial. Transphobia is antisocial because it weakens societal fabric. I think that's a good way of putting that.
I like that. Yeah. Can't wait for the Christian to come into the chat and being like, no, the trans people weaken the societal fabric because don't you know it's going against God's will? And I don't know why they talk that way. 50 sex from Petter Flemberg. What?
Swedish kroners.
That's what I said. Catching you live for once. Have some money. Thank you so much for that. Forrest, please tell a joke. I actually saw one in the chat a little while ago. Actually, I think that might have been something. A joke for you. You should try blindfolded archery. You don't know what you're missing.
$5 from PhD Tony again. Earth, I'm guessing Earth has solid Earth tides. Everyone and everything goes up and down by 40 centimeters over 24 hours. Caller is talking about the Indian Ocean gravitational low. Can't remember what that was in regard to, but something.
It's talking about the caller talking about how the moon affects the tides and things like that.
Right. Okay. It's all coming back to me now.
Mine like a steel trap.
With so many holes in it.
$10 from Brent J. Here's some soon-to-be defunct currency towards making Forrest content slightly less excruciating and enhancing Morticia's content even further. Hail science, y'all. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Hail science, my friend.
I'm trying to make my content less excruciating. You were in for a sad fucking surprise when you see the next whatever amount of videos I put out.
$4.99 from Jam and J. Hail Doug. Forrest is there development happening in the field of, I don't know that word, mimetics with respect to immunological methods for eradicating religious bullshit?
I feel like mimetics is something that I should know that word. Mimetics is the study of memes. Fuck off with that. It's not real.
Social manipulation.
I suspected, but
yeah. In the field of mimetics with respect to immunological methods for eradicating religious bullshit, I don't know because that's not my area, but I would say that we are definitely seeing a trend with the rise of the nuns, the people who check none on their religious affiliation box. And I think that religion's going to change, not go away. It's just going to become more of a spiritual, everyday, calm thing and not like a fervent, go to church, hate trans people thing. But people are people, man. People are always people, and people are always guided by bullshit. And so unless we get really, really, really good public education and make sure that people have access to it, it's always going to be around. And even then, it's going to be something different. People are going to have weird beliefs because people have weird beliefs. And until we teach every single person how to think super logically all the time, then we'll reduce it to a small number, but it will always be a number.
Yeah.
$9.99 from Homespun Clovers. Love Forrest, intelligence, and patience. I've got one of those. I also wanted to say that Morticia is a great addition to the show with good insight. Your personal choice of makeup and hardware fits you well. Very cool.
Oh, well, thank you. How kind. I appreciate that. $5 from Brian Jones. That's not a real name. The majority of humans have an above average number of arms.
It makes sense. It makes sense.
Does make sense. The math is mathing.
$10 from PhD Tony. The double slit experiment goes against common sense. Is that fake now? But the caller is right. Biology isn't real science. Though seriously, thanks for the educational content. I learn a lot. PhD Tony, I don't remember what your PhD is in, but I believe it isn't in biology, which means it isn't cool. Is the thing. How could you know if this isn't real science if you haven't had the fun of learning weird shit about worms? You haven't had I think I've told this story on the line before. I was in a parasitology class and the professor was like talking about this crazy fucking parasite that infects worms. It's basically an STI for worms. And he says something along the lines of like, let's remember the particulars of earthworm sex. And all the class like leaned in with their notepad. And I looked around at that and I was like, this isn't normal. Biologists aren't normal people. And you know what? PhD Tony has never had that experience. You've never been in a class full of biologists being fucking aggressively weird. So you are missing out, sir. He's in the chat. So he says his PhD is in geophysics. Fuck you. What do you do? Rock math? You don't know shit.
Rock math?
That's you can't catch anything. That's the thing. That's how I know your PhD is in bullshit. You can't contract anything studying geophysics. You can contract a lot of shit studying biology. That's why it's awesome.
Yeah. There we go. That's why it's awesome.
Put some skin in the game and learn what skin is.
Yeah, coward. $5 from Aliashana. I hope I didn't butcher that. Silverbow. I guess the theories of relativity and quantum mechanics are wrong because they absolutely go against common sense. Time to go burn my physics degree. Why haven't you burned it already?
You know, I really wish that we had have thought about that for real. I really wish we would have thought of that because I was trying to say simple things like, here's some stuff that kind of goes against common sense. But absolutely, I didn't think about the double slit experiment. I didn't think about quantum mechanics. I didn't think about any of that shit. And I fucking should have. And you know why I didn't think about that? Because I'm not some physicist bitch. I'm a fucking cool biologist that thinks about like parasites and worms and shit. I've dissected a lot of people so that I didn't have to go into geophysics.
I always say that like microbiology is not intuitive because so many things about microbiology that are just facts completely go against common sense. Like, what do you mean I can't like boil my food and sterilize it? It's not going to sterilize your food. It's not going to make it automatically safe to eat. But,
I used to think about that when I was a kid. I remember distinctly being a kid and being like, if it's expired and I just cook the fuck out of it, I've killed all the bacteria because I didn't know what a goddamn endotoxin was. And it's just like, I didn't think about any of that shit. It's just crazy. For real though, PhD Tony, he's here all the fucking time, and dude always has something that I've never fucking heard of. That he's just like, oh, here the Indian fucking minimum whatever. Never heard of that shit. Dude's smart as fuck, and he always brings in some cool insight and donates a lot of money, and I appreciate that, dude. Same with Aliashana Silverbow. $5 from Curse Chaos. Penis, more like hyaneated clitoris with urethra. Hyaneated. It's a good word. Go fuck yourself, Jimmy. Youthful goat herders, and don't apologize to, I don't know what the YGH is, I don't remember, and don't apologize to him. Damn right.
$5 from Mila K. To clarify, I had male anatomy, was born with XX chromosomes. I no longer have that anatomy. Wouldn't make me less woman if I did. Just wanted to clarify.
Yep. It's crazy. But don't you know? Those are rare exceptions, which means that actually there's only two things. When there's three things, that means there's two, y'all. I really wanted to bring up, we did this once on a show. It was me and Dr. Ben, who's another one of our hosts, who's a medical doctor and is also trans. And we had a call where arguing about trans people is the exact same thing. And at one point, we literally brought up a color gradient on the screen of red fading into blue. And we were like, exactly how many colors are here? And he's like, an infinite amount. And I'm like, right, but there's red and blue on the end. So is it binary? He's like, yes, the infinite amount of colors is a strict binary. And it's just like, God damn. Oh yeah, why YGH is your gay homie? That's what it was. We have a lot of memes that turn into acronyms on this channel, and I fucking can't keep up with them.
I'm gathering that. Memes are great. We love it. $10 from OC. Watching Forrest battle bigots. I feel like I need to like scream that. Gives me strength. As it should. As it should. We love fighting bigots. I appreciated
having you here because it was great having you come in and bring the energy down and really just baby talk and see him just fucking explode because he just can't handle it. Men are so fucking emotional, dude. 999 from cranky old Cuber. Nice work, Ulrich. Y'all, nice work with Ulrich, y'all. Welcome, Morticia. This has been amazing so far.
Oh, thank you. Happy to be here. Definitely had a blast.
Blasts were had, y'all.
Blasts were had. I'll go with Forrest's vernacular here. Crunchy asshole dollars. $7.29 from Quantum Chaos. Because Promise rudely gave me the wrong time for the show, I'm an hour behind, but I am just happy to be here. I have no particular comment. Hello. Glad you made it.
We changed the time on the show at the last minute. It's okay, but do blame Promise. Let her know that she led you astray. Promise is another one of our hosts who I think you would get along with a lot. You do strike me in similar ways. $5 from Aaliyah Shauna Silverbow. What's the cuddliest particle known to science? The Huggs boson. Hashtag particle physics can be cuddle. Particle physics can be cute. Hashtag many photons make light work. That's fantastic. Jesse Jerdak released a video a little while ago where he was doing like these peck squeezes. He was like, oh, I'm gonna hug you. I'm gonna hug the shit. My body's made of Huggs bosons, and he's just freaking out about it. What do tofu and dildos have in common? They're both meat substitutes.
Oh, okay. I'm holding on to that one. That's amazing.
I'm trying to match the pun energy.
$5 from President Starscream. You want me to think critically? It's a trap. It is. Don't do it. Don't fall into the trap. It leads to terrible things like thinking for yourself.
You keep laying down these traps. Literally, I asked you if you said what you just said. I asked you to repeat yourself. You're just trapping me.
Just trapping
$5
me.
from One-Eyed Heathen. Ulrich doesn't know how to think. He only knows how to repeat. My hope is that he's a troll because people who hold that mentality are threatening my life. Damn fucking right. It is scary, and I hope you're okay.
More crunchy asshole dollars. $20 from Wolf NB. Please stop. Ulrich is already dead. XD. We can hope. Fingers crossed.
The person in chat who's asking if that's why they shove both dildos and tofu up their ass. Go to bed. Go to bed.
Solid possibility.
Right? 20 colorful ass Canadian dollars from Quantum Chaos. As a formerly transphobic D-bag who is now very proud father of a trans daughter. First, thanks for smacking Ulrich down. Second, it makes me sad hearing him spout the same garbage I believed. A hard mirror to look in. You know what, though? You should be fucking proud of how far you've come. Congratulations on your recovery from being a douchebag and from becoming a better person. I know lots of people who are free from their religions, who are ashamed of the things they used to believe and used to say and all sorts of stuff as Christians or as Muslims. And that is a point of pride, I think, for how far you've come and what a person you've grown into. I used to think some fucking stupid things, and I've grown as a person. I'm very proud of that.
Same. $5 from Mr. Key1. Forrest, you clearly outgrew your vestigial beliefs and don't believe in spirits, but I bet it'd be fun to grab some IPA and denature dogma with you.
I don't drink beer because I like things that taste good, but someday maybe. Go on one of my trips, hang out at a convention with me or something like that. We'll jabber. $5 from Monkey at Typewriter. I'm betting that Todd's theory of everything isn't comprehensive. Great to see you back, Morticia. Your rad science communicator, Forrest dissects kids. Don't tell her. I said we were friends, and she's on the show, and now she's going to be scared of me. You mean?
Takes a lot to scare me. I feel like maybe my background here kind of maybe gives that away. You can't really see, but on the top shelf of my bookcase there's a foot.
Mm-hmm. Hey,
so it's like has like two rotting toes. There's an abscess on the back. You know, it's my best friend.
Morticia over here giving away free feet on this channel. I seeing that shit is crazy. Although I do want to say, like, knowing you, I think if any of my guests / friends / other science communicators are going to be the least concerned about me dissecting children, it'd probably be you.
Yeah, I probably asked to join.
$5 from Darren McAuliffe. Forrest, your rock, paper, scissors idea, isn't that like a bootstrap paradox? Something must have come first. I don't know, bro. It's just my way of trying to explain to people that, like, you can have a system that's self-contained. Because a lot of people are like, there has to be something outside the system. It's like, why? And if that's true, how do you know it's this guy? I don't know.
$20 from Mr. Borakua. 10. Ulrich, how bloody dishonest can someone be? Is it so difficult as to fry someone's circuits? Stop being so goddamned willfully ignorant. One just makes it out to look like a jackass. It's so bloody infuriating. Absolutely. He was very frustrating to talk to.
I feel like if Ulrich actually answered a question that he was asked the first time, and honestly, that call would have been 3 minutes long and he would no longer be a dick. But here we are.
Solid possibility, but here we are.
I'll just, spoiler alert for everybody watching, Ulrich calls in all the fucking time about a variety of topics, and that is always how every conversation goes. Is he accuses us of insulting him when we say what he's saying makes no sense. He doesn't answer straightforward questions. He raises his voice and gets emotional, and then he says some dumb shit about God or about trans people or about the age of the earth or whatever other fucking thing, and then it always ends on every scientist is wrong unless they agree with me and you guys don't get it. It's how every fucking call with him goes. It sucks.
How predictable.
Is this you or me? I don't remember.
I can't remember.
Okay, that was $5 from Mila K. No, I'm not an exception to biosex classification. I'm a variation of female biology. I refuse to let anyone use my intersex condition to invalidate trans women. It's exactly right. Motherfucker, we kept saying intersex people are not the same as trans people. And then he'd be like, trans people aren't real because intersex people are just a thing. And it's like, how can you say both? How can, like, what is going on? It's so weird. Mila is cool as shit, though. She's also called in a few times, and her struggle is real, and she's been a trooper through the whole thing, and I appreciate her voice.
Oh yeah. $20 from Braxton. Hey Ulrich, I'm trans, and guess what? I'm really in reality. For real. LOL. That's crazy. For real. Holy
Who
shit.
fucking knew? Who could have guessed?
Wow.
10 Canadian frozen polar bear dollars from Wolf NB. Forrest, have you seen Everything Everywhere All at Once? Great nihilist movie. It is. I loved that movie. It was fantastic. And it absolutely
I haven't
is
seen
very
that
fun.
one. Need to watch
It's great. You got to check it out. It is a wild ride into weirdness, and I loved every minute of it.
I love movies like that. $10 from Elizabeth Chris. We all want to ride the elephant behind the bookcase.
I use it as an example all the time. That it's become one of the things where it's another one that's become a meme. That and Roland. I don't know if you've heard me talk about Roland the Goblin. Was for a long time that was my my analogy. Whenever somebody would talk about faith, I would just give them all the exact same faith arguments for Roland the Goblin that lives in my closet, and it became a meme on this and other channels. And this is actually somebody crocheted this little guy and sent him to me, and he lives over here now.
Adorable. Love that.
$9.99 from Cranky Old Cuber. What's a cuber? Is it like Rubik's? Oh, yeah, he's got a Rubik's Cube in the thing. Look at that. That's a word. I'm sorry I voted Forrest. I did vote maybe, though, because that's the right answer. Jimmy, can you give this to Forrest directly as an apology? It's okay. I appreciate everyone conversing about the existence of my genitalia. Just it's I can't get over how real that situation was is the problem that I'm having. The fact that we had I as a job sat here in front of 2,000 people voting on whether or not my penis exists. That is the actual reality of my life, and I have to go to school on Monday and pretend like that didn't happen, you know?
$9.99 from Poor Claire. Have you all heard of Lab Muffin Beauty Science? She's an amazing YouTuber, PhD, who debunks misinformation about beauty products. I don't know if she would ever be on a show like this, but I just love her. She is fantastic. We are mutuals on Instagram, and I love all of her posts. I love her YouTube videos. I know she's on YouTube, and she's just fantastic. Yeah, we love her. We love her. She's amazing.
She sounds cool as fuck. I just subscribed to her as well, and I will be looking her up on other platforms shortly.
Yeah, you'll love her content. She's very approachable and accessible and provides a lot of really good information.
Did you say she's on TikTok as well?
I'm pretty sure she's on TikTok. I know that she was when I was still using it because we were also mutuals on there. I don't know if she's left the platform though, but I know she is on Instagram and YouTube.
Well, I follow her on Instagram, and let me see, Lab Muffin Beauty Science on TikTok, and now I'm following her there. Awesome. I got her on all three. Sweet chicken, dude. Love that. $5 from Brian Jones. Tell Forrest the poll was my idea. I want him to know it was me in Elena Tyrell's show. That's great. Thank you. Thank you so much.
$5 from I'll try not to butcher it. Aliashana's Silver Bow. Why do so many Christians dislike science? Because they think it's all about two atoms bonding. Hashtag science jokes for science folks. I like that one. That's pretty good.
That was the one. Yeah, I wrote that down. It is in my dumb dad jokes list here. Did you know what do you call a large mammal that has an asshole right in the middle of its back? A police horse.
I like that one. That's awesome.
$6.99 in frigid polar bear dollars from Nonsense Aficionado. Anyone speaking in absolutes is probably trying to tell you something, unless the claim is slavery is bad. That's just true. Yeah, trying to sell you something, not tell you something. Yeah. No, that's absolutely. I love the only a Sith deals in absolutes, but like at the end of the day, we had this. You'd be surprised, Morticia, if you hung out on this channel from time to time. You'd be surprised just how many times we have to go over slavery being a bad thing on this show, because we got a lot of biblical creationists, a lot of Bible believers calling in, defending the practice and explaining why God's cool with it, and it sucks. It really sucks.
I unfortunately can't really be too surprised by that. The high school that I graduated from had a very gross niche curriculum, and it's very well known for being awful. But if you dive into this curriculum, it blatantly argues that like apartheid was good and that slavery wasn't all bad. So like the fact that that's more common today, it's not, it's depressing, but it's not very surprising.
It blows, dude. It really blows.
Certainly does. 5, I can't remember the name of that currency because I'm a loser American from Harder Gamer. Thanks for one of the best shows ever. It does. There we go. But Ulrich scammed my thinking for life. I will need a Valium or 2 now. Right there with you. Thank you for being here. It was a lot of fun.
What a bad call. $5 from Monkey, a typewriter. Morticia's facial jewelry during Walter's call mirrored my own morbid pain confusion. Walter is up on Dunning-Kruger Hill and thinking he sees all. It's depressing to watch.
That was an experience. At one point I was like, oh my God, am I like having a stroke? Oh man.
It blows.
5 asshole dollars from PhD Tony. Feynman once said philosophy is as useful to scientists as ornithology is to birds. This conversation is really hammering home his point.
Yeah, dude.
I think that's a good way of putting that. Philosophy has some value in science, but I think when people approach science only through that lens or like as a screen to view science through, it's exhausting for one.
Yeah. Yeah, and like there's such a thing as like the philosophy of science and like changing the way you see things and stuff like that. Like I can say that like the way I understand biology has definitely changed the way I see the world and my place in it. But I would never sit here and use my nihilistic philosophy to inform my predictions or understanding of biology. It doesn't, $5 from Jesse B. If I make the validity of my argument one of my premises, then we accept the premises of my argument as valid. Logicians hate this one weird trick. That's literally what he did! And I can't handle that, dude. It's wild.
Literally.
Oh.
Oh, man. $5 from Mr. Key1. If P, then Q, and if P lasts more than 4 hours, consult your logician, because something's not following from that premise. What a way to sum it up.
$50 from Mr. Boricua 10. I thought Ulrich was maddening. Turns out that Walter is getting on the same. Man was dodging questions as if stuck in a loop, forcing Forrest to ask again in the same manner, then proceeds to misunderstand and not learn because he no like. It really was. If like different levels of anxiety, of like emotion, different levels of being a dick, I don't know, the words are like anger, different levels of arrogance, but like take away the concepts, it was a lot of the same call. It really, really was.
Totally. $5 from Jason Jones, $3 to cover Walter's dipshittery, and $1 each for the hosts. Hey Forrest, do the song Gonna Give You Taters, Carrots, and Tomatoes.
I don't know what that is. What song? What song is this?
I was so excited to see you sing.
I'll sing a song, but I don't know what that is. We'll find a different song someday. What? $5 from Monkey, a typewriter. Are you talking about? No, that couldn't be. I thought he was talking maybe from the Neverhood soundtrack. There's that weird like potatoes or something. I don't know. $5 from Monkey Typewriter. Do you think Walter just didn't notice that Morticia was there, or was there some other factor for her being clearly ignored? Clearly, I'm just a soft lefty. I don't know. She didn't speak really during that call. You didn't really. So maybe.
I'll admit that I wasn't really entering into that one. I didn't really wanna. So my feelings certainly weren't hurt.
Yeah, I'm all for calling somebody out for being a sexist piece of shit. We had that one call that I forgot what it was, but it was one of the earlier ones that kept interrupting us, but he kept interrupting both of us. And so I wasn't going to say anything about it, but that we do frequently get people who just interrupt a female host way more. And it's I love pointing that out because they get so mad about it so quickly. How dare you call me sexist just because I'm behaving like one? $5 from Thy Anomaly. Gotta love Forrest for always making what could be boring, repetitive debates fun. Also love Morticia. First time seeing her. Hope to see her more.
Thank you. $5 from Monkey at Typewriter. Morticia, we will persist. Don't worry. Me, bold of you to assume that's good, madame. Looking at the damage of the last few months, do I have to? I totally empathize. Totally get that. I don't really have tons of encouraging words to give to you there, but I can say we are all in this together, and we certainly aren't alone. Many ape together strong, or whatever the fuck, you know?
$5 from Melatonin Ale. Forrest, do you have a video debunking Ken Ham's evolution arguments? I thought you mentioned it, but I can't find it. Thank you both for stream. I have a couple of videos about Ken Ham. Just check out my Reacteria series. He's in there. I know I did one where it's like Ken Ham fails to drive us crazy or something like that, because it was all about, he was like, I was responding to a video of his. It's like evolutionists go crazy when you mention this one thing, and his whole argument is just like, I don't think that the Earth is billions of years old. And if you say that, evolutionists go crazy. It's like, I'm not crazy. I just think it's fucking lame and boring, dude. There's nothing fun here. Yeah.
Oh, I can't. Swedish? Is that what we said it was?
It sucks.
Currency?
Or sex. It's sex.
Okay. Sex. Okay, sex.
Don't listen to a Martin.
$50 from Peter Flemberg. That was a good joke. Thank you. Can't remember what joke it was, but I'm going to assume that it was a fantastic joke too.
Yeah, I don't remember either. It's been a little while. $19.99 from Lynn Barrow, long time fan. So happy to finally be able to donate the. Thank you. I appreciate your donation, and I appreciate the help and all those things, and I appreciate the words. I also appreciate your little guy there, little profile guy.
$10 from SJL. Old fart here got a little kick out of Morticia's when I was a kid. Had a science book that said someday man might go to the moon in 1975. My sister had the same damn book 8 years later. Nice. I have an entire shelf behind my computer here of like old textbooks. I posted on my Instagram today, actually, and some of my oldest books on there are like late 1800s. They're some of my favorite old science books that I have, because they just say all kinds of wacky nonsense things, like calling bacteria plants. Bacteria aren't plants, silly. But, you know, back then we thought they were.
Yep. It's great stuff, man. $5 from Jason Jones. Great big state, gonna make you great. Oklahoma, sing it for us, dancing monkey. Earn your peanuts, Moha. What are you talking about? Is it the Oklahoma song? Like, Oklahoma, where the wind goes sweeping down the plains. Is that what we're talking about? Because I live in Oklahoma, and motherfucker, we all get up at 6 a.m. every day to meet in the town square and sing that song together, and then we ride our horses back to our teepees. That's all Oklahoma is. I don't want to have to sing it again. Mm-hmm.
$5 from Emin Resu 56. I feel like I fucked that up. I work in a warehouse, but I get to listen to the show while I'm at work with earbuds. It's pretty cool, and your rationality keeps me sane. Thanks. That's awesome. Anything to stay sane at work, right?
Thanks for bringing us into your warehouse. Tell your warehouse I said hi. Yeah. That's the show, y'all. That's the whole thing. Before we wrap up, only an hour after we were both trying to wrap up, Morticia, my friend, amiga mia, do you have anything going on that you want to promote, talk about, or tell everybody about while we got an audience here that's live?
You know, like I said earlier, if you want to see, you know, educational, fun science content from me, I care very deeply about science education. I think everyone has the right to access it. As our good friend Louis Pasteur once said, science belongs to no country because knowledge belongs to humanity. It is the torch which illuminates the world. So you have the right to access that just as much as I do, and that's why I share it on social media. So I have my Instagram. I post educational content there. I'm at Fetal, Fetal Skeletons. I'm also on YouTube at Morticia's Lab. And if you go to either one of those, you can find a link to my website where I also post educational content, and that will get you into my Discord, which revolves around science communication, and all kinds of unhinged, crazy, weird stuff. So yeah, definitely come along for the ride. Science communication is more important than ever, and I would love to have you there with us. And really just thank you, Forrest. Thank you, everyone, for having me here. I really had so much fun, and I hope I get to come back again soon. It was definitely a blast.
Anytime. You did amazing this time. You did amazing last time, and I love having you. So anytime you want to, let me know. We'll make a spot for you. That's our show, everybody. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you to our mods. Thank you to our call screeners. Thank you to Morgan for producing. Thank you to Faya Halo for doing the timestamps. Thank you to the people in the chat, even the ones that suck. Thank you to our callers, even the ones that suck. Thank you for watching. Have an awesome rest of your day, and never stop learning. Bye-bye.